what y'all talking about with these numbers? Like, what is that attribute to?
Somebody asked a question about the no kings, and it was 6 to 9 million of them across the country. And I'm basically bringing up the point is that's not even really a number for real. 350 million, people, almost 350 million is 345 to be exact, they say, and counting because babies born every day. But nonetheless, 6 to 9 people out of 300, excluding the young ones that can't vote, can't do whatever. That's not a decimal.
That is the rock. I ain't never heard nothing close to that. Because, so if it's the second or third largest gathering of Americans in the history of the country, that doesn't mean anything. That does mean something.
By Walmart, man.
That don't even, sure, but that don't make sense. You're saying the reason that it doesn't matter is because it was bought by Walmart?
It doesn't matter. That's not organic.
Well, we're in the, hold on, let's back up. Who the fuck says, we're in the law book, the rule book, the playbook, doesn't say that it has to be organic.
It's not that many people. It's 0.01%. Your numbers are way off.
It doesn't matter if it's organic, then what the whole point and purpose of the whole underlying message? The funniest thing about it is Walmart was mad at Donald Trump because of the situation of their undocumented workers. And Walmart is the highest employer of the undocumented, mind you. They're mad at the situation of, nigga, you fucking with our niggas. Let our motherfuckers stay. At the end of the day, we are the biggest donor kingpin, and we can be able to put $100 million and fuck you up. So, when I found out that, wait a minute, Walmart was buying this, then I start putting two and two together, something that they don't expect Black Americans to do. And start realizing, this is a legal immigration fight, man. We hooping and hollering for the illegal immigration. That's why when Maxine Waters here in LA said that why y'all not protesting, that's because Black LA knows that we ain't gonna fight for the documented. So none of this shit's organic. It do matter if it's organic. Like doing this to front off Donald Trump, that don't mean shit. I swear to God, that don't mean shit. Because that's the same thing with the BLM shit where you got George Soros paying for that shit. $10 billion was raised and not a money went to the Black community. Like, stop it, bro. Like,
and Warren Buffett too.
Like, if anything, like everybody on the damn politicians, finally got their political parties.
How much further the Black community now that George Soros is not a thing?
George Soros is a thing. He's not a thing just because you say he's not a thing. He a thing.
No, Sean. I'm Sean.
Yeah, what happened?
George Soros is not a thing anymore. We're not talking about him anymore. So Trump and his...
He's a large donor. What are you talking about?
Wait. Let me finish my question. Trump is in office. He has his people with his ticket fans, the kakistocracy, right? It's fine. So now that they're in office and they're doing their thing, so how much of the funds you think that George Soros supposed to have been given to the Black people? Is Trump's people doing the same thing right now? Are they giving to Black people as we speak right now because they're in power and they have whatever they got going on? Are they giving to Black people right now?
I mean, we don't have to look at the question directly because I had to get some food.
What is Trump doing specifically for Black folks in America? Please do not bring up the what do they call it, the PIC Act, because not everybody's in prison, so that's not a thing.
But he said, what has he done to help the Black community?
Specifically to help Black people.
Not everybody was getting shot by the police when we was out there marching about that shit.
Thank you. Like, when it comes to this situation, immigration has opened up positions.
No, Sean.
Immigration, what's it? No. Don't ask me man, now you're trying to police how I answer it now? You asked me the question. I'm about to answer it. When it comes to the situation of the deportations and immigration crackdown, I've seen Black men personally that was able to get construction and trucking jobs because of the scenario in my backyard, something that I can actually shake hands and actually talk to. The brother that I actually had to pick up the food for, he actually got his job because of opening up of the immigration crackdown. So when it comes to the Black community, it's based on sections. No different how when Black people say, well, Trump cut the government jobs. Well, not everybody got a government job. So we can do that same little game that you played of not everybody in prison. But yeah, the Democrats was a win that fast incarcerated niggas.
So or construction. So I'm talking about as a whole.
Respectfully, dude, you're Asian. But we're talking about So we're not talking about an industry that has an 8 million job gap in the labor market. Construction and trades. 8 million job gap. That's what the illegal immigration was for. So any black American, 8 million, how many times does 8 million go into black America by phone? 5, 6? So there you go. There's jobs for about 20% of black America. If we only make up 13% of America, we think we're worthy of legislation and 13% means something. So if we're getting 20% of our community potentially jobs, then that should mean something.
Yeah, man, some people want to get disrespectful. God bless you, Sean. Just remember I said that to you.
You shouldn't ask, what is Trump doing for Black America? You should ask, what is Black America doing for America?
That's an honest question. Because let me just tell y'all this right now. We're going to play a game. Y'all know I like to play.
That is a good question, King.
Right? Okay? I'm answering that question. This game we're about to play right now. I am white supremacy. So everybody in here today, for the next 3 minutes, you are a card-carrying member of the Klan. You are a card-carrying Nazi Party USA. You are anti-Nigger. Now, if anybody was to ask you, how could you have such extreme views against the black community? What would you say as a white person to back up your views? Somebody chime off the mic and be honest, keep it real with me. Why don't you like niggers?
Because the niggers is lazy.
All right, what's another reason why you don't like niggers?
Yeah, they're always complaining about the pay. We give them best the health cares. We give them all these extra benefits, and they still not happy.
What about those colored gangs? What about those colored gang members out there shooting and killing each other? Does that scare you when you see it in your city?
Oh yeah, they're always killing shit.
The reason I don't like black people is because I'm afraid they might. You gotta call them niggers. You gotta call them niggers, or we're gonna take your Ku Klux Klan.
Them niggers won't kill us, though, Steven.
No, them niggas is going to take my bird out and then put me in there. I don't want that thing open.
And then they moving in our neighborhoods, bringing the rats and the roaches.
That's why I like that nigger, Umar Johnson. Every time he sees a nigger trying to talk to one of our daughters, he jumps in the middle of it. So I actually like the nigger, Umar Johnson. He's trying to tell these niggers, right, they ain't gonna save their asses with Trump. All right? Come around Jimmy Ray's house, try to talk to one of Jimmy Ray's daughters. I'm gonna make sure you meet this 30-6. And I ain't talking about that pussy ass gun they shot Charlie Kirk with either. This will take the whole goddamn game. They are.
Although we are hoarders, them niggas sure know how to bring some rats and roaches to the neighborhood.
Well, now, you know, white man, we ain't too goddamn opposed to a little bit of some beasts and some creatures. We're goddamn beasts or goddamn selves, so. You can miss me with the rats and the roaches. They was there before the niggers got there. I keep my one of them remember something.
When you went, and they litter. Every time I see them at the light, they litter. Every night.
And then push along so to begin the second grade, so on going up and up. When you went to high school, this is a great transition in life. And now the pressure is being put on. You must get ahead. You must go on with grace and finally be good enough like they are. You see some courage. You'll see this great price. You're going to like the niggers. Well, I'm figuring out the black Jews. You see the Jews came here with the Italians, with the smart organized, smart and rich tribes from America, all there. I feel pretty much the same as I
Now here come the niggers.
I'm not so sure
All this time later. You know, they want to be Gambino. Listen to the book. You didn't see. They're trying to keep
Do you remember when you went first? You went to kindergarten. At kindergarten, the idea was
communism is NAACP.
and then push along.
They don't see it. They don't understand. These niggas understand why our families are all fucked up. Well, goddamn, as soon as Martin Luther King came around and got a goddamn pen in Johnson's hand, you niggas ain't been the same since. But it's the white man's fault. It's the Republicans' fault. You niggas are voting yourselves into extinction. And you want to blame your circumstances on me, the white man? I got to pay bills too.
You see, the thing that I don't like about black people in America is that they're actually complainers, not visionaries. And the unfortunate thing about a complainer is that they don't like poetry, apparently, but Biggie and Tupac ain't good poetry for the soul. And so what we're trying to say is that if 40 million African Americans can complain, they can also not complain. And when you do not complain, you have solved all the problems, because most of the complaints are just personal hypnoses. And unfortunately, you ain't gonna get reparated for no complaint. Ain't never been a time in history where a complaint ever been reparated. And so what I'm trying to say is be creative in your own personal life. This room is creative. And even pretending to be a card-carrying KKK neo-Nazi as a black American, that's creative. And this is funny. And all I got to say is if this was commercially viable and up on YouTube and X and Instagram and other platforms, well, maybe people would like it. This, what the fuck is that shit about? You confusing people. And that's creative.
Are you white?
Is he?
Oh, God.
He was a little too good, man.
Where he get it?
Joke is over. He was a little too good. He had me looking at his phone out.
I ain't never seen nobody have King speechless. Yeah, he don't know what to say to that shit.
He channeled an actual plan.
But the funniest part about it is, respectfully, the black community, not black community, the Democrat community, they act like they don't acknowledge the fact that Robert Byrd had a eulogy. That was Joe Biden's big homie. Hell, he went up on the nigga. So that's why I said all this shit is performative when it comes to liberals, especially like the nigga in the chat, Christian, talking about, well, a political party that against your existence. Nigga, their whole model is kill the baby. Kill it. Kill it. That's their whole mantra. Suppress your damn population where you become completely irrelevant. Then when you have the burrito, the Mexican,
Is that truly true?
nigga Maria gonna have 5 kids by the end of this goddamn decade, by 2031. God damn it, 18 million illegals become 52 million.
Hold on. And y'all ever notice how them little Mexican babies be fat in the motherfucker? Them little motherfuckers be good as shit.
They be like, oh, come here, little chilito, come here, little chilito.
Them motherfuckers they be in the stroller. They be in the stroller. Check me out. They be in the stroller. The mama got a Louis purse. The daddy rocking the newest J's. You know, they be getting them haircuts now where they almost look like a nigga from the side. You know, a baby better than your fade. Got a nigga looking at the game. I'm like, what the fuck going on with it now? That nigga got on a Bulls jersey, some J's, and some jeans. The kids got on all the latest Nike, all the latest fashion. The little baby be in the goddamn stroller. 5 months, 100 pounds, with fat wrists and gold chains. You know them goddamn little Mexican babies be having them little gold look bracelets. Y'all seen them? They be having a gold look Mother Mary, Virgin Mary around there. They got gold, and they don't even be born.
Well, like Nye said, you just got to be good. And the last chapter of the good book says, be a saint. And, you know, Cesar Chavez, that guy with the grape pickers in the Union, he was a rapist. And he was practicing mind control. But Larry Hoover was also practicing mind control. And that motherfucker a rapist too. And so the point is, be good. And in a word, be a saint. Hello?
Yeah, I'm scared now. I don't know what to say. Oh, God. You know, we were insane.
No, it sounds like the cat they used to be on here, and it sounded like Gilbert Godfrey. Remember the dude they used to sound like Gilbert Godfrey on here?
Hey, come on, man. Hey, buddy.
That's what Universe sound like. Man, you killed me with that one right there. Golly. But the point I'm trying to make is, family, is like there are legitimate
This shit's got to be gold, right?
God intends in the wrong direction. You do it in the face of the truth and the right wing Americans, right? Largely, these are the same group of people who fought off tyranny in the first place in the Civil War. see, these crackers don't even know their history to where they believe that all the whites were anti-black, and all the blacks believe all the whites were also anti-black. Right? Not true. And the sad part about it is, this is a great question, where are your allies, Black America? Where are the allies that your great-great-great-great-grandparents had as slaves? They couldn't speak the King's English the way you Negroes can. They didn't have the education that you had. They didn't have the resources that you had. But somehow they were able to get white people to pick up arms and go to fight against their own brethren. Over you. See, this is the greatest moment in American history that we don't talk about. It's the Civil War. Nobody knows shit about the Civil War. I could walk around with $1 million in Black America and tell me, name me 3 battles in the Civil War. Motherfuckers couldn't do that. They don't know about Appomattox. You know what I mean? They don't know about the massacre of those soldiers in Tennessee that voluntarily gave up and were then slaughtered by the same Confederate general who then formed the Ku Klux Klan right there in the same state of Tennessee, Alaska. And so these white people don't have the emotional attachment to politics that black people do. We have an emotional attachment to politics because our very political voice is yoked to freedom, right? And so while we mention slavery and we mention the Civil War, we mention this period of time only as an instrument for us to do what the brother Universe was saying, complain. We only use the Civil War in order to complain. We only use civil rights in order to complain, but we truly don't know the history of either one of those. That's why I did the Civil Rights on Ice lecture. Because what I realized is that ever since about 1967, black people's civil rights have been on ice. Ever since they added sex to affirmative action policies, this shit has been downhill ever since. Why? Because black people are out here fighting for a policy that overwhelmingly benefits the dominant white society. It benefits the very mothers and daughters and sisters and wives of white supremacy that you need to say you're fighting against. But you promote and push a policy as policy number one, as policy du jour, that literally benefits white women, which make up 50.8% of America according to the 2020 census. They are the only statistical majority in this motherfucker. It's basic common sense math. Let's not get started with the minority word and the communities of color and all these other vague and ambiguous terms. So now whatever money might be left over in the kitty of affirmative action, whatever opportunity might be left over in the kitty of affirmative action is effectively washed away because now they've opened up the border and everybody who runs across that motherfucker down there can qualify to be one of you. But this is your backbone of your political apparatus. You're the children of Dr. King politically. We act like Dr. King got killed in 08, not 68, because we haven't moved a motherfucking inch politically since then in any different direction. Even though you can go and look at the decade immediately following the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and you'll see some of the most radical black political thinking of our time. Let me say that again. In the decade after the Civil Rights Movement, you'll find the most radical black thinking, political thinking in the history of our race here in this country. Let me say it one more time. In the decade after the 1964 Civil Rights Act, you see the most militant and, if you want to say woke, black political body. They call it the Black Power Movement. Right? So why in the fuck today, 60 years later plus, are we still practicing the politics of 64 and 65 and 68? When the brothers in that era completely turned away from the political apparatus because they knew the solution was bullshit. They saw it in real time. You know, we live in what's called revisionist history. And black people's psychology, the very psychology of the black community is built on revisionist history. someone else revising the history in order to shape your consciousness in such a way to limit and manipulate your possibilities, and thereby manipulating your consciousness and manipulating your possibilities, they've manipulated your political power.
The solution is always spiritual.
The 1960s black political constituency would have absolutely went and talked to Trump. They would have went and talked to Kamala. They would have went and talked to Trump. They would have went and talked to, because they weren't yoked to any of these parties. We live in the era where now we only one party on one side, and then we talk about the Republicans are racist. Well, hell, I'd be racist to your black ass too if you abandon our party and we literally are the party that freed you niggas. Who should be more upset in white America at black people than the people who belong to the very party that was created for your liberation that you have abandoned? And now you didn't just abandon the party to go do your own thing. You jumped ship to their political adversary that they've been fighting since the Civil War that wanted to keep you niggas enslaved.
But see, parties change, and parties evolve, and the party keeps going. A lot of people think the party stopped, but the party's still going right now.
So the point is that you gotta ask yourself, why are we today practicing mostly what you would call civil rights, sit-in, boycott, protest politics? Why are we still practicing that form and brand of politics when in the immediate decade after, they didn't view it with the same nostalgia that we view it with? And that's because those brothers and sisters actually lived through it. They didn't have to go Google the situation. They lived in it. They knew it. They talked about it. Conversation. This was their Black America, right? And so, because they understood that this is the reason why Martin Luther King was looked at as a failure. Even he said to the man who said it to us about I believe I walked my people into a burning building. What the fuck do you mean walked them into a burning building? The burning building, ladies and gentlemen, that Martin Luther King was talking about was the Democrat Party. That was the burning building. And why did he call it that? It was a burning building if the Democrat vice president is a part of assassination and benefits from the assassination of the Democrat president. The Democrat president dies in the home city of the Democrat vice president. The Democrat vice president then becomes the president and then enacts legislation that absolutely shapes America still to this day. Let me just say that again. They didn't just kill any president at any time. They killed Kennedy in the time of X. They killed Kennedy in the time of King. They killed Kennedy before X and before King. Maybe that was anybody. Right? And so we literally had a coup d'etat America. In 1963, when he was killed, this is during a time where more Republicans the next year would vote for civil rights legislation that we love so much, not the Democrats. This is the world that they killed Kennedy in. It looks like this was a pretty fair-minded and balanced America. It doesn't appear to be the racist America that we even have today. More Republicans voted per capita for the civil rights legislation than Democrats did. And a pretty decent number of Democrats did as well. 53, 60% to the 80-some-odd% of the Republicans. But you find me an issue politically today that you could put before your Congress, and you could get 50 to 60% of the Democrats and 80% of the Republicans to vote on. Well, shit. Your news cycle would look different. It wouldn't be a bunch of Republicans blaming shit on Democrats and Democrats blaming shit on Republicans. It'd be a whole bunch of Republicans on TV calling out to the Democrats. I called out to my Democrat constituents to reconsider the matter. I called out to my Republican. See, this was an actual body politic. With Kennedy and that bullet that took him out, changed the American landscape forever. It would be different if LBJ went into office and then, didn't pass no major legislation, and then in 64, somebody else would have got elected. No. The man got elected and drove a steak knife through Black America. Now, mind you, the 1964 Civil Rights Act, 1964 was an election year, ladies and gentlemen, meaning that the election wasn't until October.
But the truth always comes out. And the truth about Kennedy, about his death, That truth is out. It was the Pentagon, it was the CIA, it was LBJ, and the truth is that George W. Bush Sr. is dead, and Donald Rumsfeld is dead, and Richard Nixon, he dead, and Kissinger, he dead, and then one day everybody gonna die, and then J.D. Vance is gonna be gay, and Marco Rubio is gonna be the president.
Sounds like he's a Nostradamus predictor. What is Nostradamus?
Well, when I say the N-word, most people confuse it with the other N-word. I mean Nostradamus.
Well, Kamala Harris is gearing up to run again, and her campaign will be mostly anti-Trump running. That's going to be her campaign. Trump has been. That's the only point that she's going to campaign.
That's all she needs. You know that, right?
That's called tickling the clit of the ear. It's just spam.
Social media, the anti-Trump hatred to win the election.
In the hood, yes. In the hood, that's all you need. That's all you need.
The only way I'm voting for her is if she's talking about reparations. Other than that,
I'm not going to give anything specific for black people. No.
When she run again, you Negroes are going to be running to the polls, throwing her back into office.
You do realize if there is reparations, there's going to be lawsuits because it's unconstitutional.
she didn't get my vote. Not her white husband.
In Evanston, Illinois, there are 300 African Americans in Evanston that are already getting reparations. They've gotten $40,000 each from cannabis sales tax. It's so ridiculous. The people that are getting it are not even connected in any way remote. And the ID verification, the history, it's all bullshit. It's fucking it's a scam. A lot of these people aren't even born in America. Anyways, it's a scam. How the fuck do you verify that you are qualified or your lineage, etc.? What do you got, a fucking history book? Most of these people barely got papers.
If you're black, you should be. It don't matter. All that shit don't matter because discrimination was for all black people. It wasn't just for the ex-slaves or whoever. So we was all being discriminated against Jim Crow, redlining, all that bullshit. We all deserve reparations.
Even if that's true,
Reparations are for slavery. The free labor. That's not about
reparations for mistreatment of black people.
No. Well, I mean,
Slavery too? Like, a little extra. But yes, be reparations for Jim Crow laws, reparations for discrimination, and reparations.
Redline, eminent domain, all of that shit. But look, Baghdad, no, nigga. That's why y'all can't even heat right now with this whole reparations thing because y'all trying to include all black people. It's not for all fucking black people. Now, personally, personally, I don't think that niggas, and I do mean American Negroes, is going to get anything from slavery because them funds was already allocated to the slave owners at that respective time. But for shit like eminent domain, in which a lot of motherfuckers wasn't even over here for, up in the 50s, shit, even up until damn, I can't even remember. Fuck that. It don't matter.
Mass incarceration. Like, we should get reparations.
The massacres up in the early 1900s.
Yeah, man.
You good.
The Red Summer of 1919.
I muted you so one person can talk at a time. Thank you.
You welcome.
It's on King now because he was just going to go into what I was going to start talking about.
Yeah, but yeah, if she have a because nobody talked about reparations last time, but I didn't like that shit. If she talk about reparations and have a plan for it and put it on the table, then I'll look at it. If she don't mention it, I ain't vote. But then again, if J.D. Vance, if he said, hey, he doing reparations, I'm voting for his ass. So whoever pushing reparations, get my vote. Whoever not get my vote, I'm just not going to vote.
King ain't saying yes. Why do these kids are really coming rest? How many German shepherds are being hung away? Why mass bananas? Bite.
But I don't care what, but they still gotta talk about reparations to get my vote. They gotta say I got a plan to have reparations or to work it out.
They'll never have any plans for that.
They'll never have my vote. I'm never voting again.
See, the problem is one complaint can turn into 1,000 complaints. Next thing you know, you got the J words all saying, well, there was racism against the J words, the WASPs. They controlled everything. So one complaint turns into 10,000 complaints. Then you got a Chinese person, then you got a South Korean and a Vietnamese, and then you got other peoples that are going to complain too and say, what about us? Especially the Native Americans who were genocided and the whole goddamn country was taken from them. So you think a couple casinos for a few billion is enough when the African-American community is extant for 1.5 trillion or 100 trillion or 1,000 trillion? Hello?
A lot of
He is hilarious.
But for two, all of them communities that you just named all got reparations for whatever those so they can't come back and ask for more, even though a whole nother demographic is asking for what they never got in the first place. But once again, we can't advocate for reparations for slavery if that was even the case, right? We would have been got that shit fucking years ago when they first started. We would have been got that shit. They don't want to do it because they're all the ones to prove that y'all was enslaved for one. For two, y'all can't. Y'all put me up there. We can't all agree upon one fucking moniker that we could go under, whether it be FBA. So I like Solana. Y'all niggas call me Solana. Then you just said it.
You said you like what?
So everybody come under their own title. So what if somebody
Solani?
Solana.
Hello?
Solani?
Kind of like that. I'm about to put it up in the chat.
Listen, I want to ask for reparations. I want it to be known.
Hold on, Universal. Because I was going to say, I don't know how we got on the reparations, but I'm going to just throw my little 2 cents in here and say this. If the survivors of Tulsa could not get reparations, and I know there's a lot of people that want to argue that this shit was worded and they filed for the wrong shit, all this weird shit, whatever. I don't care if they filed or didn't file. If the survivors couldn't get it, I don't know why anybody would ever think that they're gonna allot some shit from 100 plus years ago. But that's either here or there.
What about the Republican veterans that died in the Civil War and the hundreds of thousands and their descendants? Why can't they get a little bit of that cheddar? Hello?
That's what's interesting. The Jews are the only ones that get reparations and they didn't work for it. But yeah, the black people, they worked hard, they built the country, they were spit on, they were abused. They don't get nothing. But these Jews, they're getting left and right money in Israel. They got retirement, free healthcare.
Yeah. So unless they talk about it, then I don't even see why we should vote anymore. Let's just focus on, whoever wins, let's just make the best out of it, and let's just focus on, getting money and making babies and staying out of jail.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, man, there's so much you gotta learn, brother. Hey, stick around, bro. There's a lot of great people up in here. Sue, Stephen, Hakeem, Nye, King, of course, the Central stuff. My brother Sean down there. Matter of fact, this motherfucker on the side of me, Universe, is actually
Cooking. I'm cooking. If you don't vote, that means you don't know who rules you. If you don't know who rules you, well, then you're a low-informed voter.
I agree. He is nutty as hell, but I agree.
Nutty as a goddamn payday.
Yeah, he's funny. Y'all gotta listen. He's funny.
The the Jews have compromised our country, our economic system. Our people are suffering. We must vote and take the right actions.
And if voting don't work, y'all know what else comes after that. If voting don't fucking work, y'all know what comes after that. See, I listen to a lot of these rooms right here for these reasons. Leave all the top of the reason why I come every day, right? Well, we talk about revolution so fucking much up in here, but and granted, I'm not telling anybody, I'm not inciting anything. I promise to God, I'm not. For the replays, right? But if niggas don't want to do, matter of fact, Americans in general don't want to do what it takes to have a fucking revolution. That's all I'm saying.
That's because we don't like redundancy. We already had a revolution. We had 2 revolutions, and we are in the 3rd revolution. But the truth is, philosophy and politics are intertwined. If you want to know politics, you got to know philosophy.
Yeah, my philosophy is if it don't get done one way, we don't get it done another way.
And that's on period. But here's the thing. See, there will come a time in the recent future, I believe, where we will be forced to act. You either gonna get out or you gonna lay down. And that's real. And by that I mean you either gonna get with people who are like-minded and deal, or you're gonna succumb to the rulings of this evil regime. And I'm talking about trying to do what's this that has come through and just pillaged the city that I grew up in that was beautiful, that was predominantly black-owned businesses. And that dynamic is changed, right? And that dynamic changed by design. Yes, niggas didn't have to pick up the crack bag or the crack pipe, but or the gun. But there's no other demographic that has been targeted like the demographic to which I belong. None other.
Steph, you in the Matrix, baby. The demographic war is real. As someone said earlier, when Senorita Maria has 8 children, and now the Black American is a minority, well, then you're going to complain just like how the Palestinians are complaining or the Jews are complaining, because it's a demographic war, and you know it. And when you lose the majority, you become the inferior minority. Ain't that the fact? Hello?
The way to win is to populate. We gotta fuck our way into victory, but we don't want to do it. We don't want to.
Oh my God.
It's a democracy. So I'm gonna have more people, and then one day we might look up and have a majority, and then we might vote. But until then, we ain't even gonna vote. We just gonna make babies.
Hey, more kids in this fucking shit?
No. So
I'm gonna try to have 100 babies.
he actually,
My brother gonna try to have 100
I
babies.
hope not talking like that.
Try to get them to have 100 babies apiece, and we just gonna see what happens.
yeah, no, raise your IQ level before you do that, but I'm not opposed to you doing that. Hey, so he actually kind of right in the sense, it's just not put into the right context. Yo, like I was saying up in this room before, I think it was this room, kids bring wealth whether we know it or not. Reason why, there's a lot of women, and I'm not going to put that on any woman, but there's a lot of women out here that is having children because they understand the benefit from it. Now, granted, right? Look, oh, damn, where the fuck this nigga go? I don't want to say this shit for him specifically, but fuck it, put the room. Look, we in a losing battle. Why? Because we're not having that many children nowadays. The young society, they're kind of.
This is probably the worst quote, and I'm gonna think of a better one in like 5 seconds. But the only thing that comes to mind is Chuck Bass answering the phone for a girl he hates, and he was like, Georgina, to what do I owe the displeasure? And I've used that line so many times.
Perfect. Okay. So all I'm saying is,
business person would treat people in the business. That's the way he treated most people. Nothing personal about it.
You know what I'm saying? Like we have to find a way.
That's the way he functioned. That's the way he operated. He was the constant politician. He was the quintessence of a political figure. He was a father figure. Whether or not he was a man of compassion, I couldn't sit out there and say he was. He struck me as being a person who you could like if you got to know. I dare say very few people knew him. I'm certain you can find on every corner now somebody who had the confidence of Daddy, who talked to Daddy, who Daddy leaned on. I mean, they're all in the woodwork. Most of them, this just wasn't true. Very few people knew this man. He was a loner. When you get right down to it, most powerful people who have real integrity and real character are loners. You know, they don't spend all their time carousing around there. They have to pull back and think and reflect and get their batteries charged. They may like people, they may deal with people, they may function with people, but they're basically and fundamentally loners. And that's true in politics, it's true in art, it's true in science, it's probably true in the entertainment world. And David was of that group.
But you trying to start a gender war?
I'm not. That's all I'm trying to be so careful with my words.
David was in the business. He treated me as a business person would treat people in the business. That's the way he treated most people. Nothing personal about it. That's the way he functioned. That's the way he operated. He was the consummate politician. He was the quintessence of a political figure. He was a father figure. Whether or not he was a man of compassion, I couldn't sit out there and say he was. He struck me as being a person who you could like if you got to know. I dare say very few people knew him. I'm certain you can find on every corner now somebody who had the confidence of Daddy, who talked to Daddy, who Daddy leaned on. I mean, they're all in the woodwork. Most of them, this just wasn't true. Very few people knew this man. He was a loner. When you get right down to it, most powerful people who have real integrity and real character are loners. You know, they don't spend all their time carousing around there. They have to pull back.
We could say that economical strategy.
David was in the business.
There's a real showdown shaping up between Mayor Brandon Johnson's allies in the Chicago Teachers Union and the new leader of the public schools. It's over the union's demands for schools to be closed May 1st for a day of protest and activism. I'm WGN-TV investigative reporter Ben Bradley. You might be surprised by some of the union's proposed lesson plans for that day of civic engagement. In addition to the history of May Day and the labor movement, we've reviewed documents being circulated. They include a section on youth organizing against authoritarianism. It also suggests students should be asked to describe what hardships are people in your community facing since Trump was reelected. WGN political editor Tamon Bradley pressed the union leader.
Why involve the students in that?
We're not trying to involve the students in that. We're actually trying to involve the entire country in on this. The benefit of making
The pushback is I'm looking at today's time. I'm looking at men and women not. I'm looking at this whole poly quote unquote epidemic and how women are not really in favor of that. That a lot of men today are trying to pick up on and trying to implement here that their women don't want here. So I'm looking at all these different dynamics and I'm just saying this sound good. You know, I'm on board with you because I think I've said something similar to that not too long ago. I agree with that. It's not that I disagree with you, but I'm looking at today's time and I'm saying never gonna make it.
Okay, I see where you and stuff coming from, right? Y'all not wrong at all. I think it's a different perspective. I pose y'all this question though: how many of y'all did y'all genealogy and found great uncles and great aunties? A lot of them at that quantity of great uncles and great aunties from y'all great granddads.
Of course, we can say that we found that, but it's at the end of the day, you know, that family structure isn't important. At the end of the day, you know, we're not gonna I don't care about if people choose to just, have their own contract, or if they choose to go, do it in the system. By all means, your choice, right? But the fact that it's not happening, the fact that there's so much pushback on it, and the fact that is telling us to go make all these goddamn children them, but don't want to be committed to. And then to top it off, they want to bring another party into that situation. It's just weird out here. It's very weird, Avo. I don't think women today is jacking it, and I don't think men today is really jacking where we at with it today either. So it just don't even make sense to bring the situation that we got going on for real. It's really counterproductive. It's already bad, and that's just gonna make it even worse, because then that's gonna continue the conversation of chose better, and all these babies and all these, man, please, don't nobody want to hear that shit.
I mean, I think it's all relative. Like, yeah, we do both, and I'm we as black people, so to say, black
Hey, this is Universe, everybody. I just want to say that, these are big topics. These are big concepts. But at the personal level, the individual level, in terms of self-improvement, meditation, or just relaxing and, having no thought, that's the truth of the earth. We are living a culture and a society where we put the self down. We constantly are essentially, we're racist against the self. We are prosecuting and we are bigoted against what is the self. So all I'm trying to say is, baby, that the perfect way to optimize for yourself and for your country and for the earth is meditation. What is meditation? Can you teach me a class on meditation? If you can do that, baby, you are the earth. Hello, this is Universe.
So, Avo, how do the Negro Americans and the American Indians, how do we find these two groups?
We have one of those. King, I'm gonna bow out gracefully only because it's not gonna get anywhere. Like, okay, so even though I identify as who I am, right? You identify as who you are. It don't fucking matter because we're all in the same fucking category at this every time right now, right? And so the OMB come out and give us our own classifications, whether if you consider yourself FBA or whatever.
What's going on here?
The citizens or the government.
Junior, you're free himself for 5 minutes.
We all look at the same thing.
It's all over now. Hey, put your money on the table. Get back here. How the hell do you do that?
Well, you as a...
I disobeyed my goals one time, and I can just do whatever I want to now.
Oh, goddamn, man. Does that hurt?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
But not as much as
Your
I'm gonna put it back in.
whole premise is
This is Mrs. Sigmund Freud.
Why the hell do you do this to yourself, Rex?
Well, what else could I do? It's like none of them with me. Come on, call my shit. Hey, what's going on here? Let's get some work out here.
Houdini Jr. here, man. He can free himself.
You can't align with the Native American billionaire casino owners unless you at the boardroom, baby. You gotta get a seat at the boardroom, baby, if you want to play with the big dogs.
So, we got to understand that it's the commerce that we're engaging in incorrectly. And so we got to correct our commerce. That is the black beauty supply industry.
The black beauty supply industry. Who owns the black beauty supply industry, baby? That's the bank, baby.
You gotta kind of come closer to your mic.
So I'm saying the thing is that we gotta have the black beauty and the commerce game change. The black church is giving billions of dollars away to white Jewish banks. The black beauty supply model is one that's owned by outside interests, taking money out of our community that can be used in our community. The blacks in construction that I push to promote with We Are the Builders would go back into these communities and actually build the infrastructure with the banking system that I have designed, where black churches would be primarily sponsors and beneficiaries of the good work of banks that don't allow the communities around them to gentrify because your members are there. These churches have to work exponentially harder to get members to come in and keep the church up and running when they're in a city like Atlanta or Memphis or Dallas, etc. And the traditional black community that existed in the east side or the south side or whatever it is has now been displaced and other areas been gentrified. So, additionally, when we talk about the procurement of contracts, like we are talking about this minority game, we got to actually delineate
What's going on today?
that we separate ourselves from other groups of people. These are the sorts of things that I'm looking forward to being able to push and promote. Every day I wake up, this is the gym that I'm on. I'm trying to get black people to stop calling themselves minorities, stop looking at these motherfucking racist Republicans as if they're any better or worse than these fucking liberal Democrats. And for people to understand that, there's a history that we don't know. You may be connected to the land, you may be connected to somewhere else, but go find your roots.
Yeah, you gotta go within, or you gotta get to the root of the matter in order to solve the situation as best as it can be solved. It's a game theory, baby.
Connected to
Niggas, you trying to translate? Okay, so King, okay, and I'm in agreement with that, and I think that most people who identify with whether they be FBA, American Indian, ADOS, we all agree on the same thing, right? So I mean,
It's a game theory, baby.
You said everything that we all fucking align with, regardless of how you identify. Now, one thing I want to point out is your plan to, I guess, basically take back the hair care industry.
Yes.
Okay, Ben. How profitable is that industry?
Isn't it by the billions or without millions? Billions or millions, one of the two. Either way, it's up there. It ain't hundreds of thousands.
I guess it's probably up in the billions if we got like a $2.7 trillion spending power, like collectively as a nation, or as a sub-nation within the nation. So I'm not opposed to that, right? Bam. Now, what else? What else can we dominate?
Baby, you could take over the whole fried chicken market in the whole goddamn country if you could get the people organized.
Period. What, sure can. Because when you got white people on YouTube talking about they taste some chicken and said all of a sudden they're black, you sure can.
So, culinary, like food, okay, cool. And you know what? That's definitely feasible. Now, what I'm thinking is, right, corner in the market. Because once we, right, regardless of how you identify to take over any industry, there's gonna be a lot of curveballs, a lot of obstacles, a lot of fucking hurdles to jump over, right? Defunding. A lot of shit gonna get defunded. I mean, we see it up in our inner cities every day. I was just talking to somebody on Facebook within Minneapolis, right, asking about why a lot of our inner city schools don't have the funding that these schools on the outskirts have, right? So we know why that is. So what I'm saying is, instead of just focusing on 1, 2, even a few, we gotta focus on at least 10. Now, I could be exaggerating that number, right? But this is just how I see it. We gotta focus on 10, because once one become compromised, then we got the other to fall back on. Once the other become compromised, we got the other to fall back on. Shit, we need to just even figure out a way to start creating industries in order for us, since we're so fucking far behind, in order for us
Is that my man, baby?
come and make a
Baby!
fucking wealth gap within at least like 2 generations. That's just how.
Hey, Mo, you ever sit on a quarterly earnings call with a large hotel group talking to the bank that owns the mortgages? The point is, everybody's just working for the bank at the end of the day. So until Black America has their own bank, you can't have a conversation with yourself. So, again, I'm just saying that if you want to know the truth of the earth, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get, baby.
I'm glad he said that, because we actually do have a black bank. I wonder how many of us actually utilize it, though.
Well, then the problem is awareness. That's a big problem. So, and I ain't opposed to what he's saying. I actually agree, right? Because that was what keep me. That was missing. But how did we even get to 1 second? Hold on.
What's it called? United One Bank? It's the largest black-owned bank. One United. Anybody else got that somewhere? I think they got a couple in Atlanta. They got some up here in Boston. I don't know if anybody.
See, black power has to the political, the financial, the philosophical, every component of what makes Black America great. It's multi-diversified and extensive. You got to control the means of production. You got to control the communication. That's the biggest component, baby. Because the Federal Reserve and all these banks, they don't make nothing. They just communication distributors. It's all spam, baby. So if you got a black bank, you can now spam and scale, but you got to have relationships to get that money. And you got to report back to the bank and say, this is how we grew your money, baby.
Hey, damn, my bad. Where we left off at, because I had to talk to one of my coworkers.
Brother Steve was about to say something.
No, I was just saying that I had put some money into that black bank. What is it, First United Bank or whatever it was. I went online. One year, I put some money in there. But then they started all these fees. And my initial principal was shaking. But you know, it just seemed like there was monthly charge, this charge, that stuff. So I took my money out, put it back in the white bank, Capital One, where they don't charge me anything.
See, Brother Steven, you don't be giving things a chance. How long has One United Bank been around for? And don't it take a little time for the build up and all that stuff?
Yeah, it's been around for a while. But, you know, it's a black banking name, but, you know, controlled by white folks. Of course, the banking industry is controlled by white people, so they can't get around that. The regulations. But you know, I'm trying to support. I always try to support black businesses. And I went down there, did that, but they weren't supporting me. They was ripping me off. That's what I thought. Black business. But you know, good counsel.
It's all about the experience, baby, the happening.
They would charge way too much.
Yeah, way too much. It was ridiculous.
That money sit in the bank. Like I wasn't even doing nothing. I just put money in it just because it was a black bank. Like I wasn't doing that with it, really.
Did the same thing. And there's a black bank, I'll put some money in here, and let me see what it do. You know, but I didn't, if it didn't do anything, I would have been okay, but they were taking my money.
Same, I would have left it in there.
Yeah, but I'm taking my money, that's right.
Yeah, but Steven, look at it this way. It's just like Clubhouse. Some people get paid for content. Some people are the content. Some people don't get paid for their content. And some people will spend their whole life listening to content and never get paid for it. Hello?
As long as I ain't got to pay for content, I'm cool though. Cause I don't like being content, so I don't even want to get paid for content. I just want to be entertained for free.
Absolutely. Why do we have to pay for content? Fuck that. Be a part of the content that you like. You see what I'm saying? Like, pay for the content you would like to be a part of. That's all I'm trying to say.
I just want people to entertain me all day while I'm, doing deliveries and shit like that.
Facts. Why do we gotta pay for that, man? Everybody wants to pay now. We related to the time.
Yeah. He don't want a bank with a bank that charges him money. It's the same principle of content. Paying for it, getting it for free. Or there are people that get paid for their content. How the fuck does that miracle happen? Hello?
Yeah, commercial, but I don't care to get paid for content. I don't care to get paid for. I don't want to make content. I just want to be entertained for so many hours, and then you niggas.
I get it, but that's the food chain, baby. Because this app, the owners are getting paid for the content that we are creating for them right now. We are the field workers. Working for the white man in the White House on the plantation. This goddamn app is the new plantation.
Revolutionary universe. Let's get a plantation. Why you still want? The plantation. Why you still want? Well, he's waking up the slaves. I'm waking us up. Oh yeah. Right, universe, you're waking us up. Sounds like he's one of us. He is one of us, but in every slave plantation, there gotta be that one woke slave that wakes up everybody so we can revolt. I mean, the slaves don't have the opportunity to get paid. Y'all got the opportunity to get paid on here. Y'all just not utilizing it right. But let's relate what you're saying to real life, Daddy. You just want to be entertained. That's most people's fucking problem, right? I'm not saying it's a problem with you. I'm not trying to attack you. I just want to, address what you're saying. Funny, my background loud. Hold on. Yeah, but can I just say this real quick? You know what I mean? I feel like nowadays in 2026, we want to get paid for everything. That's the fucking issue. Some things you don't deserve to get paid for. If you're talking about Clubhouse all day, why the fuck you need to get paid, man? Who the fuck are you, nigga? You don't need to get paid. Well, if you want to get paid now, what are you doing? Who are you? If you're generating revenue for an app and you're not getting nothing from it, but they benefit off of you, then don't you think you should get paid? No. Go to Kick. Go to Twitch. Go to Play. Start your own brand. The problem is a lot of people on Clubhouse are anonymous. You don't actually have a fucking brand. Therefore, you shouldn't fucking paid. Who the fuck are you? Nobody knows who the fuck you are. You just chat shit. Not only that, you or this random people coming here and everybody's talking to you. If you really have a example, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, these places. I want to see what the market really values that. But the reality, people come up ain't really that talented. They just able. I highly doubt that. I mean, I highly disagree with that. Wait, hold on, I got you. Because there's a lot of people, in fact, I'm responding to like the most number one person out there who should be getting paid for his content. But look at he has his own platform. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he got his own platforms. He utilizing his brand and putting it upon a app where he gets paid. And he put it across a couple of apps. Now, if you don't have a brand and you don't know how to like capture people's attention, that's on you. But the opportunity is still there. Why? Because the app itself pays you. Why shouldn't you get paid from an app that pays you, that have the potential to? Because they tell you I don't want to pay you, so therefore you gotta leave the app. Bro, people gotta stop begging. It's like people who drive Uber and then they demand Uber to pay them more money. Nobody forced you to drive Uber. Nobody forced you to be on Colors, right? That's the thing, bro. You chose to come on Colors and now you're demanding to get paid. No, fuck off. Go somewhere where you can get paid. That's how I look at it. Not everything you should be paid for, bro. Especially content. Everybody wants to be a content creator. I mean, but a lot of people are not that talented to be a content creator.
People don't be having talent to be getting paid for shit, but then again, there are some people that should be getting paid.
See, that's just not true. Everyone here who can speak English has the capability to actually get paid for intelligent communication. That means you have to open a book and read poetry. If you were to do that, it would actually liberate you personally, and you'd be transmitting very high-value conversation communication. Now, hold on one second. Listen to this. At this point in 2026, if you've been on this app for a few years, you have heard every conversation that could possibly be debated in every different way. There will be no new conversations on this app. Every second you spend here is 1 second lost to spam. There can be no new conversations. Admit it. Who here thinks there could be a new conversation that would pique their interest and say, God damn, that was a great conversation? No, everybody here has already heard every bullshit argument and debate that could possibly be had. So, if you want to bring something new into the communication, go get a poetry book, a good one. Go get a stoic meditation book, a good one. Get a good book and just read it on here to people. Because what's the fucking point? This app is like an audio book. So the point is you have to create it. But the easy way to do it is to grab a book. Hello?
People don't want to read. They too lazy. That's the messed up thing, bro. People need to be reading, but shit, it's not convenient. Even if you do audiobooks, shit, I count that as reading, but
Look, it's like this, bro. There's always gonna be new wars. There's always gonna be new things going on in society that we either disagree or agree with. There's always gonna be something to be talked about, new topics. Now, maybe you might hold the same premise that you always held to similar topics to these new topics, but it's always gonna be something to talk about, bro. All I'm saying is that the app is giving out money, right, for those who do have the talent and do have the brain to capture a lot of people. Why not capitalize on it? That's all I was saying to Alpha before he left, because what he was saying to me didn't just make sense. He mad because motherfuckers is making money off of an app.
Well, there's two variables. There's the spectrum, which is what the app does, which is aggregating large numbers and selling the data to data brokers who then sell it to the government. And so this app is a surveillance capital app. And there's no ads here. And the gold coin feature here is bullshit. It's stupid. Now, ain't nobody here walked away with $200 yet from this stupid gold coin fucking marketing scheme, which nobody gives a shit about. Nobody gives a shit about Plus, because nobody wants to pay for content. But everybody wants to get paid for content. Nobody getting paid for the content. That's why this app is the new plantation. Hello?
I mean, to be fair, though, I see what you're saying, and you're not wrong, but to be fair, I mean, you know, it is fairly new. They just rolled this out.
Yeah, and I make enough money where I'm not looking to get paid off Clubhouse. I don't think I'm doing anything that fucking valuable. I certain people, you know, spent the money and made the app and spent the time and cultivating it and promoting it and etc. And those are people should get paid. But
Look what you did, Avo. It's your fault.
yeah, like
I'll take blame.
I don't care if you let us about get paid off this shit.
Thank you.
We were talking about the banking system, and I want to hear about that, right? Because I'm not too versed into banking. I'm not too versed into APRs and YPAs, all this extra shit.
I'll give you a second. It's just game theory, baby. Meaning everybody has 2.5 billion seconds to live on average. How much did you get paid per second of your life? It's not per hour, per month, or per year, baby. You got 2.5 billion seconds to spend. How are you gonna spend your billions? Hello?
It makes sense when you talk to me, bro, because I don't know what you're talking about.
That was as clear as it's gonna get, Avo.
Okay, all right, look, try to, because I'm a little slow when it comes to this, right? Just bear with me, like, explain it like as if I was a fifth grader.
Well, because I Googled how many hours, you live on average, and then I got the seconds, and it is about 2.5 billion. So everybody's born with 2.5 billion seconds to spend on average. It's like that movie with Justin Timberlake. So the thing about money is people think like once you have everything you need, you actually don't need money anymore. And then you realize money is at a certain point, it stops being money and it becomes communication. And that's what the Federal Reserve, and that's what the banks do. They don't make anything. They are recipients of information. They are upstream, and everybody else who borrows from the banks and has mortgages has to communicate with the bank and confirm the situation and make sure the payments are flowing. So, anyways, I'm just trying to say that for everybody here personally, in terms of your experience or your happening, I have filled my house with books and I could read to you poetry right now. You could play music. You could drink wine. You could have fun. This app, though, unfortunately, because of all the political polarization and spam communication, ruins your experience. You need to be Michael Jackson in this life. You need to try to play music. If you don't have musical instruments, save up the money, baby, and buy yourself a flute. And get a good book. Look at all the no's coming at me because you're like, no, this guy's whack. No, baby, I'm telling you the truth. Have some fun. Read a book, play some music, masturbate and go to sleep. And have yourself a cheese pizza and a burger and a beer. And grab yourself some titties. Hello?
That sound like a trip to the bathroom for real.
And all in all, though, I kind of get what you're saying. So look, I'm focused on the communication part. I'm focused on the communication part. Now I kind of agree with that. You got to utilize your mouthpiece. Pause. You got to utilize that mouthpiece in order to.
Give them New Yorkers back they shit, Avo.
Pause. Nah, but for real, you got to utilize that mouthpiece to gain commerce, to gain income. I get that, right? But in relations to banking, that's what I was talking about. I get what you're saying, all in all, but in relations to the banking.
Well, it's word control. If you have a complaint against white people controlling the banks, you're complaining that they control the definitions of words. And that's the truth of the earth. That's the law. He who determines what the word means is the one who controls the outcome of the situation. If you trans and you're trying to change into a different adjusted gross income and you want to get in the cum, well, my friends here on Clown House, this is your personal development moment and opportunity. You don't need to go to Harvard philosophy. You don't need to go to Brown Law. You can pick up a book and just read it here on this app instead of listening to people talk for years. That audiobook sucks. You have to create your own audiobook if you want to change your situation. It's called using the brain to improve the brain. That's the value of the brain. Hello?
Damn, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Funny as hell, but nigga, you worse than these word science temple niggas, bro, because I don't understand what the fuck.
No lies detected.
Like, goddamn.
He didn't lie about nothing he said.
No, he probably did. I just don't understand him. How do y'all socialize?
I understood him.
Man, somebody make it plain to me, bro. Like, this is.
He sound like King 3.0.
Facts. Yeah, he lost me at get in the come. Like, man.
Because you was worried about the wrong shit over here, Mr. I want 100 motherfucking kids. You was worried about the wrong shit. You wasn't paying attention to the other shit.
Exactly. You had a core message, and you guys are distracted, bro.
That's true, baby. If you're gonna have a kid, that's gonna take away from your opportunity for your brain to educate your brain. However, if you got a kid and you ain't reading a book to your kid, well then you are stupid. The point is, a book is the liberation that you are looking for. Ain't no man, ain't no woman, ain't no horse, ain't no dog, ain't no cat, no chicken gonna give you the liberation that a goddamn book can. And if you think God can liberate you, well, where the fuck do you think God lives? He lives in a goddamn book. Hello?
Wow. I'm trying to do what's happening. So, why you talking like this? What's going on here?
All you gotta say is Facebook. Send me the quote. That's just not true, man. Wait, hold on. Our ancestors was working off the damn land and didn't know how to read a damn thing, bro. And they was striving. So what?
Not all of ours, but Stephen, you gotta come closer to your. I don't know what.
Yeah, what did you say, Stephen? I don't know what you said, but it sounded like you were cooking. We'll hear you now. Just quickly say what you just said. I actually want to know.
Our ancestors were scholars. We're at University of Timbuktu. We had the
University of Timbuktu?
They taught the Greek.
So why does this guy Abel say your people can't read or some shit like that?
No, wait, hold on.
That is not what he said.
Yeah, I ain't talking about we all can't read. I'm talking about there was a lot of us back up in the pre 1900s. So, matter of fact, no, the pre 1950s that was working off the land and didn't know how to read. But yeah, he talked. My brother Stephen talking about Timbuktu, man. Those ain't your ancestors, though, bro. Brother, like I get what you're saying.
Don't tell me what my ancestors.
You right? No,
Then I know.
I don't, because I really don't know, and you right. But that ain't all of us. Let's go.
I do know. That's what I'm putting between me and you.
Stephen,
For me, you have all of us. Faith, and I have no idea yet.
No, Stephen, that's probably true for you, but I'm talking about a broad brush stroke. That's not true for all of us. You're right on your end. It's just not true for everybody. But look, that's a whole different topic, though. That's thousands of years ago. What I'm talking about is of recent, like the last.
Who's Timbuktu? I actually want to know what that is.
Hold on, Alpha. Let him finish.
No, I'm talking. Listen, let's go back to what Universe said because he was cooking in a way, but I just need to understand what he's talking about. Y'all say that y'all understand. Tell me about the core of what he's talking about.
Well, let's start when he was talking about Banks. What did you gather from when he was talking about Banks? What did you hear him say?
Communication, and the flow of communication at that.
I would have to concur with that. What you about to say, Brother Stephen?
You know, you talk about everything in a book. Everything's in a book. I don't get it. But I don't know. Is this a black guy? It sounds like a white guy.
It's a white guy. He's been in here since we started the room, Brother Stephen, and we was actually engaging with him. King was engaging with him when we started the what was that? When King was asking the question about let's play white supremacy or something like that. Do you remember what he was saying then?
I was looking at the phone, but
okay, so he's been in here since then. We've been laughing and building with him since then.
I I think damn, that would.
Go ahead.
He basically highlighted the importance of banks and how they basically control everything and how we need to get more involved in the banks, right? And I said that we actually do have a black-owned bank, right? And then he started to talk about, oh God, give me a second, brain fart.
Brother Steven said that bank was charging him all kinds of bullshit fees.
Yeah,
He said he dumped them motherfuckers. His experience sucked. His Google review was 1 star.
And when you mentioned reading books and stuff, Universe, can you reiterate what you said? Because I can understand the crazy shit. The others can't. I can understand it. Go ahead, say it again.
It's whether you read a book or you listen to an audiobook or you listen to Clubhouse, it's an experience. It's content. So you have to program your contentment. And if you want to change the game, you can't listen to Clubhouse. Clubhouse can't change the game for you. It's the same conversations repeated 1,000 times, 1,000 different ways. If you read a philosophy book, if you study Marcus Aurelius, if you study Epictetus, if you study Plato, if you study Aristotle, if you study Lao Tzu, 1,000 other different people, if you listen to those audiobooks, they're all on YouTube. That's the programming your brain really needs and the programming that you will enjoy because you're basically increasing your large language model. You're, doing what the AI is doing. And the algorithm on this app, it's just like clickbait. It wants to emotionally charge you and gaslight you. And that's what you want, but you have to try to reverse engineer, your personal development. And so this app isn't going to give you what you really want.
What are you talking about?
Hello?
What did you hear him say that it's off? That's what I want to know.
I'm just saying, look, you have.
All I hear the nigga saying is educate yourself. And educating yourself on an app full of folks that ain't, on this level, like this room, if they're not talking like how this room's talking, you know what I'm saying, then more than likely, 100 times out of 100, they ain't talking about shit. So, what is wrong with someone telling you need to educate yourself? Because that's what I'm summing up from what he's saying. What did he say that was wrong?
He said, read a book, fucking, look at the music, masturbate, and go to sleep.
Brother Steven, that's what you translated it to?
That's what he said. That's what he
It's
said.
crazy.
That's what he said. I'm gonna get what the man said. Sounds crazy.
Bro, all I'm getting from this is we are the commerce that these banks capitalize on. That's kind of what I'm getting from what you were talking about. On top of like the last part that he said, right? Go read a book. Now,
It's not like he's saying black people need to go read a book. Like I don't.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know that video game? You ever play that video game where you got like the lightsabers or you got to hit the music notes and you're static, but the river is flowing at you? That's what life is like. We are all walking on a path of seconds. And so it's like you're playing a recording. And my point is, Clubhouse is basically an audiobook. But if you go listen to Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, a very good audiobook on YouTube, I can put the link in the chat, and you program yourself on that, and it's just an hour recording, that's the same thing as you playing that video game with the notes and the lightsaber, and you're basically, there's a flow coming at you, and it's up to you to determine what that flow is. That content really matters, and it is just education. And you don't need to go to a fucking college to educate yourself. You just have to program yourself on what's in the good books. But the last chapter says, in a word, be a saint, be good. If you are a good person, generally good things happen to you. If you're a bad person, guess what happens? Generally bad things happen to you. So be good in a word.
They're the mighty, they're the powerful, they're the wicked, they're the evil. Good, underrated. Hey, you want to get real power? You
want to get willpower, you got to do evil. All right.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think it's we probably finna get off onto a whole nother topic, but I'm gonna say this and get out the way. Ain't nothing really like truly evil or truly good. You feel me? That's just based upon perception. Now, whatever your moral compass leads you to is wherever it leads you to. I get what the universe is saying. It's all about what's in the You could be a quote unquote good person, right? All of your actions is good, but your intentions is fucked up. So that's what happens in life, right? But yeah, and vice versa. Now, relating this to what you're talking about, universe, I kind of get what you're saying now with the whole, like Guitar Hero analogy where you got to press the buttons at the right time and you catch what you catch, right? The flow. I get that. But you were saying that, I get that with life, right? But you were saying that in relation to the banking as if it was like the answer to like the question that I asked.
Yeah, the banking is a part of liberation, but again, it's just a hierarchy of communication. And if you want to reverse, see, the whole thing deals with personal development. It's not about modifying your destiny or understanding interconnectivity between large organizations and the individual. I'm just trying to say that there are books. I'm going to put a link in the chat. Just listen to it. It's called the Tao Te Ching. Basically, it's a mystical journey book. And, your life is a journey. This app is part of that journey and experience. But what you listen to matters because what you listen to is really what you are. You have two ears and one mouth. I'm just saying that there's a program that you can utilize, and I just put the link in the chat. It's a program. You could use the Bible. You could use you could use any book to try to optimize your situation in life. But the book that I just put in the chat, to me, is a very good one. It's from China.
Wait a minute. Go back to the banks. Go back to the banks. Because that's what he was asking. Go back to the banks, universe.
Yeah, the bank is the center of communication. That's all it is. That's what people don't understand. It's a communication center. It's an accounting center.
So what exactly does that mean? Because I'm in accounting.
It means they're at the center. They're at the center. Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo.
So yes, and communicate with these banks, build relationships with these banks, just so we can get what it is that we want. Is that what you're saying?
I think he's saying, I think to add to that the banks are the center of communication, global communication. That's what I'm taking away from it. The financing is the center of communication.
Okay. Now that when you say it like that, that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Because we do know without these banks, these motherfuckers can't bust no moves the way that they've been busting moves for real. These banks pay, for a lot of shit to move.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
They're the real wizards.
So he's saying have a relationship with these banks.
They're the real wizards.
Can I ask a question to someone made this statement earlier, and they said that true power, you have to do evil in order to obtain true power. Was that the statement that was made?
Yeah.
Yeah. Said that. Yes, it was. No, I was going to say yes, it was, and then I was going to ask Kenny to show us where in history where that wasn't a factor.
Well, I was going to ask. So when you say true power, can you explain exactly what you mean by true power? Because you're saying that in order to get true power, not just general power, you're talking about so this is a type of power that you feel like can only be obtained by doing evil. So I'm asking, what is true power?
True power is love of the law. Stephen failed to fully explain it because you got to look at the word love and evil. They're intertwined. Evil is love backwards. Love is evil backwards. So Stephen just failed to mention a couple key words there. But his point is by destruction, by chaos, you can create. And that's the theory of destroying nations or terraforming. Through destruction comes birth. and resurrection. That's the philosophical point. Hello?
Yeah, but I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding how that answers the question of what true power is. So I understand what love is, but I'm asking, what is true power? Divide and conquer. What is true power? I think he summed it up just fine. But Brother Stephen, you still on the plantation?
True power is mass mind control. Meaning when Donald Trump at 2:30 in the morning says, I'm doing what no other president has ever done before. I am independently taking this country to war against Iran at 2:30 in the morning. That's true power. And when he has destroyed 100,000 soldiers, and so my point is, mind control is communication control, and that's the true power. Because all this money is irrelevant when you are yourself are a simple sheeple, and you will do as you are told. Hello?
Are you describing when you say mind control? Because I'm trying to, if you could be more precise with your words. When you say mind control, are you referring to political influence, or are you referring to actual enforcement power? Those are two different things. So
Hierarchical loyalty.
For example,
Loyalty and hierarchy.
Hello?
Hello?
I could argue, universe, that the individuals who are pulling on the strings of the puppet Donald Trump, the lobbyists, the bureaucratic sort of system that we have, are kind of pulling on his. So are we saying political influence?
No, historically, the true power players are the warlords. Hello? Can you repeat after me the word warlord?
Okay, so the enforcement. So are you saying the individuals who are who have power to kill, essentially, those are the ones who are in true power?
Technically, politically, yes. Unfortunately.
Okay, so would you agree that if we're looking at, so Hitler would have been an example of someone who had true power, right?
Any historical leader that has, notarization, as you just suggested, has a historical notoriety. But the point is, I don't know what your point is. The truth is, love is the law. Hello?
I'm asking questions to press up against this worldview of true power. So you agree that Hitler, in fact, had this true power?
No. Stephen is making an all or nothing statement, and we all know that only Siths deal in all or nothing statements.
We can't speak for what Stephen says. We gotta let Stephen answer for Stephen. I thought he was speaking for Stephen. No, another man speaking for another man. I don't know about that. You gotta get your answer from Stephen. So right now you're getting your answer from Universe, and I'm just, for the sake of conversation, I agree with what Universe said. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree either, but he's not necessarily answering the questions I'm asking, which is fine because it's not the problem. He didn't make the problem. You originally asked what is true power. Correct. I asked what was true power, and he gave me sort of a combination of answers, which is fine. Then I asked a follow-up question. I said, well, under because true power is a combination of things. Well, I understand that. That's why I related what he said, and I said, well, that if that's what true power is, then I asked him a question: was Hitler an example of someone that had true power? And I didn't get an answer to that. Does Hitler check off a combination of things that
Kenny, the point is, I know this is Clubhouse, and I know you want me to be polite to you, but I don't have to answer every question thrown at the universe, because I'm the universe. The universe decides what questions the universe wants to answer. I'm the oracle, baby, and as the oracle, I don't have to respond to every single question. Hello?
All right, so then universe don't. Don't answer. You don't have to go off. That's easy. You could let somebody else answer. Well, this dude is weird. He is. He's had us cracking up for the past hour, yo.
Damn it, I missed a lot of what was said, but Kenny, as far as your question about what is true power, I think like total power, that's how you worded it.
Yeah, because I was trying to get to the bottom. Stephen said the only way for you to amass true power is to do evil.
And I was asking him, well, what does he consider true power? Because it seems as if the argument rests on that. So, and really, I might even agree with him. That's why I'm asking questions, because I'm trying to debate with him. We might
dismantling governments, getting people to turn against their governments, getting them to flee from their countries to our countries, or vice versa, however which way it looks. Like this, like I don't know what more we can say on that for real.
So that because it all goes into.
Oh, he here. I want to hear what you say.
Yeah, I just gotta let me get in my car and let my Bluetooth. Give me a minute to let my Bluetooth catch up to me.
Okay. Get that Bluetooth together.
Hey, yo, chill out.
But yeah, I mean, that's some real powerful shit right there. When you can get, these different nations to turn on their own fucking government and come in. Go ahead, Donnie.
And that's political power right there. You got economic power. I mean, you got military power. Those are just three big forms of what we could say whatever it is, true power or total power that y'all was saying. And I believe all three of those were taken by force. So, that was in my original statement to start with. I believe that was Brother Stephen that was saying that. But in terms of the people who actually controlled those three vectors of power, they didn't take it by unanimous decision or democracy. They took it by force.
Right, which can be classified as quote unquote, as Brother Stephen said, evil.
Which all of what y'all just explained is influence, is what I'm trying to get y'all to realize. Total power is influence. Now, what solidifies total power is execution of plan, but influence. Stephen, you there?
And how do you get influence? Through communication. And you have to remember always that every technological development of science ultimately creates communication technology. And this app right now, as you experience it, is the complete and total output of human ingenuity, creativity, scientific, electrical, technological innovation. But look what it is, communication. So true power always rests in who controls the levers of communication. And the censors are real. Censorship is so pervasive. There are topics you can't talk about. And so, anyways, hello?
What's his name? Zero. Yeah, that's his name. You remind me of that dude Zero off San Andreas, bro.
Brother Stephen, you there? You got your Bluetooth together? You got your Bluetooth together?
I'm trying to get my fucking navigation apps to come up. I like the speed. I like to know where the police are. Let me get back to this pure evil. There's always going to be conflicts in the world. There's always going to be struggle for power in the world. No matter what civilization, the road to peace is war. So it's pure evil, pure violence. I mean, some people got to die in order to have peace. Some people got to die in order for us to be powerful. Look how many people we're killing in the Gaza Strip. How many people we're killing in Ukraine? How many people we're killing in Iran? So, and this is all for power. This is all for world peace. He said they can't have a nuclear weapon. So in the name of power, in the name of peace, you got to crack some eggs. That's a simple fact.
See, the problem with that is it doesn't give us any solution, and you didn't really make too many points. The point is, all wars are just funeral processions amongst spirit chuckers. You ever see an old spirit chucking war where they all run up and they chuck a spear at each other and run away?
No peace. You can't have no peace without war. The road to peace is war. You can't have it. It's impossible. So if war happens to be the largest money-making mechanism in the world. So in war, we prosper. So, it's all about power. And power, like I said, X told us the only people who have a bloodless revolution is the Negro. We're the only ones that don't have a black revolution. So I'm just saying that to say that on the world global stage, in order for us to be powerful, and for any nation to be powerful, they must inflict evil, not good. Amen.
So when you say, I guess under that definition, if you have a nation that is fighting, do you, like, for example, do you agree in something called just war? Can you have a just war?
You can justify war, but no war is just. When you're killing innocent women and children, how can that be just? But you can justify it.
What if you didn't intend to kill the women and children, but they died by effect? Like, for example, let's just say there's a war that's happening, and there's a guy that has a bomb, and he takes that bomb to, kill the enemy soldiers. But there were civilians that were in the area.
Kenny, it's like an abortion. It's like a late-term abortion.
Would you not consider that just in that instance?
No. Okay. When you join the army, you join the military forces. You're signing up to be a government-trained killer. They're not bringing you on board so that you can play checkers and fucking ping pong. No. They're training you to kill. And that's your primary, main purpose of being in the military, is to become a government-trained killer. So a killer can't be good. Killer is evil.
Okay, so tell me this, Stephen. Why is killing wrong?
Kenny, when they perform an abortion, they don't mean to kill the baby. That's just part of the process. They don't want to kill the baby.
When you kill the innocent,
yeah, but I'm asking you why.
If you can't bring it to come back, that's different.
Okay, so I'm asking you a question. If I'm a person, I believe that killing the innocent is a good thing. From my perspective, just because I believe it to be. Why would you tell me I'm wrong? Why is it wrong to kill the innocent?
Because common sense tells you that when you take innocent lives, this can't be right. I mean, where's your moral compass at?
Yeah, but
do white people have to give you a moral compass? I mean, come on.
No, that's a fallacious argument. You can't argue from common sense because basically what you're doing is just restating your preference. So what's the argument that it's wrong? And the reason I'm doing this, Steve, is not that I disagree.
I told you the reason it's wrong is because you take innocent lives.
I know, but that's circular. That's a circular. You're saying it's wrong because it's wrong. But I'm asking you, why is it wrong? You're saying the circular reason of why it's wrong.
Kenny, you can just put it. You can put it in a formula. You know what a formula is?
All right, I'm gonna just answer. I'm gonna give you the Google answer just for the sake of conversation. Killing is generally, keyword generally, considered wrong because it violates fundamental rights to life, anatomy, and causes irreversible harm. While widely condemned, ethical, legal, and philosophical, thank you, debates exist, particularly regarding self-defense, capital punishment, and how the hell y'all pronounce this word? Euthanasia? I can't pronounce that. Euthanasia, so the E is silent. Okay, euthanasia, where justification of life are argued in specific extreme circumstances.
Okay, so why it's wrong, Kenny, is this. It's an old philosophy. An eye for an eye leaves everyone blind. I just want to finish. Eye for an eye leaves everyone blind, meaning that you as a species are here to procreate and exist. And if everyone decides that they're going to kill each other, that means you as a species no longer exist. So you come up with social constructs to continue the ability for your species to exist.
Hello?
Now, from a community level to an individual level.
Hello?
what your project is you're going to establish rules and standards that preserve the life of your progeny. And then eventually you expand those to the community. Oh, that is why it's wrong. It's because if everyone kills each other, there will not be a species anymore. It's that simple.
And I'm sorry, I want to respond to that, man. No, that's I'm gonna be out the way. Look, Sean, what you're saying, it definitely has some validity to it, but people kill to survive for the most part, right? So, like, Brandon, I think what we're talking about is indoctrination that we somehow had downloaded into our subconscious, which connects to our nervous system, right? Our moral compass, right? So, which we now believe that it is wrong to kill, but yet we will all sit around and eat burgers, chickens, fucking lamb chops, motherfucking goddamn just all type of animals that was already killed and not feel nothing from it. Why? Because I mean it's not innately it's not wrong to kill. It's just that you've been told that it's wrong from the very beginning, so you adopted it to your subconscious. But go ahead, Kim.
Listen, Sean is correct, but the thing is, Sean's disregarding country status and borders and friction. The problems that we have on Clubhouse is the same friction that countries have with countries. It's no different. It's microcosm and the macrocosm. Hello?
Well, I'll ask you this question then, Universe. So was the Revolutionary War good or bad?
The problem with that question is that the Revolutionary War is now. It is a compression of the past and a compression of the future into the NOW. Hello?
No, I'm mistaken. I'm talking about the Revolutionary War that led to the creation of this country.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now that people think the Constitution was written in whatever year, but the fact of the matter is it only applies to now. That means it's written right now. The Declaration of Independence is right now, baby. Hello?
No, you're off. I asked you about a very specific point in history because I'm trying.
I get it, Sean, but baby, I'm an oracle. It don't matter how many times you ask the universe. Universe ain't gonna respond to every question, baby.
You know what? Universe, chill. You gotta chill, Papa.
You're not gonna answer my question.
No, Sean, can you do me a favor, honey? Can you please reiterate your question? And we're gonna have to either. Did you want him to answer, or you want somebody else to answer?
No, I wanted him to answer it in a real context of history, because he's talking about people don't read, and so I'm going to bring it to the forefront about the birth of this nation. So let's talk about it from a moralistic standpoint. I asked a very specific question. Was the Revolutionary War...
Birth and death are inseparable, baby.
You're going to still speak over me.
Universe, stop doing that, or I'm going to have to put you down, honey. Let her get it out, please.
Well, I die getting kicked all the time. I don't mind getting kicked. Kick me.
I'm going to interrupt because you know what? He doesn't want to answer.
No, he's trolling you. He's trolling. Don't
exactly.
Can I
fucking motherfucker!
Sean, I want to hear your question now.
Get booted, Kitover. You just don't know how to act on the stage. Now you back in the group.
Right.
Get over in the goo, baby.
I'm multitasking.
I'm gonna come in some income.
So can you reiterate?
In the goo.
Yeah, because it's important when we're talking about killing and right and wrong. So the birth of this nation started with the Revolutionary War. So my question to him was, especially a person who's always cited books, things that were written in the past. Because
they are experienced in the now.
In the past, because it has to be mass produced. So I asked, my question was, is that right? Was that right or wrong? Was the Revolutionary War right or wrong?
I feel like we're trying to get a factual outcome from something that's only perception based. And also I wanted to kind of undermine Sean's
answer to my question earlier,
Undermine.
Sean, your argument essentially on
If you're gonna undermine me, don't tell me you're gonna undermine me. Just undermine.
For preference. Your argument was essentially humans prefer to survive. Killing basically frustrates that preference. Therefore, killing is wrong, and that's sort of a preferential utilitarianism, and that doesn't necessarily satisfy what I was putting forward, because my question would then be, if in fact that's the preference, why does that preference of non-killing generate a moral obligation? For example, if I were to say I prefer for everyone in this room to be silent, and then you were to say I prefer for everyone to speak, neither of those produce what's called like a moral ought, meaning that everyone ought to do it, because it's preference based. So even though I understand the logic, by the same logic, I could say, well, I prefer for society not to survive, and I want to kill everybody, and you would have no moral argument under that utilitarianist view to argue back against me. So that's why I think that's limited sort of a secular view to take.
And I would say that you're missing the point of what I'm talking about, the biological impairment.
Forgot what he said. I think I'm completely starving.
I think the first reporter was the first one to report about the missing.
Yeah, like I don't hear Monica at all.
What? Okay.
I think we need a new room. I think it's just time to boom this room. It's too old.
Let's go. Let me do it.
Okay. So he was obsessed with creating.
Brad.
Unlike many others, though, my dad's job kept us on the move a lot. Moved a lot.
From what Joe B told me about him and his cryptography for what, 30, he said 30 plus years? I think is what he says.
Cryptologist, yep.
Yeah, and then you followed in his footsteps, dude. Like that's, and then you have your brother did the same thing. Like,
Active duty. I mean, he was in the Desert Storm.
Never mind, I won't make up the point.
I don't know what you want. Right to supply. Supply.
Dude, but it's all one team, one fight. Nobody can get it all done by themselves.
The instantiation of that metaphysical.
Hold on, let me write this down. Okay, so say it again. I want to make sure I got this right.
The claim of having grounded, consistent moral values in the world, in the Christian worldview, the theist worldview, for the most part.
Wait, the Christian or the theist worldview? Like the Hindu worldview?
Is itself an instantiation of that metaphysical grounding.
So you said a bunch of nothing. Are you ready to say something substantive now?
I mean, did you have to push back for what I said?
Well, I want you to say something substantive that's worth writing down. I have my pencil in hand, but I haven't written it.
So then, what can I say that would be substantive for you to write down?
I want to know what you mean by metaphysical grounding.
Metaphysical grounding is that which is non-physical, that is unchanging throughout eternity.
Okay, unchanging throughout eternity and not physical, right? So it doesn't involve physical things?
Correct.
Okay, so it doesn't involve human minds or anything?
No, it wouldn't involve the mind, otherwise it wouldn't be grounded.
Wait. It does or doesn't?
It would have to be.
So it would be a non-physical thing that involves physical things. Okay, hold on, let me write that down. Okay, what else?
And that's what I mean by grounding.
Okay. So far, I think we're all clear now. Thank you for explaining. That was perfectly clear.
learned so much. Thanks, Regal, for having us stop and listen. Do you have anything to follow up with?
Yeah, so if your position is that you reject my claim of metaphysical, basically intellectual values of the human experience, love, compassion, hatred, anger, that would just go with that in the moral sense. If you reject that, then what you would have to account for is the reasoning by which you are making that conclusion. And then, on top of that, you would have to give a grounding for the momentarity of the reasoning that you use to arrive at that conclusion. And without a godlike looking for metaphysical entity to ground it on, you're left to absurdity, because it ultimately self-refutes. In other words, you'd be affirming that which undermines the very foundations on which you're building your current.
We're at McDonald's.
Do you have a word for position? Go on.
Good job.
Cool. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Cringe tonight. You have been very enlightening today. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Anything else you wanted to clarify?
I was just answering your questions.
Okay, cool. I think it's clear to everyone. I'm sure that Daniel can come up and steel man you. I'm sure Nadia has a lot to follow up with. I'll bet you Hart Paul can totally steel man you and it's going to match. I'm sure Regal can say a bunch of bullshit too. So let's listen to Regal yarn.
He's
Go ahead, Regal. It's your
amazing.
turn. Regal, go ahead.
It's between you two. You wanted to call out Crimson.
I don't know if
You
I'm
wanted to
friendly,
have the
yeah.
discussion with them. You guys can interlock and do that.
We've done that. We've locked horns, and now I'm separating myself because it's time to shed that. And I welcome you now, so you guys can talk. Why don't you guys clear up? Do you have any disagreements with Crimson on that, or are you on board?
Board with what?
That's what I was wondering. What the fuck is he talking about? Can you steel man him, please?
Well, do you know what you want to know? Is there something you're curious about? Because that's where the starting point was, and it seemed like you had a lot of questions to ask.
Well, yeah. Can I ask you some more questions?
Sure. Ask away.
Do you think that are you a Trinitarian by chance, Regal?
Yes, I'm a Trinitarian.
Are all three of those beings omniscient?
What do you mean, all three of those beings? What do you mean by that?
Well, I've heard that the Trinity are three beings, but one entity.
What do you mean? Where did you hear that from?
Oh, well, can you just say here? How about this? Let's just keep it really simple. Can you explain the Trinity to me so I know what you mean?
The Trinity, especially
Tonight didn't want to talk, but now he's butting into our time. Don't you think that's a little bit rude?
Okay.
Why don't you mute up while you finish your quesadilla, dude? Come on.
So when we refer to the persons in the Trinity, we're referring to who God is, how God reveals himself. So if you've heard that there are three persons, it's not the person in a sense of a being, an individual in that sense. It's the concept of how God reveals himself, who God is. So if you've heard that from somebody else, I'm assuming you probably heard this from ones. They tend to conflate who God is with how God is. So they have Tawheed. So they explain God through essence and attribute distinctions. They don't have a...
Why are you talking about what other people say?
They don't have a distinct category for who God is. I hope that answers your question. Did that answer your question?
Not what other people say.
Did that answer your question, Najib?
I'm trying to get a straight answer from you. What divinity? Please explain.
I just did.
Okay, I'm sorry. I heard you talk about what other people said.
So let's be clear here. The essence is God.
That's what we're pointing to when we talk about the persons.
Which persons?
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Okay. Are those the Bosios from the missing persons? Is that what you mean? Like walking in LA? That kind of stuff?
The fuck does that mean?
Gentlemen, Regal, I know this is new management, but put me in the queue. I know the honey show is exhausting sometimes. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. You're in the queue. So, Honey Badger, I hope that clarifies that. I have explained that to you. Do you have any further questions?
No, I'm totally up to speed now with what the Trinity is. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, cool. So now you know the difference between Tawhid and Trinity. They're both two things in common. The only thing that Tawhid doesn't have is the who God is. And when I ask a Muslim, who is God, they have no means of explaining that whatsoever. And I dare you to ask them one of these days, who is Allah? And they'll defer to the essence and the attributes of God, but they won't explain who God is. So when we explain who God is, we explain the factor that God revealed himself to Adam, Moses, Abraham, in a personal way. So in Islam, because the way God is revealed is through a person, for an example, coming from God, he sends Gabriel. So then that Gabriel tells Muhammad what he. So there's no who God is on that basis.
Okay. So who is God to you?
The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Are they all omniscient?
Yes.
So they don't talk about anything?
Well, that's how you know that they're not a solipsist. That's how you know God's not a solipsist.
God's not a solipsist?
That's right, because he can know himself.
Interesting. That's really cool information. That was really informative too. Thank you.
Yeah, the Muslim God is a solipsist, though.
See, what's interesting about this conversation is not so much about what we're learning from Regal, but the fact that Honey thinks he's being funny, and he's also making fun of somebody. And it's funny that some people probably aren't in on the inside joke. Am I correct? Hello?
Hello? I fucking love it, dude. Just, like, you can be here, man, just don't do much. Hello?
Well, I have a question for you. I'm looking at a sentence here. It says, a life of greater joy, power, and satisfaction awaits those who consciously design their life. Do you think Christians are trying to consciously, design their life?
Yes. Consciously design their life.
Meaning that you take the book, known as the New Testament, and then you use that book to consciously design your life. Hello?
What if, well, I mean, no. You would have to say that the design is dependent on the New Testament. So maybe there's some truth to that on Protestantism. They're just taking the blueprint and designing something new, but I wouldn't say that Catholic or Orthodox, though.
That's cool, Regal.
Yeah, no doubt, man. So are you interested in becoming a member or a catechumen, Honey Badger?
I'll tell you something interesting that I learned. I learned that Miley Cyrus did a cover of Blondie's Heart of Glass, and it's fucking rockin', dude.
Rabboni Shalom, new management is here, so all stupid communication will be eliminated. And honey, you can see how stupid that statement is compared to an interesting, introspective conversation about our Lord and King Jesus Christ. You're failing to see the finer things of Christianity, honey. You're just verbose and vulgar and crude and immature. Grow up, young man. Hello?
Sorry, man. That's just my.
He's consciously designing his life. Scripture and Christ.
Mhm. I'm not sure who that is that you're talking about, but I have somebody in my other room.
Just entered the room, but he laughed really fast as soon as I mentioned it. So.
Oh. Well, anyways, listen, I will just ask Regal, can I read a poem for 60 seconds? Hello?
Can you try to sum it up in about 30?
Yeah, I can do 30 seconds.
Take a fresh 45 seconds, bro.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's Regal's room. We'll do 30 seconds.
There are other people here. I don't know if other people want to listen to this.
It's very quick. 30 seconds is fast because you guys could be here for hours, and 30 seconds of multiple hours is nothing. Okay, everybody just take a deep breath. The creative desire. The Oriental tradition sees in desire the beginning of the universe. This card is an invitation to not complicate life, accept the desire. It is unnecessary to fight against sexuality. Any repression puts you in struggle against yourself, and you realize that you need all your energy. The card signifies that you are in harmony with the creative power of the universe. Number 2, receptiveness. This card is a sign of a strong yin presence, that of receptivity in your life. Observe how it governs your life. What are the implications and what ensues? The creative force in you is settling and acquiring form. 3, the initial difficulty. An invitation to not reduce the other to an object, nor to sell yourself in the name of love, but rather to open up to the freedom in which love can exist. So my question to you, Honey Badger, is what do you fail to see in Christianity doesn't deal with the biggest topics of your own personal life, like love? Hello?
I don't know, but I like what you read. I mean, that's better than anything I've heard from Christianity.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I can continue to read, or we can continue to have R-word conversations about Miley Cyrus. It's your choice.
Hey, I just thought that 2020 performance of hers where she wore that black dress and they're freaking rocking on stage. I don't know what event it was, but I was actually surprised and impressed. It was pretty badass.
I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm not really into all that. I'm actually into music, not like beats and loops and.
Yeah, like I said, it was a rock and roll grungy version of Heart of Glass by Blondie, which is typically like this 80s disco feel, and it was fucking killer, and I was actually impressed.
I mean, yeah, sometimes musicians come out with good covers and samples and shit, but how come she can't make her own music? Why does she have to, like, why do all the all the current existing, like, young people of today want to parasite off of what came before and then completely erase the culture? It's like, back in the 1990s, everybody was coming together and making the world a better place. Everybody was trying to stop pollution. Everybody was getting together and getting along. And then in 2012 up to 2016, all of a sudden, it's all feminism returning. It's Black Lives Matter returning. It's all this fucking racist nonsense returning when all that shit defeated already. So they want to take the previous culture, erase it, and then say, hey, we're dealing with this problem all over again when it was already fucking solved.
Well, what's interesting is in 2 Corinthians 3:5, it says, it is not that we think we are qualified to do anything on our own. Our qualification comes from God. So, Honey, Regal, when we say our qualification comes from God, is that political? Is that a frame that immediately, dispositions someone else? Hello?
I would ask Billy Corgan, Regal, about that, and his take on it when I saw an interview was that the mass media started getting rid of rockers and bringing in even more pop. So I would recommend listening to the lead singer and head guy for Smashing Pumpkins to get some of that information you were just asking about.
I love him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there are a lot of people. I mean, this even comes down to, like, not only music, but this also comes down to films. It's like they want to erase the previous generation that made all these wonderful films and used practical effects. And now we get a bunch of shit fucking movies. And I mean, the CGI they use, it costs thousands of dollars, but it's not better than practical effects. It's amazing.
Well, it's not better than practical, but it's much more cost effective. You do know why they're doing that, right, Regal? It's to cut back on costs. New management is here. Hello?
Yeah, I get it. You know, the old generation that tried harder, that made better, you know, whether it's like graphic art or visual or audible art. And it's like, well, let's erase that, copy it, paste it over here, and then say, I did that when they didn't.
Well, it's times like these that I think about Philippians 4:6. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. See, honey, it's all the same thing. Whatever program I deliver to you, you're going to like. Because honestly, it's the way in which I deliver it, and it's the content of the message itself that matters. And the truth is, new management is here. So everybody's got to start coming into office on time. And you can't take more than a 30-minute lunch break. And at 5 o'clock, you got to leave. There's no overtime, baby. Hello?
Love the performance. It's very theatrical.
You guys can resume the discussion. I mean, you guys can talk about whatever you want. Just throw it on the fucking table and.
Regal, how are you doing?
Nothing but gumdrops and ice cream here. I'm just basically prepping dinner for later.
Yeah? I don't know what I'm making. Pretty much ate all the food in my house this morning because I'm quitting smoking. So.
Did you have any bagels and cream cheese?
Oh, bagels and cream cheese.
You know, technically a bagel with cream cheese is really just a pizza.
No. We're not going to have the hot dogs and sandwich discussion in this group.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. I found a treasure box, okay?
What's it called? Is it called the Bible?
Nah, not necessarily.
Well, how do you know it's a treasure box then?
Because there's gold there.
How do you know what's in the box before you open it?
Because it's a treasure box, you know what I mean? And literally under it, it's an X. So what do you expect?
It could contain really anything, right?
Yeah, but I'm 100% sure.
What if someone shit in the box?
Ooh.
That's not right.
It's a treasure.
Now, millennial?
Now, listen, let me tell you what I do. Like, I see this white bitch is older, white. Older young bitches together? Oh, yeah, that shit is fire, nigga. Like, when you got like a bitch, that shit, them bitches be bad as hell with the fire old bitch. Oh, hell, nigga.
This guy suffers from sex addiction.
Shout out to
He's a sex addict. You're a sex addict, Starscream. So you're a sex addict. You need help.
I ain't gonna lie to you, gang. I'm gonna keep it real with you. With Shorty, from being younger, dealing with grown women and shit, they opened my mind to. That's why I ain't gonna lie. Having a woman that lets you access her body however you want is like it's spoiling you. Like it's spoiling you. Like because like
Hello?
After I started fucking with grown women.
Man, nobody wants to hear about how you stick your dick in a woman's asshole, man. What the fuck is this point of this conversation, baby? The fuck?
Put up there. Check for an example.
You know, it's times like these that I think of Psalms 13:15. I trust in your unfailing love. My heart rejoices in your salvation.
Sorry, John, you gotta take for a little bit, dude. I do appreciate you, though. I do like having you here. So what's up, Nargis?
Nothing much. Just reading up some.
What happened last night? Tolerant of my dogmatic notations on Catholicism, because I sit there and listen to all of you guys for hours on end without speaking. And it's like none of you guys seem to.
We wasn't listening to me, but I have to listen to you.
You just want to pop in and out here and there and just pick and choose your beliefs. So it's like when I have a backbone, it's like, well, my
Control freak Regal.
Look at this dogmatically in this way. Why does everybody have an issue with that?
Your backbone is a bit too stiff for us.
Oh, you got too stiff of a backbone.
It's not valuable.
Damn, Rusty Regal time. Charlie.
Right, and the second I don't want Hans in here doing his stupid Muhammad rhetoric stuff, and I'm like, this whole Christ died on the cross thing and never to appear that way. I don't like that narrative, and it's insulting to my religion, and that's okay. So I can't kick him out.
That was not the topic. The topic was you were denying reality.
No, I kicked him out of here, right? And all of my friends that I thought were my friends that hang out with me, that I give this room charitably to, were my friends, and they all just ditched me last night because they want to be intolerant and bigoted to me, when I'm not bigoted to anybody else.
This is sounding a bit emotional for me right now.
No, I'm not emotional. I'm fine. I sat in this room by myself. No problem at all. You guys can leave anytime you want.
Yeah, so we did.
Don't have this expectation of charitability. I'm not getting it the same way.
I don't think anyone expects charity because we didn't come here for charity.
Charity club.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to peel my ass cheeks apart and let Muhammad fuck me? Is that what you want?
I mean, it would be a nice experience if you had
Okay, well, it's never gonna happen. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's just never gonna happen. And that dude's a fuck.
You're using an argument that never happened and never existed.
Yeah, here's the argument. The argument is how does the infancy gospel of Thomas end up in the Quran if Muhammad himself was not a plagiarist?
Topic. We were speaking about Caleb is here actually. Caleb, are you here? This is being completely twisted around.
Are you going to explain that to me or not?
This is not what we spoke about. And I think you're using
So Muhammad plagiarizes the infancy gospel of Thomas, which is a forgery, and that ends up in the Quran, and then Muhammad repeats it. Does it make sense to you that Muhammad copied that from somewhere, that he didn't get it from God? That's the argument.
May I please remind you that most of the myths and legends you have in the Bible also come from sources prior.
All right, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in the Muslim tap dancing, the what about this instead, the what about your Bible. If you want to answer the question and accept the challenge and actually explain it, accept the challenge, you know what I mean? Muhammad got this infancy gospel of Thomas. Okay, he repeated it and ended up in the Quran. Reconcile that. That's the challenge. If you don't want to do the challenge, then it's okay. We can talk about something else. How you doing, Congress? If you don't want to dialogue. What's that?
Yeah, no one should ever dialogue with Hans. He's a...
No, I get it. I didn't really sitting there for 10, 15 minutes letting the guy monologue, and then it's I get 3 seconds to answer his monologue, and then then he wants to go off on a diatribe for another 5 minutes. So yeah, I agree with you. Not into it. good reason for that. So how are you doing today, Congress?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, just getting some work done. What's up? What's been going on? You guys had conversations in here that were interesting yet?
Yeah, we had the Honey Badger in here. He's he's being his same old self.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. That was actually pretty fun because you just really come to the discovery that he doesn't really have anything much interesting to offer as far as dialogue is concerned. He's got more questions, no answers, that type of thing.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the game, sure.
Right, everybody likes to play the game on here. We had I don't know, I think there's this up and coming debate on
bad. Like when I say I trolls bad, like to the point to where it's like I be calling a one-legged bitch and I be like, so what? Now I unscrew this motherfucker and I hung this bitch at your motherfucking head.
Hey girl, this room's being recorded by the Alistair guy, so kick him out, please. That is John Kitover. He records rooms. So
I do not consent with being recorded.
You gotta remove him. Still put you on YouTube, Pandora, everything. So I'll get him out. And
Pandora.
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, impersonation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of his nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relying on. May ye king as we ease.
moving slow, dreaming of a better day, just let me grow. Yeah, let me grow. And the wind on my face, it feels a spark, talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land, reaching out ahead. Love is when it takes every day, playing through the streets, a hopeful song where every voice is rising strong and bold, stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts upon the speaking. This wind of change serenade. Finds so deep. They sunshine and the skyline light in sight. Dream of stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line, and the wind on my face, it feels like a spark, talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land, reaching out ahead. Always melting serenade, playing through a hopeful song where every neighbor knows. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. It's a slow shift in the breeze, for all worries at ease. Yeah, the sound of the city calling out to be free. Oh, this wind change serenade, playing through the streets, a hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Wind of change serenade.
Next month it's
children of the sun, the councils of the brotherhood have assembled to be with you in this hour of the reckoning. As men reckon time and space, so the law itself embodies the person of the lawgiver, does reckon as one who measures with the rod those who are in the inner temple and those who are in the outer court. Our God is a consuming fire of love. So is his law manifest, as above, so below. Understand then the equation of life and of crisis within life as the crossroads of time and space bring before the world community both opportunity and decision. Understand that the law is impersonal, yet most personal in its application. Those who are one with the consuming fire are drawn of the Holy Spirit. Obey the pillar of fire that leads the children of Israel and nations unto the promised land of the abundant life. There are forces set in motion upon earth today which can only be checked by counter forces of light. Light that must always be embodied within you, our representatives. Understand that miracles are wrought by God through instruments such as ascended masters and angels, such as embodied devotees, those who form the connecting link of light, those who keep
Hello?
Hello.
Is this the room for nice and friendly people?
It is. What is? Yes, it is.
Joy! Joy! I finally found a room on Clubhouse that isn't toxic.
You found the room.
Thank you, Mario. I'm so happy to be here with such nice and friendly people.
Glad to have you here, Universe.
Thank you, Mario. Listen to this.
the currents flowing in the heart of the earth. Understand then that inasmuch as the lawgiver is the law, there is no abrogation of cosmic law in deference to this or that person who may be beloved of God, yet who stubbornly remains outside of the geometry of that law. God loves himself in every part of life. Every child of his heart is beloved. And all that has proceeded forth from him, even energy itself, contains the very magnet of his love, whereby that substance, that will, that force, that energy, and that very mind will ultimately return to him. Now then, There are individuals today, through ignorance, through manipulation, who are aligned with force fields completely outside of the nucleus of God's law, God's economy, God's abundant life, and God's own reality. When the Lord God intensifies the sacred fire in the midst of the people Israel, and the whirlwind begins to accelerate, you must understand that only those who are aligned with the law, that is the consuming fire, remain within the vortex of reality. Those who are unaligned or misaligned.
So this is like some crazy chick from 1979 who had some kind of cult called Camelot, and it's this Ascended Masters teachings on YouTube, and they released it 21 hours ago. It's very crazy. It's like super cultish, but the setting is pretty beautiful. But this chick is like really far out there. Hello?
Those who remain at the periphery of life itself are thrown off by the very force itself from the whirling action of the sacred fire. These are laws that have ever been at work in the matter spheres. If they were to be violated by the Lord for one or for another, then the entire system of universal law would break down, and those who have abrogated the law and worshiped the lesser self in place of the greater self could then find passageway to the very midst of the garden and the tree of life. You must understand then that the hour of reckoning is the hour of summoning your own God consciousness, your own will to be, your own centeredness in the mother flame. Great wisdom comes from understanding what can be changed lawfully by cosmic law and by the intercession of miracles of grace through individual life streams. And then again, wisdom is to assess what cannot be changed because the majority of the people have aligned their free will with the non-aligned energies of the mass consciousness. Thus, free will is ever preserved, for without free will, there is no evolution, there is no continuity of being, there is no experiment in the great laboratory of time and space. When free will is withdrawn, time and space collapse. Yes, I said, when free will is withdrawn, time and space collapse. Time and space themselves are the manifestation of the free will of the Creator within the creation. They are verily coordinates of universal creativity. Thus, should the Lord God determine to enter the mainstream of life in violation of free will, that free will would be withdrawn, and therefore the entire opportunity for the law of transcendence to be outpictured within the individual. This law of transcendence decrees that every individual manifestation of the Godhead has the divine right to transcend himself. Understand the meaning of this, that the spiraling flame within you, God ordained, has the right to spiral higher each day, and the soul has the right to decide to identify with that spiral, to become the spiral, and therefore to transcend the former state. This law of transcendence is the very foundation of life, of evolution, of expansion within an expanding universal God consciousness. You will note how the fallen ones have attempted to deprive the children of the light from self-transcendence. Once you have sinned, they will nail you to the cross of sin. Whatever you have ever done, in whatsoever embodiment, they will call forth the record and nail you to the cross of that record long after you have repented and advanced to heights of virtue. The crucifixion is not the nailing of the individual to the cross of individual sin. It is the cosmic cross of white fire that is the foundation of the initiation of that crucifixion. And through that cross of white fire, Alpha and Omega, lo, they impart to you the light of God consciousness to transmute bodily within your temple, planetary karma, personal karma, and to hold the balance in the hour of transition. The crucifixion is the fastening of the soul to the cosmic cross of white fire. It is the great privilege of having access to the line of Alpha and Omega, whereby freedom in time and space is indeed sustained. Therefore, you can understand that the crucifixion itself is the means whereby the soul transcends itself into higher dimensions, namely into the great spherical being of the Godhead. This is liberty. This is the fiery core of the torch of liberty that we have and the fallen ones have attained. The very path of initiation, and to use sin and the sense of sin, struggle and from the mainstream joy of God realization through initiation. Therefore, the law of transcendence decrees that those who will to be and to accelerate life must be given the opportunity to do so. And those who exercise free will to confirm and affirm the nefarious deeds of the fallen ones and their manipulations of life upon earth must also be given the opportunity to do so, because they must understand the beginning and the ending of their decision and their exercise of free will, so that ultimately they may make the decision to bind the spoiler within the temple of life. Free will, then, is the supreme opportunity to learn. Learning itself is a most necessary experience for evolving souls. Therefore, the Karmic Board looks upon the evolutions of Earth and of the land of America, and our decisions must effect. Each individual and groups of individuals who fall necessarily into the categories ordained by their own of free will. The free will to misqualify energy in certain areas results in individuals aligning themselves with all others who so misqualify energy. This is the understanding of the law that like attracts like. Thus you find yourselves in the company of light bearers of a certain dimension and understanding, This is the definition of your community, representing the Great White Brotherhood. Now we look at a nation, and we look at the crossroads. The crossroads for some represents the cosmic cross of white fire and the supreme moment of self-transcendence. There is no law that is written in heaven or on earth that says you may not pass through the fiery crucifixion and emerge walking the earth in the full power of the resurrection spirit. There is no law that has decreed the death either of the soul or of the physical temple simply because you pass through the crucifixion. And therefore, life, reborn, resurrected, charged with that flame of mother of pearl, is the result of your submission to the path and gives to you a gain of life and light with which to infuse the decay and the dying of society itself. Yea, even of the dream of Saint Germain for America. How the clouds of greed, of hate and hate creation have distorted and covered over the dream for so many. So few have the vision, and those who do have so little understanding of the implementation of the vision. Therefore we come, that you will understand that God has set you aside as a peculiar people. It is not only the people of the world who think you peculiar, but the angels and the ascended masters also know that you are a most peculiar people, willing to have the full power of the Holy Ghost flow through you in the spoken word, in your affirmations that have an unending chain of life, all of their own, proceeding from the heart of the mother, where all invocations gather. This chain is to the very heart of Alpha. It is forged and won by every prayer, every dynamic decree. And the calls of keepers of the flame are that certain frequency of light, charged by the Holy Ghost, the Father and the Son, united as one through the mother flame. This chain of light is a two-way street, a cord of love. It is the opening of the way of life descending. It becomes the umbilical cord of the earth itself, whereby the child in gestation, not yet even born, is nourished with life. And all of you collectively give birth, ultimately, as it is God's will, to that universal man child within the planetary body as the Christ consciousness of the few and hopefully the many. Thus, the lifeline of energy, sustained by those who have never lost the memory of the word of Sanat Kumara, is ever the hope of the karmic board. And therefore we come in our concern that this lifeline be not cut inadvertently by any force whatsoever, most especially by the ignorance or the absence of preparedness or readiness by the children of God. We have proceeded upon a course of parallel line, In the past 7 years, we have determined that this company of light bearers should be prepared for survival in the octaves of matter, no matter what the conditions of change or turbulence or transition upon Earth. We have also determined that simultaneously with this preparation, there should continue a program of mass education of the people who have ears to hear the teachings of the Brotherhood, and whose fears, transmuted by the violet flame, no longer impede their preparation to know the truth, to face the truth, and to know all of the consequences waiting on the very threshold of precipitation in this octave. Thus, 7 years are drawing to a close, which mark the anniversary of the ascension of beloved Lanello. This has been a 7-year opportunity for the expansion of the message. Each 7-year cycle contains within itself a certain seed matrix of the cosmic Christ, born by the Chilas. Therefore, the Lords of Karma look to the conclusion of this cycle on February 26, 1980, as the moment when we will know the harvest and the results of our experiments, with the release of illumination's flame, with abundant joy of freedom. Many students have come and gone through the halls of Summit University. Some are pillars of fire in our teaching centers and study groups, and others are situated throughout the earth as real and living keepers of the flame. Upon some, the seed of the sower has fallen as upon the rock, and they themselves have not assimilated the seed, and therefore they have gone their separate ways. It is our consideration that many more who could have accepted the full effulgent light of our torch should have done so, but have not. Therefore, the balance of light in the earth is precarious. Therefore, while we pursue the posture of conversion and preaching to the nations, we desire to confirm within our very midst a strong conscience center, a viable center to this community, a center that would be the refuge of light bearers, a spiritual refuge, and even a material refuge. Therefore, we look to the concentration of light and to the God consciousness of the ascended masters expressed through the leadership of our activity to provide the ways and means for the light of the torch we have passed to be maintained, the concern for the continuity of life and the open door of the avatars, the concern for the safety of the word itself and the vehicle of the word, beginning but not ending with the messenger. For each one of you as Chila is a vehicle of the word and its understanding. Therefore, our care, our love, and our concern for you remains infinite. For each one of you who ventures forth into the world today, our angels, our monitors are present. We watch and we keep the watch as we send guardian angels to all those who have determined to stand with the light. We consider your courage, your God determination, and your own love to assist your brothers and sisters upon earth. Therefore we have not left you comfortless, nor do we desire to leave you without protection or the necessary understanding. It is the time for the pooling of resources, energies, consciousness. It is the time for able men and women to understand the meaning of dealing with forces, some of which are controllable and some of which are uncontrollable. Understand my meaning and understand what I have already said concerning the great law and the lawgiver, which does not violate the law. Understand then that gravity itself dictates life upon earth, and the gravity of world karma is also the subject that must be studied in terms of coming events whose shadows precede them even now in the conditions of a historical stream which are recycling in the modes of war, of economics, even of persons re-embodied in the governments of the nations who have risen once again, finally to outplay their own free will and to be judged. And this is somewhat the crucifixion of the light bearers, that this seed of the wicked is allowed to return many times over, as they think they are the ones who implement the crucifixion of the children of God, whereas only the Lord God Almighty administers bath initiation. Their abuse of life can never be termed the crucifixion. Rather, it is persecution. It is hatred. It is wanton murder and destruction. Nevertheless, the children of the light have interpreted such conditions as the crucifixion, for they have not understood that the crucifixion is neither death nor pain, but is life and bliss. Therefore, my beloved, while these individuals are that must all the final hour of opportunity to bend the knee and confess the Christ, their position at points of relativity in the governments makes them instruments of ultimate decisions affecting life and death upon earth. We then, centered in the very center of the mandala, of the temple of the sun, move in our solutions from every point of the circle, 360 degrees is 360 angles of God consciousness being brought to bear upon the situation of earth and her evolutions. Multiply this by the spherical nature of infinity, and you will behold God in the center of earth and her evolutions, God on the periphery in the person of legions of the armies of the faithful and true, moving into position at every point and dot in the sphere of earth itself. God within, God without, and mankind betwixt these 2 points of the law of life, of Alpha and Omega. What then does this constitute? It constitutes the pressure of light. Understand the pressure of light when that pressure comes down upon discord. It is very simple. Discord increases is forced out of itself, is forced to the very surface of the planetary body. All karmic conditions, thus the turmoil, thus the chaos and the confusion. And in the midst of all of this, the tension of light, the pressure of life itself results in God coming into manifestation in his sons and daughters. Your own advancement on the path, the increase of light within you, could only be the result of such cosmic conditions unprecedented. You have seen the miracle of the Holy Ghost within your very own temple and taken it almost for granted, as though the moment you should place your attention upon God, such miracles would occur. My beloved, this is no ordinary manifestation that souls of light could come into our midst and drink at the fountain of the messenger herself and receive that light for which she is the vessel of the light in the center of the sun, and the vessel of the light of the armies of the Lord. This light transferred to you is like a giant pump, pumping air, pumping the sacred fire, pumping living waters until you are so filled with light. It is as almost as in the early church when they were drunk with light, so joyous with light, their cup overflowed. This is indeed a phenomenon of the centuries that occurs only at preordained moments, only when the pressure of the brotherhood and cosmic beings comes to earth again in the course of cycles for a harvest. This is the hour of the harvest, when many will ascend, and others who are resurrected by the very force of the light itself will be resurrected to the final judgment. Now then, with these conditions advancing and intensifying, you must understand that certain conditions, as Saint Germain has always told you, are unpredictable even from our octave because of the nature of free will, because of the nature itself of the human consciousness. But there is one thing that is certain: the paucity of leadership, the impoverished consciousness, the total absence of consciousness from God within key figures east and west is certainly calculated to manifest the worst decisions, the very worst decisions that could be imagined. From the standpoint then of leadership alone, we consider that the earth has never been in greater peril than she is in this very hour and moment. The peril being great, the countermeasures for the protection of souls must be great. Inasmuch as all conditions are in a state of flux, and no downward avalanche, even in the economy itself, has yet crystallized into outer darkness, it is a supreme moment for alchemy, for change. Thus, the infusion into the very heart and mainstream of American life of the violet flame itself is calculated by Saint Germain with his cosmic computer to actually have momentous effects for the good and for the turning around of those conditions capably charted to you by our messenger and our faculty. Saint Germain also dreams a dream, and he measures in his heart a quotient of light and the effect that certain portions of the violet flame would have and could have in America. He sees the cosmic cube He sees the intensity of the violet flame through you. And he shows us not one or two, but many, no less than 360 alternative outcomes in coming months, dependent entirely upon how the spark of freedom and of liberty is received as it is being transmitted. Understand that in one case, freedom has never been so free, and free will has never had such a moment of opportunity. Free will in the heart of the light bearer is still the opportunity to become God and to resurrect a sick society and a dying world. All of this within the realm of possibility and even probability. The equations then differ, but none of them change according to the will of heaven or the brotherhood or the law itself. The equations themselves change only with the acceptance of embodied light bearers and the mainstream of humanity at large. The outcome then is entirely dependent on how light bearers implement the wisdom, the joy, the love, the law, the freedom itself. It is as though there were silence in heaven, as a hush is come upon angels and ascended messengers, as they listen and wait and look to see what will be, what friends of freedom will arise in answer to the tremendous charge of energy sent forth from the altar of your heart and the altar of our sanctuary. If mankind wait to see what the superpowers will do, I can assure you that heaven waits to see what the superpowers, in terms of those who have the greatest light, will do. We admonish you to stay close to home in your heart, to always be with the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. We admonish you to have the sense of home as being not only where the heart is, but where the mother is. We admonish you to have the sense of mobility of the spirit, mobility of soul and heart, and the realization that wherever you go, you are always secure in the heart of Mother. Your vibration is one with Mother. For the Mother Flame is the law of manifestation itself, even as the law of the consuming fire. When your consciousness vibrates with the heart of Mother, you are secure in that heart. When it is not, no amount of outer provision for safety can save Some have supposed that an idolatrous relationship or an outer tie would suffice. These have seen the error of their ways, and numbers of these are on the other side of life. And they have passed through transition, never understanding the true meaning of the Guru-Chela relationship. That meaning is this. It is the wedding of soul with spirit. It is the marriage of the soul of the Chela to the spirit of the Guru, whereby at any moment, upon the cosmic cross of white fire, the guru is the chila is the guru. This is the cosmic interchange. This is the love of community. Let this community prosper in the spirit and in the abundant life, and let the members be as one, all for one, and one for all. Let love abide, let love consume all fear. Let love be the ability to mobilize for the mission unto the nations, and for the mission of securing the place prepared in the wilderness, whereby the birth of the man-child is secured for generations to come. I am the goddess of liberty. I am the mother of the flame within you. I seal you in my threefold light, and I am with you always. On the battle line, in the fight, and in the hour when your souls take flight. I am in the sea, I am in the wind, and I hold my torch for the guarding of the cosmic cube, for the guarding of the promised land. I bid you take my hand in defense of life everywhere, and most especially within the souls of my little ones throughout the nations of the earth. I breathe a prayer for holy angels to inspire you and care for you always, and they are waiting in the wings to answer my prayer and abide with you. I am that I am in the mother light of the Ancient of Days. I bow before Sanatawara and his divine plan, sealed in the heart of the great divine director for the fulfillment of the mission with you. Amen. children of the sun, the councils of the brethren have assembled to be with you in this hour of the reckoning. As men reckon time and space, so the law itself, embodied in the person of the lawgiver, does reckon as one who measures with the rod those who are in the inner temple and those who are in the outer court. Our God is a consuming fire of love. So is his law manifest, as above, so below. Understand then the equation of life and of crisis within life as the crossroads of time and space bring before the world community both opportunity and decision. Understand that the law is impersonal, yet most personal in its application. Those who are one with the consuming fire are drawn up in the draft of the Holy Spirit, and they themselves become a part of the vortex, the pillar of fire that leads the children of Israel and nations unto the promised land of the abundant life. There are forces set in motion upon earth today which can only be checked by counter forces of light. Light that must always be embodied within you, our representatives. Understand that miracles are wrought by God through instruments such as ascended masters and angels, such as embodied devotees, those who form the connecting link of light, those who keep the currents flowing in the heart of the earth. Understand then that inasmuch as the lawgiver is the law, there is no abrogation of cosmic law in deference to this or that person who may be beloved of God, yet who stubbornly remains outside of the geometry of that law. God loves himself in every part of life. Every child of his heart is beloved, and all that has proceeded forth from him, even energy itself, contains the very magnet of his love, whereby that substance, that will, that force, that energy, and that very mind will ultimately return to him.
Hey Nasha, it's John. How are you doing? I'm good. What are you up to? A half an hour? A whole half an hour? You think we're going to chat for a whole half an hour?
I think if there was even the slightest bit of chemistry, you probably would have gone also set up for a few hours. Yeah.
Wow. So what's your appointment for?
Good question.
Weird question or good question?
No, weird question.
Mm.
That's the first thing you're asking.
I don't know. I don't normally say I have, you know, an appointment. I don't know. It's just the way I talk. I just kind of like say what I'm doing.
I mean, I have a Brazilian. Is it your business?
Oh, lovely. Anyways, yeah, I mean, actually, I was like, maybe I should do a Brazilian.
I can tell.
You can tell what?
Smooth.
Smooth?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that just means no friction, right?
Okay.
So, are you free for dinner this evening?
I am not in Chicago.
Oh, you don't live in Chicago?
No.
I see. Where do you live?
I'm in Omaha.
Oh. Say that on your profile? I couldn't remember seeing that.
No, I was bored, so I play with the little hinge map.
Where's Gaithersburg? Is that like West Virginia or something?
No, it's Maryland.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Anyways, how do you like Oklahoma? That's got to be pretty interesting. Are you like, what's it? Shit, we're in Oklahoma. I don't even know, like, Oklahoma City, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the only main thing here.
Yeah. So what are you doing there?
I might be really new to online dating because I only downloaded Hinge like 2 weeks ago, but it feels weirdly like interrogation-y.
Oh, well, anyways, I mean, I was like to take you out for dinner tonight, so I apologize for my surprise in discovering you live in Oklahoma, but I'm not trying to, like, you know, interrogate you or go any further.
Actually, I am admittedly like new to the whole dating app thing, so it could just be like a learning curve, I guess, on my part. But also, given that I'm in Oklahoma, are you surprised that I use a dating app to kind of look outside Oklahoma? No. That makes actual perfect sense. Where is... Sorry, let me stop thinking. I think that's like the... I feel like there's less value for a dating app looking in like your own community.
Mm-hmm.
I think actually this would be, in my mind, the most valuable use of it is like being able to, in the same day, like have conversations with people hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, it's a little bit like going into a bar and just meeting new people at a bar on a Friday, Saturday night, you know? I mean, you're just meeting people, you're talking to people. But so you don't have sex. Do you drink?
No.
So you're waiting to meet that perfect man, you want to get married, start your family, and live happily ever after. That's what you're looking for, right?
I mean, I have been married, so I guess, yeah, the next.
Do you know what the I Ching of love is?
No.
It's like Chinese tarot cards, and it has this little booklet, and there's 64 numbers. I'll read you a number. Just pick a number 1 through 64.
Wait, I think that you're a Muslim.
I'm not a Muslim, no.
Oh.
But I mean, I like books. I mean, you know.
No, I thought it. I'm sorry. I thought you were a Muslim, and then you were mentioning tarot cards, and I'm like, a Muslim wouldn't mention that.
Well, maybe because, like, I got a lot of books. I went on eBay and just bought a bunch of books, and it made me stir, you know? It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I am Muslim, so I'll respectfully skip the tarot cards. Okay, so I guess instead of asking me about me, tell me about you.
I like to be interrogated. It's just a joke. I don't know. What do you want to know about me?
How would you describe yourself to someone who doesn't know you?
A gentleman, a knight, a charming, handsome, intelligent, sophisticated, powerful man. So dashingly handsome.
How old are you?
So the law itself embodied the person of.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm 43. I'm just in my kitchen getting some coffee. Yeah, I mean, I'm 43. I live in Chicago. I have no kids. I have no pets. I have a big garden. I sort of gardening all day yesterday. Working on the gym. And I don't think, it's like worth planting anything because I got a team of squirrels around here that dig everything up and eat it all. So it's like, who am I kidding? They're going to eat everything I plant. But no, never married, no kids. Just happy guy, 43. Life is good. So do you go to the gym? Are you like a workout person? You look like you're in pretty good shape.
I don't know that we're like the greatest fit.
Yeah, I mean, you're just like a random person at a bar that I just met for like a quick little 10-second chat and cut, I mean, welcome to your scanning and filtering services. I filter for R words personally.
R words?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's like a filter. When you go to a job interview, people are just interviewing. The person interviewing, it's just like an R word filtration service. That's generally the service. Provide a complaint department service. This is kind of the way I look at relationships. R being the relationship. Retard word.
Well, this is a compliment. I think, had you not told me you were 42, my guess would have been like 26.
Oh, wow. I still got it.
Compliment. Yeah.
I still got it. So how do you keep those eyebrows looking so fleek? Jeez, you're like all eyebrow. Those are some thick, impressive eyebrows.
Thanks.
Yeah, you got. So do you speak Arabic?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Do you speak any other languages? Just American, born and bred.
Yeah, I guess.
So what happened in your first marriage? I mean, you don't have to tell me. This isn't an interrogation.
Well, we got divorced.
Yeah, that happens. It's like getting married. Well, I think I'm gonna, go for a jog. I know you wanted to schedule this call for 30 minutes, but now since you've determined we're not a good fit.
No, I appreciate it. I think it is so interesting interesting and such a cool thing to like get to play a little bit of like roulette, you know, kind of. And I think it's cool. And I do think, and I mean this in a genuinely complimentary way, that like you come off very young. That's not really my thing, but I think it's like really awesome. And
no, I'm a social person. Like, I'm a nice person, and I go out and I meet a lot of people all the time, and I'm nice. I try to be nice to everybody because, like, what's the point, you know, to be like a disagreeable person, you know?
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to be disagreeable.
There's a lot of people out there that are just so argumentative and they don't know how to have a conversation. They're just horrible people to talk to.
Well, you know, I don't think we all really like, what is it, Labrador Retriever category, whatever it is.
Like the Pat.
The what?
The Pat? I don't know. Somebody called me the Pat the other day, and I was like, oh, well, now that I'm your Pat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you are extremely friendly, like you said.
I think I'm going to start doing what you're doing, but in Brooklyn and Miami. Get them on the phone and be like, oh, by the way, I live in Chicago. And I'm going to like use this app as a way to like talk to people hundreds of miles away. Wow. Great one, Nasha. Bait and switch. Talk about a bait and switch. Do you run a Ponzi scheme? Do you run a Ponzi scheme?
Dude, I don't know if I mean, maybe you are financially challenged, but like, there are planes. Like, I don't know. And frankly, if you're so good at finding the love of your life within your geographic area, you probably would have
found her
by now.
Already,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, although...
Wait, you're divorced, right? You're divorced, right?
Yeah, I've been divorced for 9 years. Since a guy who's literally apparently never taken care of someone else in his life.
It's not true. I have taken care of plenty of women I've taken care of. You're making quite an assumption for some random guy from Hinge. Someone who's never had a wife? Well, you know, technically speaking, every woman you sleep with.
That's not my business. I'm just saying, if you're like, yes, I have been divorced for 9 years.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to make a determination on that level of singleness, you've been doing that your entire life, dude.
Dude, you're making assumptions, and these are not facts. These are just like your opinions, bro. Dude.
I only assumed that you haven't.
Dude, listen. Oklahoma, but bro, I mean, like, dude, these are just your opinions.
If you wanted to, the dinner probably would have been in the realm of the next couple of weeks, which actually for me is preferable than the same night, because if we're gonna have a lack of compatibility that I can determine over the phone, which possible, then I would save us both the trouble.
Dude,
so I actually do prefer to
excellent
have a date,
analysis. Dude, you listen, dude, I understand your filtering, dude.
Okay.
Good one, dude. Anyway, listen, dude, have a great night. I'm gonna go to the gym. I know you wanted to skip. a 30-minute call, but I hope 15 minutes is good enough for you. Nasha, health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness and strength, joy and love and all those words from me to you, from my heart to yours, Nasha. Do you know what the difference between a message and a massage is?
A massage?
What's the difference between a message and a massage?
And a what?
A massage.
Are you drunk?
No, a message versus a massage, meaning when you give a massage.
I'm actually asking, are you drunk? Or is this like your normal?
No, I'm just having fun, but I am about to go work out. I'm just sipping coffee.
Okay.
I'm a Muslim now, though. I don't drink anymore, FYI. I've taken the shot.
You're like not drunk. This is your normal, and you're 42.
I just know how to have fun, Nasha. It's your opinion that I'm not having fun over here. I'm having joyful fun talking to you. I apologize if it's not up to your strict standards as a Muslim woman, but Jesus.
No, the Muslim thing was like separate. I think I missed you. I just had it. That was my bad. But that's not really relevant to the rest of this.
Is any of this relevant? You don't even live in Chicago, and you live in Oklahoma City, and I know you want to talk for 30 minutes, and then you have an appointment. But right now, I'm hanging up the phone.
Chicago wasn't so backwards. So yeah, I live in Oklahoma. I'm moving in 2 months, and I have family. I travel all the time. Clearly you don't, which is fine. But I don't know why you're getting stuck on the fact that I live in Oklahoma. Like, I just genuinely am so confused. Like, do you not understand planes?
Do you not understand that I'm going to hang up the phone because a 30-minute call before your appointment. Oh my gosh. Isn't that some funny shit? That is some funny shit. Bend the knee is what that one is saying. How ridiculous. I don't want to record these calls, but I think it's important that we document the ludicrousness of, trying to get a date. You want to have a 30-minute call about what? Oh, Roberto Shalala, that was some fun shit. I'm not going to save that number in my phone. Maybe I should just block it, actually. So should we save the name and number and then block? Nasha interested. Nasha, been many lessons. Okay, that was fun.
A woman will fuck you over every time, every day.
That's my favorite quote.
Okay.
Right.
And they will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, G. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Women will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit.
I hope it goes through. Oh!
And they will. They will
woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And Marjorie, and they will. They will fuck you over every time. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will.
And they will.
Fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't Marjorie. And they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, and they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, and they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will.
Shit. Send it to everybody. Fuck it.
Attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, and they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. Woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, and they will. They will fuck you over every time, every day. If you ain't paying attention, G, they will tear your whole heart out. A woman will fuck you over every time, every day. Oh shit. And I ain't lying, and they will. They will fuck you over. Attention, G.
Hello?
No more protection money. Well, there have to be, or else you won't be protected anymore. And then anything can happen. Well, what you see here, Olivet, is a peasant army. This is a grassroots rebellion. I see. The time is long overdue. We demand majority decisions by democratically elected bodies. Well, that sounds pretty solid. Or what do you say, Freya? Well, yeah, I think it's correct. Is it just a pedestal? Or is it a symbol of the power of the people? Huh? Right in the solar plexus. Oh, don't. Do we agree that this peasant revolt is over? Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry to maybe took a little too much, but we're going to the thing, so we're gonna need a little extra. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Excellent. All right, see you later. Yeah, see you later. No more protection money. Well, there have to be. All right. Nike is looking for people.
I'm unbeatable. I'm going to be. It's impossible. You condemn me. You can damage me. You're never ever going to be.
Why be normal when you can be the best?
I don't want to be normal. I want to make the difference. For everything I do, I want to make the difference. Because when I make the difference, I'm the best. I'm unbeatable. I'm going to be. It's impossible. You condemn me. You can damage me.
I am the best.
Why be normal?
What do you mean, like post?
to sell yourself in the name of love, but rather to open up to the freedom in which love can exist. My question to you, Honey Badger, is what do you fail to see in Christianity doesn't deal with the biggest topics of your own personal life, like love? Hello? I don't know, but I like what you read. I mean, that's better than anything I've heard from Christianity. This card is a sign of a strong yin presence, that of receptivity in your life. Observes the creative force in you is settling and acquiring form. Through the initial difficulty, an invitation to not reduce the other two. Because he's talking about people don't read. He's talking bring to the forefront about the you want somebody else to listen. You please reiterate your therefore, and there's a creation of the past and a compassion of the future into the NOW. What do you mean? Excuse me, how do you read so many books? This is my king. Where's Starlight? This doesn't feel like a party without my little lightning bug here. Jesus Christ, William, you've got a viper's nest in there. I heard about it, of course, but seeing it for myself, it's incredible. I mean, disgusting, of course, but it's beautiful. What you've done to yourself, what you've become, and you did all that for me. Now that is devotion. You know, William, I know we're not exactly equals, but I'm compelled to say you are the only one that's ever challenged me. And there's a part of me that will be sad to see you go. Starlight. This doesn't. Just you and me. I guess it's true. You're one of us now. Well, if you can't beat him, join him. Fuck you. We had a deal. You sold me out. Put me back in a fucking box. Homelander's the one fucking you over, mate. Did he mention that we've got an Uber virus strong enough to kill every suit on the planet? Bullshit. Things this virus can do. Fucking diabolical. What do you think he sent you here? You're a sacrificial cunt. Again. I guess we'll see. You don't get it, do you? Everyone fucks you over. Do you want to know why? Because you are a dumb fucking twat. Just you and me.
Okay, this is Men in Black.
Fucking ho-hum. Yeah, it's me. We got into this war. Fucking ho-hum. Yeah, it's me. I don't miss these fake fucking good shit. Tell you the truth. I don't stand with the fish. Why'd you go to that psychic last year since you don't dwell on this shit? That was different. Because he was shot. That was a paranormal event. What the fuck are you talking about? The psychic told you those guys were haunting you. The guys that you, I looked at like a brother. And he idiot. Well, that's the difference between puss and the eyes. Them you loved. The world don't run on love. It was a rat bastard. One thing you gotta admit, he made a great Santa Claus. He did. In the end, we got into this war at the...
America, computer of souls must. But there is one thing that is the hour of the light to our midst, and daughters of Alpha and Omega, upon the sea to bend the knee and there resources, the concern for this, of light men.
You better pay attention. Why are you going back to Chicago? Why are you coming back to Chicago?
But basically, these niggas understood that the Messiah would look like this.
Okay.
Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in. A master, he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever which lies within his own knowledge and experience. At the beginning, so at the end, we here insist upon the vital importance of the written record of the only possible experiment from the various qualities of the experiment. Thus let the work be accomplished duly. Yeah, let it be accomplished duly.
It is. Dusty Bob.
Careful study of these books. The pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with people should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him more. Should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person, let him follow
They're talking to me about it.
We hear insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Voice of the silence, Raja Yoga, my Swami Vivekananda. The Shiva Sadhika, the aphorisms of Patanjali, the sword of song, the book of the dead, Ritual Dogma de la Haute Magie, the book of the sacred magic of Megamer in the maze. The Goetia! The Hatha Yoga Pradipika! The spiritual guide of Molinos! History of philosophy! The story the spiritual guide of Molinos! History of philosophy! The story of philosophy!
It's so small though. John?
Hello.
John said yesterday. Hi, hello. John, yesterday, we were talking to people about, how like we're all sort of connected there on some human level, and how like most like scriptures will have also the same stories that repeat themselves, like the different sign was there, with different like names and different this and that. Bro, he started getting so intolerant and saying Jesus is the only way, the only solution, the only like. So he was doing his whole freaking only Christianity, only Jesus and nothing else, exclusivity, right? Caleb came out and he tried to explain. Both and Daniel were like, bro, you're acting weird, man. And then Hans came in to like in his speaking 2 cents, he was out of the room. So in solidarity, because of his intolerance, we all left the room. Zabu today, so now he makes a room with all our friends and our connections and people we introduced to him and his and then he's in a place of power. He wants us to kiss his ring. So he removes me from the room and acting all freaking. How could you? I've tolerated you. I've given you guys so much charity and my time. I've been this is the
Nice name.
Huh? I know. We're dying right now. So cool. And then Andrew finds it very convenient to talk about people with Down syndrome, and he kind of like makes fun of them or whatever, right? Zabu, please explain your story. So he about the bro.
So Nadia and I like call him out and say, oh, you should use a different word than media, and he doesn't.
Well, it's just quadruple amputee. Bro, firing guns snorting from the adult months before eventually killing friends. It's a bizarre.
Oh my god.
Crazy. The room obviously is inspired by a very wise man who once very wisely said, when people get in power, they want you to kiss their ring.
Oh my god. Regal's crazy.
Well, even with Regal, yeah, like the thing is, it's his show. When you're the green bean, it's your show. And, as a participant, like I want a fun, entertaining experience. And if like you're a sourpuss and you don't know how to have fun and you're demanding people specifically discuss your, strange theory or opinion, like not everybody wants to participate in your experiment. And the truth is, like, if you open yourself up to giving everybody the green bean and you just let it go, that experiment is a lot more interesting than your boring simulation. And that's just my opinion. Hello?
Is this the same that was performing yesterday, but just a different account?
Yes,
and is this supposed to be a picture of Alan Watts' universe?
Yeah, that's Alan Watts.
Yes or no?
Yep, that's Alan.
That is Alan Watts. Nice. It looks great,
Oh,
actually.
hello.
So then when I got kicked out, I came here, and then we just pinged everybody from Andrew and Regal's room to here.
Let's do exactly what John told us to do. Which I always do usually.
Yeah. Because you're a communist, right?
I'm a communist. I'm a communist. And I allow free speech for all, no matter what.
What? Dargis.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, shit.
We don't even joke around. We don't even joke about that. You know, we don't joke about that. As objectivists, please.
I'm so sorry. Please, I forgive me.
Inshallah, my child. Inshallah. That's not how you use that word. We've already had multiple Muslims tell you. No. It's very simple. When somebody says, I hope something happens, say inshallah. But not
It was December 1950.
Forgive me. And you said inshallah, which is a nonsense.
Now, here's the good part.
If God willing.
Facing impossible conditions, chose to stand their ground.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think he used it okay there. Although he could be like.
It is.
He could be more specific.
Yeah, he could be more specific.
Inshallah.
Yeah, God willing.
Yeah, see that doesn't make any sense right there.
Like you can use words like Alhamdulillah, which is like praise be to God. This is when someone says, how are you doing? You don't say inshallah, you say Alhamdulillah.
But you didn't ask how I was doing.
You don't use the word the other Allahs. You just use inshallah for everything. That's the problem, Simon.
Exactly. That's how it's meant to be used.
No, that's not. That's what Caleb was telling you. That's not how it's meant to be used. Caleb, did we even discuss like Regal's butt cheeks? Or Jesus?
No, we did not.
Never, and I mean never say, sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you.
Now, some of you may be unaccustomed to this idea because I see some new faces here. But it's my fundamental philosophy that the universe is essentially a game. But we use the word game or we use the word play in varying senses, and it may give the wrong impression because very often people assume that when such a word is used, it indicates something trivial. As we say, it's only in play, or only a game. And then when you consider what an appalling amount of
I'm not finding the correlation between what he said and the question he posited like that.
Regal was just questioning his sexuality, and that he took the moment to be open about it. Regal's
It's that sexual Christian repression.
What would you tell someone who knows exactly?
What is it about human nature that when it reaches the slightest bit of what it wants, it completely like neglects those who have helped and supported him to come to that position? Is it because he thinks that, especially a theist, right? Simon is not there. Like a theist who believes that from source. All position, might, goodness, and all else is generated from source, resource, right? So, how does it get
So what challenges arise?
Reynolds is patriarch, right?
Part 2.
And we
The view from above. Marcus Aurelius.
And he wants to gain more power in this manosphere of Clubhouse.
Introduction to the meditate.
Patriarch, you know?
Make room for the fresh souls
And
which come
use
to
it
dwell
as a
there.
well.
And this is the answer which
Stay.
Heathcliff, let the poor thing go. Can't you see she must hate you?
This is so much return today. Isabella, if I leave you alone for half a day, won't you come sighing, reeling back to me? Won't you be back home, Isabella? Admiration. So, tell Catherine, I have finally found my match in degradation.
Isabella, let me take you out.
Isabella.
Even business-wise, if someone is like in my business, it's old school and I'm highly patriarchal, by the way. However, we all understand that if X introduces me to Y, at all times I keep X in my good books. Simply because I'm showing loyalty, I'm showing appreciation, right, for what you did for me. And at some point when X is in trouble, I have so many other Y's, Z's, P, Q, R's. I will very selectively pick a few throw in his way. So you never forget the first stepping stones by which, like you climbed up. It's very distasteful in the jewelry industry if you do such a thing. Like as a group, you're kicked out. As a group, you are freaking alienated once you became with them. So people are very careful about like sharing that power and allowing all to benefit in that pot. Caleb Simon, Universe, any comments? Any comments from the men in the room?
That's sexist. No, I wasn't paying attention whatsoever. I'm reading this paper.
Are you not paying attention because she's a woman and she was speaking?
Yes.
He follows the eyebrow. Excuse me. She's a woman. Oh, okay. I'm just joking.
Yeah, my God is a woman. I'm in trouble.
God is a woman. What would your refutation be against that, and her theory of individualism, which is so supreme over all other philosophies?
What's my refutation?
If you were to refute, and don't get me wrong, I'm a radical objectivist, but if I were to refute her, I have a few refutations, maybe one. Do you have anything to refute?
I can still learn the collectivist argument, but there is no actual to refute individualism is to negate your life. So it's like it's not in your self-interest to allow to justify to justify the principle of can't speak right now. I'm on like 2 hours of sleep. To justify the principle of individual rights as being violated in the name of the group because you vote for another person to decide is just craziness to me. It's so anti-life. It's
What's it like just like making no point, or in what you say? It's like I can't detect any point whatsoever that like you're just like using words, but I don't understand what's the purpose of it. Hello?
You figured it out. You figured it out. Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to get it. I don't even get it.
Got it. I mean, you've seen the controversial clips of Ayn Rand, right? You do know that she's a schmuck, right?
She's which controversial?
You've never seen the controversial Ayn Rand video clips where she just like destroys her credibility?
Like what?
The answer's on the answer's list as well. Like I always say.
Well, I'm just curious. Like what? Like on what instance? Where she just destroys her credibility. Just curious.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually using Google to find you the video clips. This is the universe. Please hold all questions for the Oracle until I have found the clips. Please hold.
I most likely watched the clips. You just tell me which ones you refer to.
You've watched it all, like what Donahue, which ones are you positing, like?
He can't know. He's just Googling after the fact that he's...
What we need today, what I call the new intellectual, would be any man or woman who is willing to think. Meaning, any man or woman who knows that man's life must be guided by reason, by the intellect, not by feelings, wishes, whims, or mystic revelations. Any man or woman who values his life and who does not want to give in to today's cult of despair, cynicism, and impotence, and does not intend to give up the world to the dark ages and to the rule of the collectivist roots.
Well, that was a pretty good one.
That's a very good one. That's based as fuck.
Love you, I know.
Inshallah, I know.
Again, inshallah.
Again. Wrong. It's not wrong. If Ayn Rand was it,
No, that
What is random? Then why
exactly?
No. Have I shared like a secret with you guys? Simon knows this. The reason why I became an architect was because I read Fountainhead. When I read the Fountainhead, growing up my dad, just out of school, after I finished high school.
Yeah, I'm invited to be unpleasant at the expense of Ayn Rand. And objectivism. Well,
during my internship, I worked for an architect.
easy. Well, the novels, I mean, I keep trying to say that, in my view, there's more morality in the novel by George Eliot than originally any of them.
And he's one of the most controversial architects
All of them put together.
you can find.
I care very much about literature as a place where
tiles, like these terracotta tiles.
the real dilemmas are met. So to have novels as transcendently awful as sort of undermines my project. And then, though I have some respect for the virtue of selfishness, a collection of essays, and I've argued about them with the chairman of the Federal Reserve, as a matter of fact. By the way, a state Federal Reserve bank is not part of the libertarian program.
After which I thought,
Mr. Greenspan seems a bit iffy about
so that's like most people get over like that.
I don't think there's any need to have essays advocating selfishness in human beings. I don't know what your impression has been, but some things require no further reinforcement. President Lillian Hellman was once in her declining years. Once talking at some campus, and she would peer out over the very thick glasses, and there was a squawking question somewhere in the back that Ms. Hellman, why haven't you endorsed him? Why do you want
He gets spit on her. Which much of the world does because of how, whatever, ideals.
Well, what I'm allowed to use in this best company. I'll quote her directly. She said, the forms of fucking do not require my endorsement. I wasn't that much of a fan of Miss Hellman. She could be a real bitch. But I thought that would say more than something. So have a book strenuously recommending that people be more self-centered. As the Anglican Church used to say in its critique of Protestantism, they work with supererogation.
There's no rest.
Two seconds.
There is, however, a downfall to her ideology. See, if one could posit the argument that it is a bit too idealistic, right? So her ideal man, her John Galt, even her Doric, okay, the characters she uses to portray like the ideal human, do not submit to anything under any condition, right? Because they use faculties of reason, rationale, and self-determination. So Rorik would not build a building under any condition, even if it's $10 gazillion, right? If his plan is not carried out or demonstrated just the way he wants it, because he finds that to be criminal to his ideal. Now, one could argue this is a bit much, right? One could argue that this is not pragmatic, or this is not economic, or driven by greed. Which is the very interior of capitalism.
Well, Roberto Shalom, thank you for that incredibly insightful opinion. I have the I Ching of Love in front of me. Does anyone want to pick a number? A mystical number of revelation?
John, the you sent is not interesting whatsoever.
Neither is Ayn Randyism, the cult. The cult.
Okay, that's fine, but it's not a cult.
Oh, it's not a cult? You're not in a cult? You sound like you're programmed. Generally monotone people who get 2 hours of sleep and think they can put together coherent sentences, which they're not. Those people are generally brainwashed in a cult, and some people claim Ayn Rand is a cult. The cult of Ayn Rand and her books, her little novels. Ooh, a book club! I like books, but I don't just like one type of book by one woman. I like a lot of books in my life, just like different types of pizzas. I love ranch on my pizza. I love pepperoni and sausage and jalapenos and giardiniera and garlic and onion. And I like a lot of toppings on my pizza, just like I like my book club to have a lot of books. Hello?
From Christopher Hitchens debating actual objectivists and getting absolutely eviscerated. No, he doesn't destroy the cult of objectivism if it were actually a cult.
Well, see, I'm at that point personally. Well, hold on. Personally, I'm at that point in my life where even debating these things, it's just pointless. There's no reason to even discuss or debate what we're talking about. That's just the truth. Hello? See, that's what cult members do. They always try to force a certain topic onto you. And unfortunately, no one cares about that crusty old Eastern European bitch.
How bright of you to say such a thing.
Again, philosophy is for people to live their lives. I don't care if you have bad ideas that lead you to bad lives. Bro, that's on you. I'm enjoying.
I get it, bro. Good thoughts, good outcomes. Listen, you don't have to explain what good means to me. I'm trying to be a saint over here. Hello? The last chapter says be a saint. And that means be good. Hello?
I'm not gonna make your point.
I'm just making sure because you're starting to get loud.
Oh no, I think I just put the mic a little closer to my mouth.
Okay, that's what she said.
Zabu, do you want to see my do you want to see my septum piercing, Zabu?
I do. That's what she said.
I do want to see your septum piercing.
Okay, please hold.
You do not have a septum piercing. What the fuck I'm talking about?
If he shows the septum piercing, I'm officially declaring John a psychopath.
Why?
Like he's already. I want a septum piercing. What's wrong with that?
I have a septum piercing.
I have a septum. I have a navel. I have some other piercings. I have 2 nose piercings. I have 10 ear piercings.
Oh my god, I have 2
Yeah,
nose
but
piercings.
you lived in India though.
So what?
Yeah,
So what? That has nothing to do with the way I live. It's not even cultural. I like tattoos and piercings. I live tattoos and piercings.
Me too.
I don't have any tattoos or piercings.
You should get a tattoo of Iron Man.
Piercings.
You should get an Iron Man on your arm.
You should get it on your ass. You should get it on your ass so that when you spread your ass cheeks, that you go
Object to this, she would be against tattoos and piercings.
Why? I would object to this called comment. I want to get a piercing. I want to get a piercing of Iron Man's teeth and the gap between the teeth.
Oh, I forgot it.
It's so cute.
And a gap too.
I love that. My sister used to have a gap. I'm gonna get this Iron Man's teeth exactly the way they are, with just the front 2 teeth and the gap in between them. Right on my heart.
This is just absolute trash.
My sister's got it too. So pretty it looks.
Well, okay, go ahead, ask me a number. I'm going to show you my septum piercing.
Okay, I'm gonna go with 21.
Okay, PTR. Check out my nasal piercings.
I can't see it yet.
Okay, number 21.
Oh, it looks wonderful.
It's fake as fuck.
Yeah, they look like little balls.
Okay, this is called betrayal and jealousy.
I have a septum piercing. I'm not jealous.
Are you experiencing the dark side of love? Allow yourself time to assimilate the betrayal. In those desperate moments, it becomes absolutely clear what you loved in the other. Observe it and learn from it, maintaining the knowledge within yourself. In these moments, grow, evolve, become yourself.
Why has all of this been spot on? Like, the other ones are so different from the ones he gives me. Like, they're so spot on. It's insane.
No, this is freaky since last night. He's been
It's
giving me
so insane. I thought even like
freaky spot on shit.
Wallahi, hand on my heart, he is using ones that are very, very specific.
Okay, let's inshallah. Let's try a 19. John Kitover.
Okay, PTR. I zoomed in on my nasal cavity.
This is freaking fake. You don't have it.
I know, I bought, this is like party jewelry I bought on Amazon or eBay. Okay, this is number 19.
The fact that he actually spent some money on that.
This is just a gag. You go out to a bar, you put this in your face, and then people look at you. What the fuck are you wearing on your face? A partner, yeah. I got every second I make 1.5 billion new miscarriages in the spermicide.
That must be so much fun.
No, actually, I just talked to some Muslim girl on the phone, and within 5 minutes, she's like, "Okay, I've already determined that we're not a match." And then she tells me she doesn't even live in Chicago; she lives in Oklahoma, and that she only has 30 minutes to talk to me till her next appointment. I was like, "You think I want to talk to you for 30 minutes? Jesus! What do you think this is, Clubhouse?"
John did a bougie Rogan baby in Los Angeles. Oh, I think San Diego where I live. So John, do you want to speak in Farsi a little bit for us? Oh my god, he's so good. Why is he so good?
Simon, let me hit my projection drum.
This is the kind of in my life.
This John Kitover is amazing.
This is so funny.
I can't believe you haven't met him, Zabu.
No, I'm sure. Like, I think I've like left rooms that he was in, but like I haven't stayed enough to like participate.
You also get kicked out of every single room.
Yeah, you used to hate me, Zabu, in Sam whatever his name's, the ginger Jew Sam. You used to hang out in his rooms, and you hated me.
I did hate you.
Oh, you hated me. Sam really hates me. So tragic.
I probably had to hate you because I was dating him at the time.
Ooh.
And I'm no longer dating him at the time.
Why did he start crying in your lap? I like him, you know. I don't know why. I mean, I've shared a lot of valuable things with him. He hates me.
Probably because he was showing him up, you know.
Well, no, I mean, well, I don't understand. You should.
John Kitover's a Jew. Like, why would he hate that?
Well, anyways, yeah. I mean, I'm an annoying person. That's the whole thing. It's like when I go out to the bar, I actually try to refrain from talking because I have a tendency to like immediately put people. Well, it's not necessarily true. I'm just saying that based on the conversation of what a woman is telling me, like the conversation can turn sour, you know. And I always want to try to like, you know, make it less tart. Let's just enjoy ourselves and have some fun, ladies.
You're a really good clown, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks. You want 19? By the way, this comes from the I Ching of Love. Somebody said this was better than all the Christian rooms put together. Listening to each other. The oracle gives an omen of prosperity. You are evolving inside something that, day after day, matures and bears fruit. Hello?
Say that again. So sorry. Read that again, please. So sorry.
Number 19, listening to each other. The oracle gives an omen of prosperity. You are evolving inside something that, day after day, matures and bears fruit.
Matures and tears.
Do you think that applies to you, Nugget?
Listening to each other?
Yeah. You wise perennialist.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I listen a bit much. I don't fight back.
You listen too much.
I listen too much. I need to learn ways, guys, my friends. I need to learn ways to fight back. I want to learn how to fight back.
You do fight back. What are you talking about?
No, I get very quiet when someone is being mean to me. Or is saying things that are mean and unjustified. I quieten down in shock, I think, as to you, my friend. Like, why are you saying these things? I didn't do any such thing, kind of a thing. And so I don't retaliate back. And I think laws, I don't fight back.
Yeah, usually fight. But you meet a lot of people who are like, who say, like a lot of the mean things that people say to you, they're probably really dumb.
Yeah, they're not related to truth. Yeah. This is why, for me, it's bizarre to fight something that instead of saying, but I did not, I find that petty and small. Like I'm not taking names, but I have a good friend on the staff, right? And she was feeling a little bad about, not a little bad, she was very angry that she'd introduced me to a bunch of really good people, right? And then who I gelled with very well, especially in a time where like my country is suffering a lot of trauma, as well as we here in the diaspora sort of
feeling a bit cut off. So it became like a very good, cuddly group to be in and to discuss politics in, right? And to know of each other's welfare and stuff like that. And then I did not agree with a couple of political stances that he or she or they had. And then stuff like, how could you do this to me? These were my friends. These are people I introduced you to, blah, blah, stuff like. I found that a little bit like maybe childish or something. And I didn't fight back. And I kept hearing more and more that came from it. You manipulated my friends, you took them over, you forgot me. I mean, I found it to be a little high schoolish. So I just let it go and I heard it. I felt hurt. I felt like fighting back. It was too teenage for me to do it, so I did not do it. Should I have done it?
No.
Is the question.
No, because it's not, I think given what you told me about the situation, you've explained how you felt and it was unheard by her. Willing to listen to you in order for there to be a compromise. Like, she's not offering you anything. That I can see why that would hurt. I would find that hurtful. Absolutely.
And it went on to further, again, it was repeated. And that is probably because she wants a response or a retaliation. But I will not encourage that behavior for the sake of her, for her good, so that she drops it instead of addressing it.
Do you think she has that kind of level of emotional intelligence?
Perhaps not, but I can hope that she will.
Yeah, so then it's just a matter of time, right?
Yeah. Like, I don't even do it with my kid. Like, although she's a teenager, she'll never, like, say stuff like, oh, you like my other friend more than me, which would be, like, a normal thing, right, for, like, a young kid with her friends. But she doesn't do it. She has that intelligence to, she knows it's a bizarre statement to make. Just because I don't agree with you on a political, right, it doesn't mean I don't love you or I don't value you as my friend.
Yeah.
And then if someone new comes in and I'm siding with them or I like them, what the heck? This is so childish. Like, I can't engage. I just can't get myself to engage in it. Is it wrong that I'm not engaging in it?
Caleb, what do you think?
I'm zoning out for a little bit. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, man, fucking open your ears.
But that's probably, but yeah, probably I should have done that.
Thanks. Well, I think you could do an experiment where you try one more time to say something. Like, how many times? How many times have you knocked?
It's not like 5,000 times. You're kidding me? Buster, come on up, baby.
He's like.
Many years, Ruby kept knocking on Layla's door. And every time she said, who is it? He said, it is me.
But are you expecting her to have that response to you?
No, I don't think she's mature.
Yeah, so then then it makes more sense to walk away, right? Walk away with dignity, the Quran said, you know?
Yeah. I didn't know the Quran said that.
Yeah, it says, like, when somebody doesn't believe you, just walk away.
Yeah, wow, I didn't know the Quran said that.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what the Bible of the Native Americans says?
What?
If you can say it, it is not true.
Wow. Okay. How are you?
You're just getting over COVID. It's so crazy. I'll keep getting COVID. Every couple months, I keep getting it and getting it. Just won't stop.
How do you feel better, Buster? Minneapolis.
Dude, it's just I'm getting over it. Like it's just got a cough now.
Minneapolis, this whole thing.
Well, let's give him a chance.
So he went on to push the whole freaking exclusivity. Only Jesus, only Christianity, only this, the only way, or you go to hell.
His birthday.
He would be so lucky, you know.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Ringo, to be honest. That's old.
But see, that's the thing. It's a you choice if you want to play his game. And the truth is, it's boring. So, you know, if you just gain a boring game, well, does that just mean you're boring too? And also, the one thing you don't really know about people about, you know, on this app is like there are people on the spectrum on this app. And they're not
Yes, I can start it back. It could be. It is. Look closely.
Yeah.
So,
But it looks like it's disco.
who were the Pringles and haters you were talking about?
There's one person, Regal. He's an architect, right? He's the kind who will not accept that. Perhaps like other scriptures too, will have a sort of common theme, right? I mean, I find that to be pretty absurd to deny that when it's like one of the most blatant sort of evidences we have.
I just think he hates everyone who's not a Christian.
Yeah, if you're not a Christian, you go to hell.
Oops.
the molds together, and it has an interesting smell, and it costs a couple dollars, but it's like a useless toy because it's just a plastic mold. And so, in terms of like, spicing things up and getting a little more exotic with your spirituality, to me, he's just so boring.
Okay, my dear, I have to go now. Okay. But it was a lot of fun, and I'll probably be on later. Thanks for the laughter, and fuck Regal. I'm kidding. Okay, bye.
Bye, Zipper.
Bye, everybody.
I really Where are you, my love? Where are you hiding? What dirty apartment and stinky bedroom are you hiding in that I've yet to find you, my love? Come to me, my love, and kiss me. Oh, ravish me, love me, kiss me, desire me, love me. Where are you, my love? Okay, listen to this. This is called Hymns to the Goddess, translated from the Sanskrit. And it's a very interesting mystical Indian book. Too in all animals and in organic things, since the universe, with all its beauties, is as the Devi Purana says, but a part of her. All this diversity of form is but the infinite manifestations of the flowering beauty of the one supreme life, a doctrine which is nowhere else taught with greater wealth of illustration than in the Shastras and Tantras. The great Bharga, in the bright sun, and all Devata, and indeed all life, and being worshipful and worshipped, but only as her manifestations. Bhava can be attained, the sadhaka must have passed from puja bhava through hymns and prayer to jnana bhava, the highest worship for which the Siddhaka is qualified adhikari only after external worship, and that external form known as sadhara is described as naradhara. Therein, pure intelligence is the supreme Shakti, who is worshipped as the very self, the witness freed of the glamour of the manifold universe. By one's own direct experience of Maheshvari as the self, she is, with reverence, made the object of that worship which leads to liberation.
Thank you. Basically, I think he's saying, like the Brahman Bhava, love of God, you have that adhikari or
Like Kitty here. Kitty was crying last night because she got kicked from her room. Poor little kitty cat. Oh, Kitty was so upset. She was crying, and then she said, "I'm in a safe space here. I'll be okay. I'll be okay."
That's funny. Yeah. Anyway, I gave you a kiss, Marius. Thank you. Rico's being a bad.
Yeah.
And it'd be real. We're gonna play music or some shit.
I like facts.
Demon
I'm gonna look up the definition. Wait. It's a difficult question.
Saying that.
Let him look it up.
But it's okay, I guess, because like small minds rise when they like see John Kitover doesn't have to change his personality. Even though he gets kicked out like 100 times from the room. In the world of artists from where I come from, John Kitover is always celebrated. It's natural to be John, right?
What did you do?
There's no need for opportunities. You are who you are, and you'll always have a fan following. And that's how it is. I'm not trying.
under new management. Okay, that sounds wonderful. Let's have some new management. Oh, what does that mean? You're just going to be a hypocrite and you're going to mob the main person that you just bitched about for an hour and a half. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous.
Bro, we were never management in that room. We were celebrity who just allowed for him to build a platform. And I kept saying like, Rajveer is a really nice guy. He's so logical. He's like, I love uplifting because when you see that product like all the way there, it's so beautiful to watch from a distance.
Yeah.
I love. I don't indulge. I just watch.
Like, he was like, Kitty, if you don't like the new management, then you can just leave the room. I said, no, I love listening to you become a total hypocrite, but what I can do is unfollow you and unfollow the house. I did.
Narcus is a really positive person.
What does that have to do with chimpanzee communities? I'm going to look it up just so I know. Chimpanzee community war in Uganda, Africa.
It could just be a territorial thing.
The Ngogo chimpanzee community in Uganda's Kabale National Park is the largest known wild group featuring nearly 200 individuals studied since 1995. I'm not seeing any unrest.
Well, you're just not.
Yeah. Oh my God, reading it. I'm I'm so sorry. The ongoing conflict has been primarily at the start of the split, successfully killed off members of the central group. What the bloody hell? So they started off because they were the originals. They were first brought in, and they're smaller in group two. And they split into the central and the western. Bro, we are chimpanzees. Goats. Darwin was right.
How come Canada and Australia never had a civil war?
Okay. But you're tiny. You're so tiny. You're so tiny.
Okay, I want to do another hymn, but this is the actual hymn. I shall never forget her who is the giver of happiness. She it is, oh who maintains the world, and she again it is who in the form of fire destroys the whole universe at the end of the ages. Men worship thee under various names as Narayana, as she who saves from the ocean of hell, who manifests fire, ether, the sacrificer, the sun and moon, and who destroyed the body of Manmatha. O mother, men only worship the triple-streamed Ganja, because she shines in the matted hair of Shiva, which has been purified by the dust of thy lotus feet. As the moon delights the white night lotus, none other, as the sun delights the day lotus, none other, as one particular thing only delights one another, thou, O mother, delightest the whole universe by thy glances. Although thou art the primordial cause of the world, yet art thou ever youthful. Of the Vedas, yet they cannot describe thee. Although men must meditate upon thee, yet cannot their mind comprehend thee. O mother, such though having ascended to the top of the stairs, nevertheless fall down again. O Bhavani, such as worship thee with fragrant flowers and sandal paste, ground with cool water and powdered camphor, gain the sovereignty of the whole world. O mother, like the sleeping king of serpents, residing in the center of the first lotus, thou didst create the universe. Thou dost descend like a streak of lightning, and attainest the ethereal region. Thy body, having been moistened with the nectar flowing from that, thou dost that way. O mother and spouse of Maheshvara, they in whose heart thou glitterest are never reborn. It goes on and on. It's a pretty big book. It's called Hymns to the Goddess by Arthur and L. Hello? See, that's my biggest complaint about these Christian rooms. It's like, just read me the Bible and shut up. I really don't care about your opinion. And it's funny because we're all just arguing over the book club, but nobody's actually in a book club. And that's what's so crazy. Everybody's try to read a book to these people, they shut you down. Isn't that interesting? Almost like they're there just for the dopamine, and therefore they are just dopes. We've concluded it again.
Marcus, should we bring back those?
Marcus,
Marcus, are you there?
she's on a pee-pee break. She's taking the dog for a pee-pee walk. Take for pee-pee. Take a pee-pee.
Boring. Universe, I know we're mutuals on this app, but I don't remember where we connected or how.
On your lips like something new. You pull that pillow from your pocket. Right here, say I don't usually even talk it. But tonight you want an option. It could be a better option. You got me. Doing up the midnight moves. Yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room. Click on his name. Tired of the same. Ready for changes. We're making new. You got me. On the screen inside my room, waiting on his name, calling his name, ready for changes. We're breaking the rules. You got me, ooh yeah. Doing it to midnight moves, midnight lights on through. Steaming like on the sky. This is a moment I don't wanna know it. Only these ever made. I'm on you, yeah you. Longing, like the countdown just begins. Slow spin, every scroll just needs to give. Focus, pulling traffic to the booth. His name on your lips like something new. You put it better from the pocket, right? Say I don't usually even talk it, but tonight you wanna have it. It could be your option. You got me doing after midnight moves, yeah, right here on the street inside my room. Waiting on his name, tired of his name, ready for changes. We're breaking the rules. This is a moment, at the chaos in the mix. One more. We carve your name in ash and bone. All one, watcher over stone. Are you teeth of thunder, breath of fire? Wake inside.
That's from Kingsland. Kingsland?
Take this little flesh.
Yes, in case you need.
I'm not feeling broken.
Guys,
Raise our hands and close.
in currently treated at Kingsland.
Drink and shake it. Turn on, come to shop and pray. Everyone.
It's like kennel land.
So what's new and exciting in the House of Bitcoin today? Are you guys discussing anything they haven't discussed 1,000 times before? Hello?
Same shit. Is this the screen?
This is another guy. You guys on the YouTubes for years now. But I can't understand what you guys are talking about. Hello?
This guy? Or is that the different guy?
It's this guy.
It's schizophrenic, so it's like hard to.
How's it going?
Let me hit my projection drum for you. Diogenes. Diogenes? No, that's a racist, anti-Semitic neo-Nazi. I'm Ashkenazi.
Why do you like randomly recording the clubhouse rooms and pumping them out to 0 followers?
Because I'm building a plantation of plantation workers. You guys are here working for the plantation. What do you mean? I'm trying to recreate the platform of plantations.
Were you a slave?
I'm in the master's house recording you right now. 60 different phones recording you from every direction.
I believe if he does have 60 different phones. So, all right.
When was the last time you got coffee for your wife? Hold on.
You earned a subscriber. Good jokes.
He's bald.
What is the plan, though? That's what I'm curious. What's the plan?
It's just an art project at the end of the day.
Oh, okay. So it's less schizophrenic than I thought it was.
Yeah, it's not schizo. It's just neurotic.
It's still relatively schizo.
Well, the thing about people who use the word schizo all the time, like, it doesn't really mean anything. Have you ever actually met a schizophrenic and, like, hung out with them for a couple hours? Exactly.
Well, we're hanging out right now, so digitally.
Can you smell me through your phone in the way that I can smell your farts?
No. Although you do those weird.
Is a fart just air passing over a turd?
I think it is.
Okay, pick a random number 1 through 64.
I'm gonna go 41.
Okay, this is called sufferance. Step by step, each joy condenses, hardens, becomes literally of stone. Also, these joyous impulses lessen. It is a natural law. And this is living too. We would wish to harvest only joy, but it is the sublime ecstasy of love to unleash most atrocious agony.
I don't know why this heard, but it sounded retarded.
Okay, pick a number 1 through 64.
64.
14.
This is 64. Mystic Union. The oracle, known as the Universe on Clubhouse, speaks of a missed encounter. One looks forward to something. One hopes, but resolution doesn't come. It is a warning. In the intimate communion that love with a lover generates, one can see the possible fusion that is completion and achievement. It is a flash of intuition, precious but elusive. Thus, once again, it is good to link love with meditation.
Universe. Universe, what's your favorite clubhouse that you frequent? Because you listen to like every clubhouse room.
I like the one where I can set up my camera at 8 a.m. and then return the next day at 8 a.m. and they're still going.
That's pretty epic. Is that one of any of the Iranian rooms or like the black BLM rooms or anything? Like, what's your?
He's on all of them. He's on all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what have you sort of like learned? You know, because you are doing sort of art project experiment. It is interesting. Like, do you have any insights to this like chaos on this app?
There are observations which do seem to be natural law. For example, if you're on Hinge, Bumble, or Tinder, and there's 2 girls on the first photo, there is a 100% chance that the ugly girl is always so. There's little things like that you also see in house, but the biggest thing is obviously projection. So if I was, do you know what an NFFN is?
It sounds like, is that 2 dudes and a chick?
No. NFFN is a nigga, faggot, nigga. So if I was an African American and I was a homosexual and I was screaming at somebody else on this app and calling them a nigga, faggot, but I was an African American and gay, that would be an example of perfect projection. But when there are other forms of projection that are not so perfect. So anyways, I'm just saying there are.
I don't think, well, okay, but hold on. Projection is just like commonplace on the internet, right? Like
every internet app is projection. Every human interaction, really. But like,
literally used for marketing, yeah.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, what specifically have you learned from like Clubhouse? You know,
It's all deals with
alpha there.
all deals with communication. So basically, every achievement in human technology or science, ultimately, at the end of the day, seems to deal with communication. Whether it's the Federal Reserve or a bank, those are just centers of information and communication. They don't make anything, as you all know. What was that? Well, I'm trying to teach a group of Bitcoin maximalist utopians about communication theory.
Clubhouse rooms right now.
Hey, go tell that other clubhouse room there.
Tell that other Clubhouse room we hate them.
Rivka, they're saying you're annoying.
Hey, this guy's a base.
Okay, so this is a. I got a lot of tripods. Okay, so this is the other thing I want to tell you about, which is super normal stimulus or super stimulus. See the fake nose piercings in my nose and the gay fan and the stupid hat? That would be an example of being extremely annoying for the sake of trying to draw attention. It's the same thing as peacocking with Dr. Strauss and the stupid pickup artist game. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of people on here.
I don't think real doctor, by the way.
Well, no, anyways, you get the point that people essentially, do the flash game. It's just communication 101. And the example, MAGA. How many times do you hear stupid people on this app talking down to MAGA people who are actually just Republicans and they don't even know MAGA is a slogan? They think MAGA is like a political party or something. So we're talking about dumb people here who really don't understand the difference between opinions and facts. And their whole existence here is trying to project their shitty opinions and then rudely make people accept them as if they're facts. Hello?
Yeah, listen, you gotta be here in the morning when we hear a lot of that stuff, lots of negativity. Now tell me about negativity versus positivity in general. Like, what have you experienced?
The universe, I don't actually have to answer every question, but this is another observation. That this app is actually an ESL app for people that don't speak native English like yourself. That is one of the most fundamental observations about this app, is that people are here practicing their English. If you're ever in a room with a non-native English speaker, you will realize there's no point to the conversation other than to let that shitty English speaker talk their stupid, boring shit at one word every couple seconds.
That's why I always come up and they're like Indian guys, and they come up and they go, "Hey, bro, dude, bro," and we're like, "It just doesn't make sense." But now I get it. It's the ESL thing.
Yeah, universe. We've been seeing a lot of these in the mornings. Like, have you been noticing any patterns? Like, a bunch of like Iranians and Indians showing up, just kind of saying "bro" or whatever. Like, have you been seeing that?
Have you ever talked to a stupid bitch from Hinge that called?
Universe, how many tripods do you have?
I don't know, maybe like 40 tripods. So what I was doing is I have 4 recording studios here in my house, and in every room I have a different clubhouse room going with 4 phones pointed at that room. And all I can say is, right now in Uganda, there's a chimpanzee civil war. There's hundreds of chimpanzees fighting a brutal, savage war for dominance. And the thing is, people on this app are very much like chimpanzees. They're stupid, they're retarded, and what we're trying to point out is that there are laws of nature, and people on this app are completely oblivious to what the laws of nature could possibly be, or even God's law. If you were to ask somebody, what is God's law? And they had to tell you what God's law is, you would think maybe somebody could tell you what that is one day. Anyways, there are these things called books.
This is a racist performance art project.
No! Whoa!
I'm just kidding.
When are you publishing your findings about all this retardation?
It's live all the time. I mean, I'm constantly publishing. Yeah.
Universe. Do you have like is there like a Miss Universe?
I'm working on that tonight, but this Muslim girl on Hinge, she doesn't live in Chicago. Is Habibi here? Habibi, the Fakhuri is here. See, the Fakhuris, they know how to get laid, let me tell you. They have mastered love, you know. They just can't seem to keep the wife around for long enough because they love too many women. Hello?
That's fine.
And if you have to get hair plugs instead of dressing well and going to the gym and having a good tan,
I hope you win, America. You deserve it more than Lori Lightfoot, that's for sure.
Listen, if a retard can become a mayor of one of the most largest major cities like New York or Chicago, anybody can run for mayor. That's just the truth of the earth.
Eric Adams has Albanian citizenship now, so that's to look for.
Did you see the stupid Curtis Sliwa video of him and Mamdani like acting like faggots, drinking tea, and having cats on their couches?
Brothers, no way.
Okay, but I have come to the conclusion that talking about the national debt, even if it's 40 trillion or 100 trillion, it really just doesn't matter because it's all relative to other currencies around the world. But also the fact that if you can create debt out of thin air, you can delete debt out of thin air. Pens and wands. So debt resolution, lawyers and politicians, it's all just a civilizational game. It's just game theory. Vaccines are political. The debt is political. The plastic in your food is political. This stupid app is political. You know, my left testicle is political against my right testicle.
That's why you're running for Congress or something, right?
No, I'm running now for the mayor of Chicago. I was removed from the ballot for Congress.
That's weird.
Yeah, the Republicans got me kicked.
You're in Chicago. You should run for the Dems, man. They let John Wayne Gacy run.
Yeah, that's what that's what people keep telling me. Run as a Democrat. Run as a Democrat. I'm
They
like,
let John Wayne Gacy run. I mean, they'll let you run.
well, you know.
Right? I think you're good.
What's worse, spending 5 years talking about nothing on Clubhouse or recording 5 years of people talking about nothing on Clubhouse?
They're both bad.
What's worse, posting videos on YouTube that get less views than listens in Clubhouse.
So that's a performance art project that some LLM will find to be very useful training data someday. So
It says, do you want to let AI companies use some of your videos or all of your videos? And I say, you know what? Let's do all of the videos of everybody on Clubhouse being fed into all the major LLMs via Google, YouTube. Let's do it.
See, I think though that Clubhouse has beat you already because we know they're selling our voice data. Like, I'm assuming that I'll be talking to some AI like GPS assistant, and it'll just sound like me. I'll be like, what the fuck? They're definitely gonna do that.
No, what the only way that this app can stay alive is brokers. And guess who the largest data broker or buyer of data brokers? It's the government. It's the facility in Salt Lake City. It's the FBI. And the thing is, they're just spending it because their executive and their rep at Microsoft just keeps telling them to buy the data, but they don't even know what to do with the data. And it's all just redundant nonsense.
For AI voice modules, obviously.
Yeah, but to what extent? To where we can now commercialize this proprietary IP of people talking about nothing. It's all. They kicked me. We did it. Kicked from room number 16,976. Another Bitcoin martyr. Okay, I'm gonna go work out, everybody. Hope you're having fun.
Most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they have trained you in determination, accuracy, incruspation, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations. So that you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King has Jesus!
City lights are glowing Midwest dusk. Streets are humming low with a restless trust. Skyline cutting gold, lit from shimmering snow. Dreaming of a better day, just letting it grow. Yeah, letting it grow. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Reaching out ahead, along this winter serenade, playing through the street. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Rising so deep. Lakefront shine, every skyline light in sight. Dreams of every block, stepping into the light. Voice, a powerfully placed line, and the wind on my face. Future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out ahead on this breathtaking serenade, playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. city calling out to be free. Oh, this wind change serenade playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of the heart is a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so.
What's going on?
Wind of change.
City lights, but they look so cold. Every promise already sold. Running circles inside my mind. Dreaming of a free time. Oh, Scott, really, you better pay attention. This perfect Jewish hero. Oh, shit. Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad. You got a bad woman will fuck you over. Woman will fuck you over. Whatever. Oh, okay.
Maybe we don't need to know it all. Maybe we just need to vote so we keep moving anyway. Chicago feels a better day. Chicago may have voted for calm. slow, go fast. Just don't go back. Trust the rhythm in this town. Time to lift our future now. So we keep moving anyway. Chicago, stand up, have your say. Go to ChicagoMayElection.com. Vote John Kitover today. Every choice rewind is free. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform, right? Walking, like the politicians live so grand. Every head just starts to shift. And it goes about the dollar. They say I don't usually even bother. But tonight you wanna gather. We can make this good. Oh, you and me. Don't have to make it force. Yeah, right here. In the center of the room. Hand in my hand. Future and planning. What after what? We're changing. You and me. Don't have to make it force. Looking like I'm if this is on the top of my head, voices wave and fly. Every word a tiny mirror asking, who are you? All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a line. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout. I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures. Catching neon futures. people turns, replaces the cup, and adores music. For this is the covenant of resurrection. He makes the 5 crosses on the priestess. Accept, O Lord, this sacrifice of life and joy, true warrants of the covenant of resurrection. The priest offers the lance to the priestess, who kisses it. He then touches her between the breasts and upon the body. He then flings out his arms upward, as comprehending the whole shrine. Let this offering be borne upon the waves of ether to our Lord, and Father the Son that travelleth over the heavens in his name on. He closes his hands, kisses the priestess between the breasts, and makes 3 great crosses over the paten, the cup, and himself. He strikes his breast. All repeat this action. Hear ye all, saints of the true church of old time, now essentially present, that of ye we claim heirship, with ye we claim communion, from ye we claim benediction in the name of the principles. The diaconate, mysterious energy, trefoil, mysterious matter, in 4-fold and 7-fold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves, that in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his will as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people. So mote it be. So mote it be. The people. The deacon, be the hour auspicious, and the gate of life open in peace and in well-being, so that she that beareth children may rejoice, and the babe catch life with both hands. So mote it be. The people. So mote it be. So mote it be. is also Hermes, Pan, Priapus, Osiris, and Melchizedek. Chem and Amun and Mentu, Heracles. Orpheus and Odysseus with Virgilius, Tullus Martialis, Rabelais, Swinburne, and many an holy bard, Apollonius Tianius, Simon Magus, Manes, Pythagoras, Basilides, Valentinus, Bardesigns, and Hippolytus, that transmitted the light of the Gnosis to us, their successors and their heirs, with Merlin, Arthur, Cameron, Parzival, and many another, Priya and Frederick Nietzsche, Hargrave Jennings, Carl Kellner, Forlong Dukes, Sir Richard Payne-Knight, Paul Gauguin, Sir Richard Francis Burton, Dr. Gerard and Cosset, Dr. Theodorus, and Sir Alistair Crowley, O sons of the Lion and the Snake. With all thy saints we worthily commemorate them, worthy that were and are to come. May their essence be her present, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast. But to love me is better than onions. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and a serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices. Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride. But always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe and covered with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn to you. Pale, purple, veiled, voluptuous, rapture, purple, and drunkenness of the innermost sense. Desire you, follow the wings and arouse the wild splendor within you. Come on, take me, take me.
Y este tal yo, de verdad piensa en los blues. El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice. Quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el bar, para las personas de las peoples que nunca salen en los libros. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamis dice: quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi Luis. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes del barrio, para las personas de las peoples, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. No queremos santo ni actor, solo alguien que escuche el dolor del techo que gotea en invierno, del miedo a perder el empleo. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples, bailando en la línea del mínimo. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la parada del bus, la señora con su cruz me pregunta: ¿y este tal John de verdad piensa en los blues? El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice: quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los botes, para el barrio, para las personas de las peoples que nunca salen en los libros. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un
Could not be and should not attempt to be. But the only concern men should have for other men is respect for their rights. A man should never expect another man to sacrifice for him, nor should he sacrifice himself for other men. Muchos de esos solo para eso
en la escuela de mi Luis. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve. Dímelo.
Para las personas de los tipos bailando en la línea del mínimo. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado del sur. Para la familia en el lago, que sueña un futuro. Day one of not eating 100 run hour. I didn't go to work today, so we're off to a good start. I've been eating them. I've been eating them. Not every day, but I've been eating them. You trace a map on my wrist, like you've been here the whole time. Lanterns sway slow, your hair caught a little sunlight from somebody's window glow. In the middle of the night, oh, this one, in our window, breathing you. Lies a secret to every small. Glass on the table, rings left behind like halos. Bells in the moonlight, spinning their hearts as she falls. Oh, you're on my shoes. See how feels like a spell. Right here, right now, with a warm wave swell. Under this moon, I could lose my day. Only your heartbeat calling me back again. If the tide creeps in, let it cover up. I looked in your cup to see if you had enough.
Townsend.
Quiet place. Sun in my bones. Moon in my veins. I hold.
You know.
Yes.
Actual French rolling pin in my PTR.
I did get
My wife liked it though. She was like, I like how chunky it is.
They serve different purposes.
I didn't tell her. Made this, she'd be like, stupid.
It is nice though.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't roll straight. I'm gonna be honest. It's not. It doesn't roll. It doesn't roll smooth. You know.
Put it on dough. It will.
Yeah, but like on the ground, on the marble.
How often do you cook?
0.
Yeah, it's a decorative item. Fuck off.
I felt like it could have been a little smoother.
No, you don't want that. You want the dough to like kind of stick to it a little.
That seems like a cope. Yeah.
No, it's true.
I don't know, man. It was, in a way, I don't think it was level, you know?
I'll make you another one. I'm setting it just because you're a dick.
Is it? I got her one of those fancy kitchen.
The thing is, like, I was watching a video yesterday about that. It says why Yours won't last forever, but your gravity did. I didn't get to really finish it, so I don't know the actual answer yet. But it seems like there's
They feel very well made. I mean,
the same made. It's been made for 15 years, so
they feel well made. You know, there's an even more expensive commercial grade one you can get. No, it's a KitchenAid, but it's like $1,000 KitchenAid versus I think the one we both bought is like $600. But it only comes in like stainless. It doesn't come in all the cool colors or whatever. Right. Hey, that's a waving baby, dog. That's a waving baby if I ever saw one. See it. You know, in like 20 years, you're going to hear Russell fucking speaking for the kid now. Why you fight your country, guys?
your babies come out, they feel like they did it. If she was winning, I don't think you can say it.
Yesterday, my phone's a mess. What's going on? Oh, it's because he just told me I got 162 viruses and
If you had 5 more years with your father, what would you do?
usually was.
What's going on, people? Is it consensus now that the street is going to be open soon? From what I'm hearing? I want to say yes because it makes them go crazy. It looks like it, though. For the first time, really. Is that one of the hobbits in your PGR, John says? I said, is that one of the hobbits from Lord of the Rings in your PGR? You must say the hobbits are gorgeous. I'll tell you what, that's not what J.R. Tolkien wrote. It's a cute kid, John said. Agreed. 5 years from now, does the Republic survive or not? I think it's an open question.
It's so funny because, like, it's like if, I don't know, I feel like she's not gonna have that problem that you have, Seth, where, like,
She's not gonna
all the time because she's way cuter. She's like John Seth if he was adorable.
Yeah. I found a wife. Don't forget that.
Oh, I don't. It's impressive.
Wow.
Personality goes.
It's always the same supporter.
That's what my wife said too.
It's always the one same supporter. Great photo, guys. Try to find more voters.
This motherfucker hear me talking shit about your family.
Dude, I would never be how you're talking.
It's some of the funniest content I've ever heard. Thank you.
Wow, it's always the one same supporter. Great photo, guys. Try to find more voters. You won't win with your current strategy and content.
So I cut myself open. My mom said the entire living room was covered with blood. She told me later there was not one area that was not bloody. And I already cut up. Both arteries were cut. And I'm on the stretcher. And as I'm getting carried out, I'm going in and out of my body. I'm having an OB. The 1 minute I'm in eternity, 1 minute I'm back on earth. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm dying. I just knew as my spirit leaves my body, I thought I was gonna go up and fly up to heaven and see something good. I started sinking into my elevator had the cable just like, oh my gosh, did I make a mistake? Like, this is not heaven. So I fall for about for like 5 minutes, and like boom, I land, and I look around. The place is crowded with people. I look up and it's just pitch dark. I was like, oh, I'm in hell. I just knew I'm in hell. There's a cliff next to me where there's no plants, no animals, no life. And the fear, the anxiety, the hopelessness that I felt that hurt just increased even more. I look up and there's demons with capes and they're huge. They're like here, and I knew they were in charge of this place. And I go, oh my gosh. I saw cells on the cliffs where I knew I was going to go in there and get tortured. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm next. I made a huge mistake. It's too late though, because supernaturally I knew I was a sinner for the first time in my life. Like I was like, what? Because on earth, I was a pretty good Buddhist. In my eyes, I was very righteous. Like I'm a good person. But right when I landed, for the first time in my life, I knew I deserved to be there. And number two, I knew I was going to be here forever. This is it. And that feeling of eternal separation from God shouldn't be felt by people because it says in the Bible, God desires all people to be saved. But people go there because they choose to go there. So I believe in free will and all that. I used to be like God sends people. God wants everybody in heaven. So free will is so real. Choice is what makes a human, and love, and God, God.
I said you can hell yeah. Jimmy, you're actually being lit up. June 10th. If you're ever outside with your baby and an Amber Alert goes off, you're in trouble, bro. Why? Because you stole somebody's white baby. Where'd he go? Why did he disappear? Where'd you go? Ah, there he goes. Oh, my nigga stormed out, son. Why is the Lord's name Lord Jupiter? But I want to say to Jimmy, when I come, I can decide what rate of being will like I got put into the sperm. I'm just saying, don't be out when the Amber Alert goes off. You're in trouble, bro. If I was a state trooper, I'd stop you, bro. That's how my alerts work. That's why you're not a state trooper, Jimmy. I hear that fucking sound on my phone. I said, stop that black man with that white baby right there. That's not. Amber Alerts work. Amber Alerts are for divorcees. What, that Negroid with that wonderful white little angel, stop that Negro right now. And the first question is they'll say, are you divorced, sir? I'll say no. And they're like, oh, it's the wrong person. Oh, wow. You think black people are divorced? No, I think. So, 99% of them are just that. It's a child dispute, essentially, what he's saying. They're not getting your black monkey ass custody.
Jimmy, they give black people custody, huh?
They ain't giving the black ass custody. Who in the NDA or enterprise custody?
Do you not like that I gave her all of my English and Norwegian blood? Does that offend you?
It's too easy. Throw the Jew down the well. So my country can
No, you can't just start singing that.
Why not?
No.
Why not? This is America. Why? Because you live in Florida? They hear that coming
It's just grade 11 math, boys. It's grade 11 math. Does anybody else miss Greg Foss? Oh, hey man, Lawrence Lepard were like two old men in our industry that were just cute. Going. What are we gonna do? Trivia?
I'm gonna tell you something, man. Every time I walked in this bitch and there was trivia going on, I wanted to kill each and every one of you motherfuckers.
Yeah, well, obviously the people who suck the most at trivia are not gonna like it.
Absolutely horrible behavior.
Trivia was great.
What's the topic on basic trivia?
Oh, okay.
You did it last time.
No, you didn't. You did it like 18 times ago. It was just the last time you.
No, I just did it. I basically did Miguel's trivia. That felt like trivia hell. Trying to help him study for his test, and that was like a week ago.
Anything with Miguel feels like that. Saltwater crocodile.
Sharks.
Sharks. I don't believe any of that stuff, so.
What food never spoils?
Honey.
You got it. How long was the shortest war?
I don't know, probably 10 minutes, but
As long as it took the French to drop their rifle.
is it like the 12-minute war or something?
It was 48 minutes.
Alright, back her up.
You've got it. Can you hum with your nose closed? Yes or no?
No.
Correct. What was the first CGI movie?
Toy Story.
Toy Story.
It was alright.
Toy Story.
It was.
Alright.
Sorry, Laura, I beat you.
Yeah.
Which animal has 3 hearts?
3 is an octopus.
You got it.
You're lucky I was on another app. I'm gonna say that too.
What's the capital of Australia?
It's something like Canberra.
When did humans first land on the moon?
Never, 1969. 1969.
Correct. What's the capital of Canada?
Ottawa.
What is the boiling point of water in Celsius?
100.
These are too easy. What is the N in M&M's? Mars and Yuri. The last name of the company founders. Which planet is known as the morning star?
Mars.
Incorrect.
Jupiter.
Not quite.
Mercury.
Not yet.
Damn.
Oh, no.
Anybody? Is this woman named David Green? Venus?
Correct.
Sorry, I didn't even hear the question. I was busy replying to some messages.
Did you see Avis rent-a-car stock went from 100 to 300 in the last 2 weeks?
No.
What? Yeah. Why? I have no fucking idea. It tripled since when? Since March 24th. It's tripled.
There's gotta be, they're buying someone to be suits.
I got no idea why. But, I wish I saw one Bitcoin 2 weeks ago to buy fucking Avis rent-a-car.
I wish you did too, Jeff.
Yeah.
You would have bought 100 times the amount, and you would have pumped Bitcoin.
What the fuck, man? I gotta find out why.
Want to buy it?
What?
Would you have
I'm not chancing out, but
yeah.
But if I saw it was up like 20%, I would have thought about it. I had no idea it was on this kind of move until just now. Trump is at the UFC.
That's wild that he goes to that.
Well, it's in Miami. He's already there.
Yeah, but like the protocol I hear of when he goes to like the Bitcoin conference is crazy. Like, yeah, I wonder how much extra security, or if they consider it secure enough already.
And he's surrounded by Secret Service.
Yeah, so like everyone at the Bitcoin conference had to get vetted to be there, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You like Trump, Jeff? Yeah, were you happy with him?
I'd be happier if fucking Bitcoin was not $73,000.
Yeah, but other than that,
I don't care. Yeah.
The fucking spread on fuel at the gas stations here is wild.
Yeah, it is here too.
Dude, like, okay, so the liter, I just got it for $2.05. 2 minutes down the road, it's $2.55. And another place I seen was $2.40 something. I'm like, it's significant. You're talking like 25% differences.
Oh, dude, ours are what 25%. So what? Like dollar in the U.S. I mean, how?
We're paying I just filled up for $2.05 a liter diesel.
Oh Jesus, we have to do two conversions. Let's do 5 Canadian.
Yeah, it's probably $10 American a gallon.
It's how much?
It's probably like $10 a gallon American.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
I don't know. I'm guessing. It's high.
It's 205 Canadian.
It's probably more like 7 or 8, but the 250 is like $10 probably.
So that's 148 USD a week.
Times 2.4 is that? What? How many liters are in a gallon again? Oh, it's 4 liters. I never remember.
3.785.
3.7. Yeah, there we go. What do you come up with, Fish?
560. 560.0.
A gallon?
Yeah.
Okay. And then another place I seen was 250 something. So, yeah, 25% more.
That's
be like
pretty wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like our swing, you know, it'll be like either like 390 or like 425, which is a pretty big swing, but like
not that big. Yeah. I wonder if the price dropped so much, some of the places got the old fuel still and the new ones are cheaper. The gas is a lot closer price, so I imagine that's it. All I know, Fish, when I got this truck, I was paying $100 to fill it up, and now I'm paying like $270 to fill it up.
How much was it originally? Like 70?
70 cents a liter, yeah, probably something like that. 80 cents a liter.
I think I put the most money I've ever put in my truck, and I only put like 18 a gallon, like 75 bucks.
Yeah, I hold 130. So what is that in gallons? 130 liters is how many gallons? No, yeah, 3 point something, 3.474, whatever.
3.5 gallons.
How many?
33.
Yeah. Okay. How many gallons is your truck?
I don't like space. It's like 25 gallons.
Yeah, I know mine's a bigger tank than most.
Yeah, it's a big soul, frankly. But
yeah. But I think
is this what depression looks like when you talk about the gas prices on a Saturday night? It's just a question. It's not my opinion. Hello?
And then it's right.
he's saying, okay, now this is another.
Can you get on mute real quick? Let me answer his thing, and Bert, just hold on a second. All right, so you want me to look up bias and bigotry? Gotcha. Just give me a second here.
Hello.
I'm going to the actual. Hey, Alistair. I'm going to the actual one. All right, bias. This is singular, an opinion about whether a person, group, or idea is good or bad, which influences how you deal with it. For example, some employers have against women. When analyzing data, you must avoid having a bias toward any particular result. That's bias. But being biased is, for the adjective version, is unfairly preferring, there's that word again, preferring one person or group over another. The referee was definitely biased news reporting. And then we go to bigotry.
I don't think it was bias. I think it was
I know, but hold on, clean. 1 second. Bigotry is bigoted behavior or beliefs, like religious bigotry. But hold on, I like to when I was reading that before, that one was talking about unfavored opinions about someone or something. But again, the bias is most likely like a nature versus nurture. Someone told you, or you're making something.
I agree 100%. It's about your nature, your nurture, and your ethnicity and your culture.
Yeah, we weren't talking about that.
Well, because you have your biases and your preferences doesn't mean you're a racist because you were raised a certain way.
Nobody said that though. Nobody's saying that.
Yeah, you did. That's exactly what you said. That's all you've been saying the whole time, Bert. You've been calling me a racist the whole time, Bert. Go back on mute, little fat boy.
You are.
Don't
we
call
were talking
him fat.
about the difference between preference and prejudice. And yes, you are a fucking racist. But that has nothing to do with what we were talking about. We were talking about the difference between prejudice.
Millions are rising for what?
Exactly.
Your mom was.
It's against the rules, Brian. You've been doing kind of well today. And
being a dick on
purpose. You had a safe already. What is this?
He's
16
not being
beer you're on?
We really were talking
You're
about
fucking drunk, a piece of shit, motherfucker who doesn't understand the context of the conversation.
I do. You can't do it without yelling at people and acting like you're the high school principal.
Fucking yelling at people and just.
No, you're acting like you're the high school principal, like you're the end all know all be it all. You won't even let me finish your sentence, bro.
Phyllis, we are
on.
Where are we?
You're mad as hell because I know more than you about two fucking words.
I'm so happy for you. You know more than me.
Preference and prejudice. You fucking idiot. That's what you're mad about.
Wait. One more time.
And I'm edifying you, bitch.
Okay, one more time.
And be edified.
Okay, one more time. Reread these definitions for bigotry. Behavior or beliefs that show that you have unreasonable opinions, especially about race or religion, and that could go with other things as well. Preference. If someone has a preference for something, he or she likes it more than another thing. That's the first part. The second part is to give or show preference to someone, like to treat someone better than you treat other people.
Yeah, but why do they not like the other thing? Is it irrational why they don't like the other thing? It doesn't tell you.
Right, but we can talk about that part now. Right?
That's the whole point. It's all subjective. It's all of how you feel the world to affect you and what you give back to the world.
You fucking idiot.
No, I'm pretty sure that other thing held in my life
cleared up, and like you even earlier conceded to all this definitions and shit.
No, you told me I conceded, but that's not true.
Because you had like 7 more since then, and now you're like fucking forgetful.
No, I probably had like 10 more since then.
You fucking drunk piece of shit.
Still as articulate as ever and keeping up with you.
You can't keep up with the conversation. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
We were talking about prejudice versus like bigot.
versus biases and preference.
Idiot, you fucking cock.
That's literally what we've been for the last like half hour.
We're not so first about that. That was just our thing that we were talking about.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that in this room before y'all even showed up.
Whatever. It's just our like, what's it called? Like we talk about that, but that was just the thing we were talking about. That's not a big deal.
Hi, everybody. This is Alistair. I'm just wondering, what's this room about? Hello?
Oh, I know who you are. I got something special for you. Just give me 1 second.
Hello?
In the meantime, let me welcome back Blade. Hey, Ghost. Welcome back Willow. And hey, KP in the audience.
Hello, moderators. I'm requesting 60 seconds or 30 seconds to read a poem.
Oh, this is this guy. Oh, what you got for him, Lala? I know this guy.
Hey, Edmund. Oh, shit.
Hey, welcome back, HP.
We're not moderators.
Nice. So we're about a lot of stuff over here, Alistair. I hope you enjoyed the space while you're here. Yes, let's continue because Doc did bring up a good point about subjective. About the what are people being subjective about? Paraphrasing. When it comes to being prejudiced or preference about. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, but like, I get that if I prefer vanilla ice cream over chocolate ice cream, it's not because I don't like chocolate ice cream because it's brown. I'm not being prejudiced to it, but like I am prejudiced to chocolate ice cream because it tastes really big. Vanilla ice cream is. Like, they're all subjective feelings on how I feel about how I choose what I want in my life. They're all on how I feel. And if I'm not adding like melanin into the relationship and like looking at people and races and humanity, then they're just my biases and they're my preferences or my bigotries and my prejudices. It doesn't matter. They're all the same thing.
All right. Stay on mute, Brian. Let me ask the room. What do you guys think about that? Would you like to challenge what he said? Would you like to agree? What are your thoughts? And this is for the room. Hey, Ludwig, welcome.
I don't know. I kind of agree. Like, it could be preference. People take it the wrong way. So it's however the person hearing it takes it, I guess.
That was my whole point. It's subjective. It's all in how you feel about how you perceive it or how you give it away.
Okay. Good discussion. Alistair, for the fun of it, I did invite you back up. Since you claim you want 60 seconds of airtime, go ahead.
All right, pick a number 1 through 64. What's your magic number? Number 10? All right, your inner guide. The oracle invites you to remember that inside of you there is a guide, able to make you take root in happiness. You just don't use it to the point that you are no longer aware of it. Don't worry, it can be rejuvenated, and it must be, if you wish to live love in fullness.
Well, damn, I did.
Actually, all the poems I heard Edmund say, that was actually pretty good. I liked it.
17 beers.
Well, I mean, I sit around and listen to him talk about the Tao Te Ching for like, hours, or like Mark
Marcus Aurelius when he reads like Stoic poems.
Alright, yeah. Nobody cares. Yo, so go back to the topic.
Are you okay? Do you need a hug, Bird?
Whether these on whether or not these concepts, right, that you seem to think are subjective, which and opinions, or objective based on what? Doc, observable, measurable facts, right? Doc, are you still?
Yeah, can you observe and measure my biases?
I didn't need you to answer that. So the answer to that depends entirely on whether you are looking at the intent of the individual, the impact on society. So the subjectivity spectrum that you fucking keep talking about is, well, you haven't mentioned that phrase exactly, but that's what you're talking about, whether you know it or not. It's so like preference, yes, primarily subjective preference. Now prejudice, we could say mostly yes, and here's why. Because when it's preference, it is an internal leaning. It doesn't reason or usually only affects the individual's choices. When you're talking prejudice, mostly yes, because it is internal prejudgment, and even though it's often shaped it's based on stereotypes. That's the shit. It's stereotypes. It is a personal feeling or belief. So that's why it's mostly yes. And when you're talking about bigotry and racism, the belief of bigotry, you might think that it's subjective because you're a fucking bigot.
You keep bringing up racism. We left racism on this a long time ago.
You kept bringing it up. That's the thing. We were only talking about prejudice and preference, but you kept bringing up bigotry and racism.
That's only because you keep bringing it up.
No, not at all. I'm actually going to edify you, though. Shut the fuck up. So while the belief of being
Thomas Edison, like you're going to put a light bulb over my head?
Oh,
Stop talking over birds.
no, he's good. He's good.
Oh, okay.
He's ignorant. He doesn't know. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't know what these words mean.
Iranians in Canada that go outside the American embassy and ask for the war to be continued. Like, fuck off. You piece of shit. You've to Iran and die, you dumb fucks. I also hate those Iranians.
Be nice, lady. Be nice.
Leo does that a lot. A friend of mine, Leo Messi, not the real one. He likes to protest.
Like, it has that Iranian, like, you're seeing your people being so fucking disturbed by this war, and they're being so fucking hurt by this war, and you go outside of an American embassy and ask for the ceasefire to be cancelled and for the war to continue, so more Iranians could die, so your dumbass Pahlavi exiled king can go back to Iran and shit on Iranians more. Like, how bad as an Iranian do you have to be to condone like a war on your own people when you're not even in Iran yourself?
Here's the messy part, right? I think I'm not sure what's up at that, Alistair. And is that there are other persons from inside Iran who say, hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and so yeah, I'll fuck.
Not anymore. It's changed. I'm talking to like Iranian communities. So at the start it was like that when they killed like Khomeini and stuff. Like it was like a little bit, but because of the pressure and everything that's happened, they're like, okay, maybe like the war is not ready.
1927. I think maybe the Iranians need to get cloak wires to protect their identities since they have so many billions to hide. Maybe they need to get in touch with Jeremy Green.
What they were doing there. John, for weeks now, the United States has been building up its presence here in the Middle East, but we had not heard of any reports of any U.S.
Kicked again!
Highway is like 74 miles per hour on a highway.
I think it's different here. Depends which state. Like,
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. Like the whole state of Rhode Island is 50 miles an hour. Other places.
I'm putting it at the top of the room. I'm putting this shit at the top of the fucking room.
Shut up.
I'm crashed my car, got a new one, didn't ask nobody for money. The fuck? Got married, didn't ask nobody for no fucking money. And y'all motherfuckers every day, what's your cash app? Cash app me some money. Y'all need to get a fucking job. The fuck?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, I to you. What's your husband's first name? What's your boyfriend's first name? What's your...
No, we're not doing that.
My friend had a dog and he said, that's so weird because in my country we eat those. So I think that's
What do you say about Switzerland, where everybody owns a gun? Everybody in Switzerland owns a gun.
Yes, but I trust them. Yes, but I trust them with guns. Oh, come on. Not you. You I don't trust. That is crazy.
Have you been here?
It's projection. He's an anti-Semitic terrorist, this little
If you watch a lot of movies, Sudanese guy, you know, they're brainwashed by the Hollywood movies.
No, but
I mean,
This Papa Wiga, his name is Jabali. He's retarded.
So you've never been to the States?
me,
Yeah.
I tried to go with my European passport, but
Rejected.
I got denied for national security reasons.
Terrorist.
Why?
He's a terrorist.
Because you look Arab or why?
Huh?
Because you look Arab or why?
He's a terrorist.
He's to the U.S. and they denied you at the airport, or they denied you before you?
They denied me.
I'm sorry about that.
I think his backpack was taken or something. I don't know.
That's great news. That means our security apparatus is working.
What I think it is I visited in the last 5 years. I visited Algeria and Libya. So I think.
Oh, you went to a terrorist training camp.
No, it's just it's just.
No, it's not a terrorist training camp. It's exercise workout regime. They train you how to use M16A4, hand grenades, Claymore mine. Yeah, it's just for fun. It's like a summer camp, friend.
It's really pricey though. It's a
Where were you going to visit in the U.S.?
Manhattan.
That's too bad you didn't get to go.
Hey, I looked it up, Derisa. If you have an EU passport, you have to state if you had a on the application to come to the United States, and that can be a reason for you to be denied.
I can understand that.
What about a Belgian passport? Why would they disclose that though?
What about being a low IQ terrorist, Jew-hating piece of shit like you are, Jabali?
Well, I didn't know he was on those things.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit, this one. There's a reason why pieces of shit can't come into the country.
No, it's but you guys really missed out. I'm gonna be honest with you. Need to reset. Better be saying this, sorry. You're missing out.
What, in the gay community? The LGBTQ boys? They didn't get a piece of that ass?
I would say that Jabali hates Jews much less than the average North African.
Facts.
Are you kidding me?
No, listen, I'm very enlightened and distinguished. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
That's right. Jabali is very westernized.
I'm sorry? Are you Jewish, Jabali? But
would you like to go in a facility?
You know, in Manhattan, men kiss each other on the street.
What, for men to kiss? In Manhattan, yeah. So what? That's not my. That's not my problem.
It's a delicacy for me in Asian. I love fermented fish.
Why would you? Wait, Rice. Why would you feel the need to mention that? I don't care. What the fuck is that shit?
Because you're cute. They might wink at you and want you to kiss them back.
I would say not interested, not my cup of tea, but what would you rate this? What would you rate this Sudanese guy on a scale of 1 to 10?
Who's the Sudanese guy?
He's
I'm not
Tunisian. He's Tunisian living in the Netherlands.
Yes, that guy. What's in the card?
I think he has a very cute face. If that's right.
Do they sell their asses for money?
I've hooked up with lots of them. I believe in solving the Jew-Israel divide one-on-one, individually, intimate, private.
Income you trust.
Ellie, would you go on a date with the amazing Derisive?
Well, he doesn't know what I look like.
No, I would. Why not?
He's not
because that's my.
Jabali, what are your life goals? What do you want to achieve in your life, Jabali?
That is a great question, actually, coming from Alistair.
I get the feeling you're actually. I get the feeling you're very immature still, that you still have years of personal development ahead of you. What do you think?
That's
No.
Your cat looks really hungry. Poor fella.
He's dying.
Poor fella.
So Jabeli, if you can't make it, Jabeli, would you come to America and sell yourself to the LGBTQ to survive?
Why would I do that?
Because you're unemployable, obviously. Who would hire you to do what? Clean toilets?
Like so much. Jabeli, let me ask you a question, buddy.
I'll step on your balls with my
Let's say, Jabeli, let's say you move to the U.S., right? What's the first job you would accept? What is it?
Why don't this, am I like,
you want to go to,
like the immigration customs or something? What's all these
questions? Like the, immigration customs service, yeah.
Listen, I got denied without an interview. I don't need it from you.
Trade protest organizer.
Journalist, 100%.
Oh, what do you want to journalize about? What do you want to? Because I know this piece of shit. He's an anti-Nazi piece of shit. This one.
Well, you are throwing with terms, but you obviously don't.
Are you a journalist in Europe?
No, I'm not a journalist in Europe, but I would make that correct.
Write about or report about.
Free Palestine!
Everything. Just what happened in the Florida Man. Florida Man. That's what I would like to.
So that must have. I want to go back to this. So that must have sucked so bad. You did the 7-8 hour flight to New York.
Yeah.
And then New York City is one of the most exciting cities in the world. Everyone. You have to go right back home.
Wait a minute, did you fly here or did you not get a visa to come here?
No, listen, if you have a European passport, you have an automatic visa to go.
Okay.
Like you can go without a visa, but when I came there.
Oh, yeah, so you actually did travel here and returned away?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I didn't get that. Sorry to raise it, but I missed that earlier.
What state would you choose, Jabeli? Like what state in the U.S.? Which 50 state would you choose?
New York, 100%.
New York!
Want to see Spider-Man?
Because of the movies, New York.
Oh, yeah.
New York is so fun as a tourist. So fun.
Yeah, it's a really nice vibe. That is true.
They didn't even tell you why you were rejected. They just said, sorry, you gotta go home. We think you're a piece of shit.
Basically, they said they didn't give me the specific reason, but they said for national security reasons.
Yeah. That's like
what do
saying
you think is the worst in the U.S., Jabeli?
I don't know. I've never been. I don't know. What is the worst state in the United States?
New Mexico.
You ever been to Chicago?
I don't know. Maybe Alabama.
No way.
Alabama's actually pretty cool. It's more about weather than anything else and things to do. There are plenty of places. So, any major city in any state's going to have things to do. The weather sucks. Who wants to...
Oh, God, let's not talk about the weather, please.
But
Brigham Young?
Brigham still here. Brigham, what do you think about that I got denied entry? What's your take on it?
It's great news.
I think that there's a pretty big likelihood that it was related to
Clubhouse.
The fact that you didn't disclose that you're from Tunisia, and Tunisia doesn't exactly have fantastic relations with the U.S.
We regime changed
Yes,
them.
but I came. Well, listen, I came with my Dutch passport, so that shouldn't play a role.
I don't personally think that it is right. Why are Europeans immigrating illegally to the U.S.?
Okay, you're not going to come in and derail the conversation. So.
Did you know that they needed to know that and you just intentionally didn't disclose that?
What do you mean intentionally didn't? Why would I need to do that? I came with my Dutch passport. I'm a Dutch citizen. I live in the Netherlands.
What's your motivation, Chip? And why do you want to move to the U.S.? What's your motivation?
I didn't even want to move.
You was
Who
Who
do you
work for?
Did they find anything in your luggage that was suspicious?
Dildo? Did they find? Dildo made of silicone. What's this?
It's a handmade wooden dildo. What?
No, if he had a black dildo.
I didn't have it. Is that why I got rejected?
Exactly. It has nothing to do with all the hate speech you spread for years. All the terrorist threats, all the threats of violence.
Why are you transporting that Jabal? Tell us.
But wait, Adi, even though if I was Tunisian, I went to Libya, that's none of their business. Why would they care?
They have even know you don't have a right to be here.
Yeah, exactly. If they want it to be their business, that's their business, and that's what they want to know.
No, but then
He basically.
How's your?
you're a Muslim. That I'm a Dutch citizen with Tunisia.
What's your dental hygiene like?
Dutch men are 6'4". They
Maybe it's because you use the word objectively all the time. Objectively.
And why do you want to come to the U.S., Shabi?
Objectively.
Oh, so they not you U.S. visa?
Yes.
Objectively.
It could be a funds issue. What about you? You're Muslim. Look at income.
Yes, he's a Muslim. What do you think he is, a fucking Christian? Hooters.
He said 5 times he wanted to go to New York City.
He wanted to go to Hooters.
There's actually like Times Square. What does he want?
Just not the middle of Times Square, but everything. I'm there. It's not one specific thing. No, definitely not. But, I'm sorry, yes, yeah. Fuck the United States.
Whoa! Whoa! Hey now, take it easy. Said at the immigration's enforcement.
Once and I were going to sponsor you.
Listen, that's me.
What game are you playing?
I am playing World at War, Call of Duty.
Oh my God. Can you believe that? What do you think's more real, the video game you're playing or the God that Christians, Jews, and Muslims proclaim as the Lord of the universe? Well, really, Hinduism is probably the biggest or the second biggest world
I
religion.
mean, not really.
Not really?
Is Hinduism a significant world religion?
Yeah, dude, over 1 billion adherents.
Yeah, so that's 4. So
It's got 800 million.
I said Hinduism, not Buddhism.
I said Hinduism, then I said Buddhism.
Well, Buddhism is atheistic.
It's not atheistic, brother.
Yeah, there's no gods in Buddhism.
That's not true. They got gods, they got devils.
Give me the name of one single god inside of Buddhism.
All right, let me Google that for you. Please hold. Please hold, Donnie.
What's up? So, wait, I'll defend the faith here. So, is there any logical objection to Christian?
Sure. So, did Jesus abolish the law or?
No, it specifically says he fulfilled the law. Instead, he didn't get rid of it, right? He fulfilled.
Except Paul says that in Hebrews that God, Jesus did come to specifically abolish the law. So it's internally contradictory.
Yeah, can you give me the direct quote?
Yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Look it up, give me a second. Where does New Testament? New Testament. Ephesians 2:15.
Well, I, for one, am thoroughly bored and I'm ready to go to sleep. Hello?
Have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, it just says, here I'll read out the quote, making void the law of commandments contained in
void the law
decrees
of commandments,
that he might take the two in himself into one. Yeah, kind of to nullify, right?
But that's the same as abolish, right?
No, I wouldn't define abolish. I mean, as
nullify and abolish are not the same thing. And you're just fucking denying reality. So you're just
okay.
Or are you irrational? You're either rational or you're stupid.
I mean, you can.
But if you think that void and voluntary are different. Excuse me, I was in the middle of a sentence. Shut up. Right? Fuck you.
All right. Well, I'm glad we cleared that one up. Great work, Donald. Another great job.
Another subject. But the point is, it becomes a hotbed for corruption. So the reason why people elected Trump is they precisely did not want someone who had been through that system. That's why he's president, and that's why everybody's so upset. So yeah, I agree with you. Generally, it's a good thing. But now we've gotten to a point where the corruption is so bad, the American people wanted an outsider. That's what they got, and he's now doing what he's doing.
An outsider, not at all.
Yeah, they did.
Democrats. That's who. Vote regardless, so then we fall into the trap of voting for the lesser evil. And maybe people need to be willing to not vote at all and let them just be nosy. Because we have to stop letting them tell us who we get to choose for the positive. This has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. It is a repeating cycle. They fund the candidates, and then we say, oh, these are who we get to choose from? Okay, let me go choose then from who you have told me I can choose from. So then we're not choosing, are we? Because they're finding the ones.
It costs money to run a campaign.
Exactly. Yes. Stop Okay, so yeah, the topic is I know you're not coming back up the same right now. How will left of this presidency, or I mean, we can even go past that if you think like his legacy is going to be, tarnished. And I guess some ideas we're probably going to go, but Ginger, if you have one particular thing that you think would be like the silver bullet that would probably take it down, what would you pick out of like the things that you can think of right now?
I
Would
think
it be
if
like
there was
Epstein
one,
files? Would it be good idea?
right, the one thing would be clear, unassailable video evidence of him raping a kid. It would have to be windows, and that's not going to do it. Because if there's one thing this country has come to the point of is let it ride. We let it ride. It's easy. And they just, whatever, let him finish his term and then we'll vote for somebody else next time. But the whole system is screwed up. It is not built any longer. Is it in place to help us?
Is the system screwed up or is your opinion screwed up?
And it's not just the government, it's not just the federal government, is it? Although that's the biggest one and that's the most obvious.
Why is it that the government is supposed to help us? Why is it that the government is supposed to solve all of this social,
You're misunderstanding how.
economic,
I'm not talking about the government giving us a job. I'm not talking about the government.
There's this, and I'm trying to get a sense of where you are. Because on the left, they believe the government is supposed to be helping everyone, that it's the duty, and we all are obligated to pay taxes for all of these social programs, whatever it is. So I'm just trying to get, whatever your opinion is, it's I agree. There is a lot of corruption money going to things that it shouldn't go to and being wasted, et cetera, et cetera. That I believe, and I think you do too, that needs to be why the government is not paying us.
They don't help us in actually regulation. They don't answer to us in the way that
surely it is the
done
hour when
anymore. The United States government should be fiscally
counting of
responsible.
all that you
It should
endure
care
and
about
enter
the United
into,
States' sovereignty and protection.
for the badges of love,
Possible for
for the
every
stars that
person
twinkle in
who
your
is here
bars,
as a citizen to do
must
what
afford
is it
you
in
with
the
the
Declaration
greatest
of
protection,
Independence, the pursuit
the
of
greatest
happiness,
sealing,
not the guarantee of it,
for
but
the
the this is the general advice given. Go to school,
I come
get a
to
good
you,
job,
beloved
work hard,
ones, to
and you
explain
can have
to
the life
you
you want. And then COVID rolls around
that
and
though
they
in
shut
recent years,
companies down.
by your
People lost their
service,
jobs.
Saint
You
Germain
know, they
did
didn't do anything
gain
wrong.
his
And
freedom
a lot of those companies were not
from the
able to
karmic
come back.
abuses of the
And that was
Linux
the thing. Have devastated them with their policies, and they just have.
Are you talking about the COVID-19 vaccine? Are you talking about the vaccine?
I'm talking about making companies close their doors.
Oh, you're not even talking about the vaccine.
Well, I'm talking about negative proof of there was a period of time where almost everything was shut down. Or not.
And then they lied to us.
If you want to get into that, that's fine, but that's not what this is about.
Can I jump in with an example?
It's more difficult to operate within their own.
Just let Ginger finish, guys. Hold on. I'll get to you, Howard, in a second. I'm in.
So, no, I don't want the government to hand out money. I don't want the government to make decisions for people. I don't want the government to tell people how to live. I hear
Do you know about the corona? What was the reason of the corona? Corona was to teach.
It is God's will, the will of our Father, manifest in the Son, multiplied by the Holy Spirit, cherished in the heart of the Mother. That is most of God can be set aside in the children of the light.
Bill, on Ginger's point, the example to me that comes
Then
to mind,
their power
and it
source
isn't just a
will
left
all
issue, it's not just a right issue. We as taxpayers, as long as we are paying our taxes, there should be a law that the government never ever shuts down. It never shuts down. Get out of the way with money. And any elected federal official should not get paid until the government's operational. So I just wanted to share that. That's a great, to me, an example of the government not serving the people is when it's in a shutdown mode, but yet all the tax revenue is still inflowing.
Matt, can I that's not the point that the money should.
Just let you know.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But back in my phone broke like a week ago, so I'll have to change my back in.
Damn, that's really bad.
Yeah,
I thought Peter was bad. I'm sure Peter will show up here shortly. But
no, it's so funny that people say that you guys from America, you don't have no internet. From Iran, they're calling me like, oh, our internet is way better than yours. And I'm like, yeah, I'm back.
My fellow MAGA / Republican / conservative / whatever, do you feel, which part do you think Trump is most vulnerable in right now? Because obviously he's not running a perfect, presidency. So I don't know if any of the things that you can think of right now that have been mentioned on stage and in the past or in the news.
I don't know if there's anything he's done so far, but so far I think he's a lying sack of shit, and he's a fucking traitor to his voter base. I personally, to actually take him out, it's possible he makes some really dumb, maybe even big blunders involving his war. I don't know. I mean, it's. Just to talk when they tried to talk us into invading Iran, but he did it.
Let me ask you: do you think it's an impeachable offense? This actually probably could be an impeachable offense.
I don't know.
Wait. Let me just ask a question. If there's evidence that he is colluding with another country to, I guess, go forward with a war or on behalf of something else, I don't know yet. And something else.
According to all aerodynamic laws, the bumblebee cannot fly because its body weight is not in the right proportion to its wingspan. But ignoring these laws, the bee flies anyway.
Frankie is looking for
We have to start.
Excuse me.
Don't. This is what he does.
I lost my dad. I can't lose my sister. I don't care if I lose myself. You were wrong about him. He's not a monster. He wants to be better. Maybe I can help. In all the darkness, I can find the lights.
American life in particular, in, you know, if we invaded, could be that, like, just control, a bunch of things. There's already, I don't know if you see it online, there's already pretty much a civil war on the right. Like, most of us have washed our hands with Trump. We think he's fucking worthless piece of shit, and he but that doesn't go about. He'll say anything to get elected. Yeah, and I get it.
He's already elected, you fucking idiot.
Like, you won't be able to probably get his legacy is shot. Obviously, that's what you're saying. Obviously, on that one, right?
Pepe's not saying anything. He makes shit up, and everything Pepe says is a projection. We're happy that Trump is our president. We're glad that he's our president, and it's just Nazi fucks like Pepe who hate the Jews in Israel that hate Trump because he's supporting an ally. And Pepe's a low IQ little fucking rat.
I have an alternative.
Yeah, Alan, what do you think? Where are we vulnerable?
This is. Remember, like, I don't know, when it was Trump went to the European Union and told them, look, you guys are dependent on Russia, it's going to bite you in the ass. And then 10 years later, when they all scoffed at him and jeered, and now 10 years later, he was right. I'm just disappointed in your lack of faith, all of you. It's highly disappointing. Let me frame it a different way, that maybe even Pepe. Have had our foothold in the Middle East for over 100 years. We have continued to have a foothold in the Middle East. Now we went to Afghanistan, and for 20 Here's the bottom line. Your best chance for democracy, aside from Israel in the Middle East, is Iran. Because Persians are entirely practical. They're not religious zealots. And here's the best part for all you Jew-hating anyway. There's 8 million people in Israel, 90 million people in Iran. No oil or very little oil in Israel, huge amounts of oil in Iran. Very few resources in Israel, tons of resources in Iran. If this is successful, we will have a new Middle Eastern partner in the Middle East that we can have Saudi Arabia, all these other countries that are already in our sphere of influence. We will add the country that has been the biggest pain in our ass for the last 50 years.
Alan, we get it. The point is, Pepe is not a conservative. He's not a conservative person.
I'm a Republican my whole fucking life.
You're as liberal as they get, Pepe. You're not. You express no Republican or conservative values whatsoever. You're a piece of trash. Republicans don't act like you. Republicans and conservatives don't talk like you. You're a fucking piece of shit. That means you're a liberal.
There's so much infighting on it. To wars in the Middle East and all this fucking bullshit. And we've literally spent the last, year and a half focusing on fucking Israel. And I get why the Israelis are doing it. This is perhaps, they have no way of knowing, the last president that will probably do a lot for them in the most powerful country in the world, for who knows how long. Might happen next term. It could be that it will be, fucking 20 years from now or never. Netanyahu's a smart man. They're going to try to get Trump to do what they want. And Iran is obviously the biggest security threat to Israel, bar none. Hezbollah, Hamas, all of them. You can thank Iran for that. But it's not necessarily in our best interest to just, get our
I've heard this. I came up with this too. I'm assuming you weren't trolling on that last part. I think you were sincere about what you said. A stronger Iran that's more aligned with our interests is a I completely agree. Pepe, I know you probably disagree a little bit. Maybe completely. I don't know. No, not at all. My whole thing was, if we could have gone in, whether it was from what I had been hearing, it seemed that's like what Trump's advisors even had said. It's not going to be simple to do a regime change. And if we could do it simply, absolutely do it. I think the IRGC is horrible. They just cause instability all throughout the region, which we've. I think that it would be just way better for them to not have the IRGC. I have zero problems with the IRGC all being, snuffed out, basically. I think that would be a good thing for the world. But at the end of the day, but at what cost? Is it going to be us having to do a large-scale war like in 2003, invading a fucking country? I don't know if we should really do that. No, that makes sense. How you would come up with the metric or whatever the look is on it. If I could snap my fingers and they're gone, absolutely. You would do it in a heartbeat, right? Because I think it'd be less funding for Israel, a lot less funding of Israel if we have a stronger Iran and his partners around Iran. No, but they're talking about Turkey after they've been talking. I heard about that too, that Turkey's the vacuum. I get it, but I just think country that would probably be the most brutal to fuck with. I mean, they have I think it was, at least it was like a decade ago, it was like the fourth largest military. They're NATO members, so they're well trained. These are. I get it. I wouldn't want to fuck around with Turkey. I would never want to. Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. Okay, so
Wait, Matt, before you move on, I just want to clarify. Pepe hates everything. Fuck you, Pepe, you fucking loser.
Where do you see? Is there any weakness? Do you see any vulnerability for Trump? Where do you see his most weakest point that might take him down?
The only thing I can see would be his weakness is if he doesn't compete digitally
using propaganda as a way of trying to influence the public that birthright citizenship should exist when it's actually 100% incorrect. Merely being born here does not establish to believe what they want them to believe by putting cuts and, what do you call that, clips from the oral arguments to make it seem like the gentleman didn't represent himself well when he actually did. So if he doesn't keep up
be impeachable, I don't think, right?
Oh yeah, I don't think it would be like, even with the wars, he has legal ground, and you won't find these things within the Constitution or the War Powers Act or anything that people have quoted. He has standing within international law, the law of nations, to exercise what he's doing.
Of legacy media, like cable news and so forth, has absolutely fucking tanked. And it's largely went online. They're now they're doing just stupid shit, and anything that they used to use in the past does not stick anymore.
Oh, really? It doesn't stick? They still don't have power? They still don't win elections? All they do is complain about Trump, and that's enough. When you tickle the clit on the ear, that's all it takes for a Democrat, okay?
No, I think that's also largely worn off because but he's somebody who we have over 2 years left with Trump, and he's not. There's not going to be another term with him, and so